All right, hey everybody, testing one, two. Just go ahead and just chat, send in the chat that you can hear me, that we're alive, we're alert. It's Friday. So glad to have you here, and really excited because got a ton of stuff for you. So especially those who showed up to see it live. So anyhow, if you didn't make it live, that's okay too. You're still a good person. We're gonna have a lot of fun, and I have a uh, great great team of experts that will be joining us today for our first ever personal injury marketing mastery live. I'm Ed O'Keefe. I am your host and lead trainer. I am the founder of PI Wingman, which is a personal injury uh, marketing and growth company. And I'll tell you all about that in a second. I'll tell you my background, how I got into it, how I can help you, and more importantly, hope to demonstrate how I can help you immediately just by today's training so you can get results right away from what we're doing. So, a couple things, housekeeping. Just do me a favor, just comment something like good morning, great day, what's happening, just so that I know that you can comment and I can see your comments. Um, I'm going to keep you on mute most of the time. However, what's super amazing is that we're going to be able to do some thanks, Bryant Law Center. Hey, what's up, Jared? Thank you. You only live once. I love it. I love it. And I see Shrita, Richard, Raman, Jared. I have a handful of people that message saying they're showing up a little late. And what's super great is I'm expecting a small group today live, probably about 20, maybe 30 of you. And then if you don't make it, you'll get the recordings, and that'll be amazing as well. It's all good. It's all good. Okay, so let's just dive into this. Let's get kicked off. We have a lot to cover. Your first presenter after me is going to be at 10 a.m. I always like I always like trying to see how can I get you an immediate return on investment out of the gate. But we got to do a little housekeeping. I got to introduce myself first so that we're all on the same page. Okay, let me get my slides open and we're ready to go. By the way, where's everyone from? I'm in Chicago. It is absolutely freezing here. I'm in my home office, which is in our garage. And it, despite the heat being rocking and rolling all night long, it is still cold in here. So it's pretty amazing, pretty amazing. So, um, where are y'all from? Let me know where you're from. Phoenix. Jared, I'm very jealous of you right now. What are we looking at in Phoenix, Florida? That's a different country than Chicago, Dennis. Not fair. Um, yeah, hey, oh, really quick on the recordings thing. So, you guys will all get access to the recordings, the unedited versions, which are pretty with AI nowadays. You can get like, I don't send them out anymore. We're going to talk about AI a lot today because the speed at which we can get you stuff with AI and just editing. And when we talk about creating your own authority and trust machine, the speed of throughput should be super, super fast. So my goal would be to have at least the unedited version up for you guys by tomorrow inside our members area. And then what's up, Ramen in Beverly Hills, California? And then we will go from there. Now, uh, if you purchased the propaganda playbook, the ethical propaganda playbook, you're going to see a few things in this first session that are going to overlap a little bit. Don't stress out about that. I go deeper into that in the propaganda playbook. A couple, you'll get some scripts and things that you won't get here. But today, I'm going to talk about how to use paid media specifically and use traffic that fuels your ethical propaganda. Now, I use the word propaganda, but the fact of the matter is, what we're really just talking about is how do we build trust with our ideal clients from a distance so that we have more people actively, proactively seeking you out, already seeing you as the authority and wanting to work with you above everybody else. Okay. Now, the reason why that's so important, I mean, you could already guess all the reasons, right? Is I was speaking to a client, great guy, amazing track record. And he was still telling me that when they would get a phone call for him to go out to present why his firm should uh, be the one that this case chooses, this person chooses for their case, depending on what it is. Um, that system of pre-educating and creating yourself as the only solution in that setting is really old school. It's very non-smooth. It doesn't really position you properly. You end up answering a lot of the same questions to people that aren't necessarily going to choose your firm. And if it's not you, like so if you've already scaled out of that happening and it's intake, or you're still not aware that there's like 90% of the potential cases for your firm aren't even getting to you, right? Especially if you're using paid ad, that means you're losing money today, right now. And we're going to show you how you can use social media to scoop up and hijack other people's paid media as well. It's going to be a pretty amazing day together. But you should have so much of that positioning happen way before they ever get to meet you in person. This should be already happening. They should feel like they know you already and that you're like not an old friend, but somebody that they're like, this is the right person to go to. And here's his podcast or her podcast. Here's the videos, here's their press, here's the cases specifically for what they're coming for you for. So we're going to cover all that today as well. But he was telling me that, and I was like, bro, like this is so simple. This is so simple to fix. We can fix this like literally in 6 hours together, 4 hours together. We can get this all fixed and squared away for you so that you now have a true asset, true system working for you. Okay. So my goal is to help you go from being invisible to your best future clients and to have the cases that you want in your firm choosing you on your own terms. Okay. And uh, one of the things that is the big problem is it's not the best attorney who gets the best cases. It's actually the one who understands that their job is to be a marketer and manufacturer of their celebrityship and your authority. Now, why do I say manufacture? Very important languaging chose for a very specific reason. Okay. Let's switch back to not stop sharing. Boom. Just getting my things figured out. It's very important you understand this concept because all my languaging, when I use certain words, I use it very, very specifically for a certain reason, right? Now, if I create propaganda, I have 7 kids, which I'll show you pictures of them in a second. I have to, as a father of them, to protect them, to guide them, to bring them to having the best life possible for themselves, to mentor them. My goal is to take my life experiences, my wife's life experiences, the life experiences that will help guide them with the bumper rails, because parenting is not a perfect science, but we do our best, right? Is we have to create belief systems, values, identity, values, beliefs, and emotional feelings. That's how trust is built. Okay. It's not logical. They need to feel good, especially when they are in times of crisis, chaos, and worry, fears, concerns. These are big decisions for people. And so the reason why we would use words like propaganda, what we're really just kind of saying is you'll see is you need to figure out, how do I take the things that I've done effectively, or how I can help my best prospective client, and it's my responsibility. What, not that you're going to be the person moving the levers and pressing the buttons. That's not what I'm saying to you. What I'm saying is that understanding that to fix the problem, that why are people that are less qualified than me have less capability of solving a person's problem for them, um, Why is it that they're getting the cases, but I'm not? That's a big problem, big question to ask. Okay. So what that leads to is all of these other downstream problems. All of your ability to grow problems are work downstream from your ability to generate quality leads that convert to cases. Not piddly leads, not unqualified leads, not uneducated leads. Because if you have a credit card, if you have a budget, we can go out and buy leads today that I can't tell you if they're quality or not. Anybody can do that. Any agency can do that, right? That's why people go into agencies that are unqualified to be in an agency because you can't tell the difference between a good agency and a bad agency until you spend 3 months, 3 to 6 months with them and you lost a lot of money. Raise your hand and say yes. I've experienced that. Right? I beat up on agencies so much, guys. It's so funny. That's why when I bring you agencies, it means I've really vetted them and I work very, very hard to make sure that if I introduce you to somebody, they have case studies, track record, and I know them personally. Um, the other problem that's happening right now is AI is changing the game, not from just hey, we can get more done, but it's creating more clutter in the market space. SEO has just shifted, right? Now, what is that? What do I mean by that? So you're going to see when we talk to Corey today, AI is now like we literally could generate 300 articles by 4 p.m. today, and you have a virtual assistant posted across the interwebs, and all of a sudden, you have that much more content going. Is it good content? Is it quality content? I don't know. I mean, it could drive back your links to your site. All of a sudden, you're ranking on more keywords. That's possible, which means that somebody who's less qualified than you, but who understands like, hey, I'm just going to be the most ridiculous manufacturer of a marketer, is going to get more cases than you. It just is what it is, right? So that's kind of that's happening, not coming up. It's happening now and getting more and more prolific, which gives us also an opportunity, right? This next part is confuse who to trust. This has been something I've been in this game now for 25 years. And so I'll tell you a little bit more about my background in just a second, but I will tell you that your number one competitor is not who you think your number one competitor is. Like, so your number one competitor you may think is XYZ law firm, okay? Or the big gorilla or private equity or whatever it might be, right? And what I will tell you is that it's not that. It is that your end prospect doesn't know who to trust. And if you can solve that problem and fill that void, you'd be absolutely amazed at how you will all of a sudden see an increase in cases choosing you that ordinarily wouldn't have. And all of a sudden, if you are paying a lot of money in your budget, you're going to see an increase in conversion rate, and you're going to see increase in return on ad spend and all your efforts. Okay, so if you could solve this problem of who they're confused who to trust, they're skeptical, and then if you could leverage it and do it at that scale, that is what the big firms have done. The Morgan and Morgans had done that, right? You're going to see examples today of really, really amazing video ad that I'm going to show you it, and I'm going to give you the script to it as well later today. And this is one of the big dogs, right? And you say like, well, of course they could be a big dog because they have they have the budget. Well, it was a chicken or the egg, right? They solved that problem. They're doing case specific targeting with case specific messaging with case specific flow that builds trust, authority, credibility, and then that equals to qualified cases converting. Okay, that and I just gave you the sequence by the way. Now you just got to learn advertising and doing it. It's not hard, but it's hard when we overcomplicate it and people talk to us like it's way above our 101, like we're not smart enough to understand it. That's how agencies take your money. Okay, I'm going to introduce you to a couple agencies today. So I'm not a hater against all agencies. I'm just letting you know like one of my jobs is to protect you from getting taken advantage of consistently. Okay. And for us to grow, we have to be able to leverage our agencies or outside paid media because that's what they do all day, unless you brought it all in house, which is Another question, which we'd have to ask, is that the business you want to be in? Is that what you want to do? Is that what you're passionate about? And if you are, great, we can help you with that as well. But it's just those are two different skill sets, right? Now, I always got to share this because let me know if you can relate to this. When business is going really good, um, we tend to not have a problem being around people talking about business, right? But when business seems to be going bad, men do this. I'm not a woman, so I'm not going to speak for you ladies, but men do this more than I believe women do it. But I could be totally wrong. But when business is going bad, it's the loneliest place in the world. Okay? Because we tend to try and be problem solvers and people who fix problems. Because guess what? You got to where you are now because your capability and ability to fix and solve problems, correct? You are somebody who solves problems. You're able to figure stuff out. And a lot of times when we have that, what got us here mentality, the problem and the mistake is then we start isolating ourselves when stuff goes sideways. Okay. And I always like to remind people, like, I'm so glad you're here. I'm so glad you're watching this, even this if this was recorded. I want to applaud you. One of my mentors, Brian Tracy, said years ago, I'll show you a picture of him in a second. If you don't know who Brian Tracy is, you got to check him out. He's one of the legendary founders of so many of the success principles, at least in the last 100 years. And he said on my stage, he said, just simply the reason why seminars are such a special place to meet people and to be around people is that you've immediately isolated your not isolated, you've immediately separated yourself from 97% of the population, if not more, because 95, 97% of the population, they are ho-humming, living their life, doing their thing, just living the average thing, the TikTok clock thing, right? And by being at a seminar and by saying I'm going to do something different to get even better results, or I'm a slight edger and I want to get you immediately separate yourself from all the other people. And if 2025 wasn't the year that you wanted, like then I'm so happy you're here because now you're going to get different inputs that are going to create different outputs. Okay. And that's the math of the game, cause and effect. It just is what it is, right? But this is a principle there's a couple of core principles that when you train with me, when we're together, and the reason I shared this one early is because I do it myself, okay? And it's something I have to constantly remind myself is that you get further with other people than you ever do trying to do stuff alone. And so the phrase in the movie is from the Game of Thrones. And if you're Game of Thrones fans, throw in the comments Game of Thrones or who's your favorite character is probably one of the questions I should ask, especially if you haven't watched it yet, you might not want to watch it because you're going to be stuck by the TV for the next 35 days, binge watching 7 seasons, right? But these are the daughters. They got separated younger. One got taken, their dad got killed, and then they went through the seven kingdoms, and all of a sudden they came back and they reconquered their castle, and they're finally back together after 10 years of fighting separately and then coming back full. I'm not going to share the whole thing. But what they said is, hey, remember what father said, okay? In winter, we must protect ourselves, look after one another. When the snow falls and the white winds blow, the lone wolf dies, but the pack survives. Okay. So I'm so glad you're here because I could talk about this one topic for a long time, but you need a pack. Iron sharpens iron. I train elite athletes. We're in the gym 5 days a week. The kids don't get to Division I levels. Like tonight, there's going to be Big Ten's going to be on. All the NCAA's are going to be on in volleyball. So if you watch Texas, Louisville, any of those teams, some of my kids are out there playing. They didn't get there by themselves. They got there because they trained with the best other kids in the state, in the area, and in the country. We competed against best people in the country. It just is what it is. Okay. So doing it alone doesn't work. What worked is just going to keep working. Mentality, that's false. Things are changing faster than I've ever experienced it in my 25 plus years of being an entrepreneur. The cost of fixing instead of understanding the real loss of not having this. So, one of the wrong questions when we talk about PPC, when we talk about SEO, when we talk about AI, when we talk about intake, when we talk about creating authority assets, the first question people always ask is, well, what is it going to cost for me to do this? Fair question. But one of the questions that people always fail to ask is, what has it cost me not having this? Like even today, if people are coming to your website, do we have retargeting in place? And if you're asking Ed, what's retargeting? Well, then I'm glad you're here because you're going to learn something really powerful, really new. But for really low budgets, you could clean up some of the dormant assets right in your ecosystem. So it's going to be really, really important. And then the other thing there is what's super important about not doing stuff alone is that uh, is that you're getting a new perspective, and I'll talk about why all the breakthroughs um, are happening outside your industry first before they come into personal injury, and why that's very exciting that you're here. Because I would consider myself an outsider. I'm not uh, blinded like so many people that are teaching the same stuff. So yeah, chaos isn't a pit. Chaos is a ladder. That's Littlefinger. Isn't that funny? That's all right. Yeah, thanks, Duke. Love the Game of Thrones. Appreciate you guys. Okay, so the opportunity right now. Okay, so let me tell you the opportunity. So this is Gary V. You may love him, you may not like him. I've really enjoyed him in the last couple of years. Now that he's older, the speed of your ability to get reach and results has never been better. So I wanna ask you to do something. I want you to write something down. Okay, I want you to write something down. I want you to say Instagram is the new business card. That might be true with LinkedIn as well. Instagram and LinkedIn is your new business card. Facebook and Instagram, but Facebook specifically, are your new media platforms. And what I'm going to say about that is this: it's no longer a social network. Make that note down. It's no longer a social network. You want me to prove it to you? Check this out. I have 25. I'm locked out with my friends. Like I can't add more. My personal profile, you can try and friend me. I won't be able to just because I don't. It's fully locked out, and you get requests so much a day. But but I don't see uh 2,500 posted a day. Like I don't even see any of my cousins. I don't see any of my own family, right? But if I click on like Jared posts something, I click on Jared, like I like Jared. I'm gonna see like five of things Jared's posting in the last couple weeks. So Instagram and Facebook are now interest-driven platforms. Okay. Which means people are going there and they're being served even organically from other people. This is so important to understand. This is going to be a game changer if you understand it. It's an interest platform, which means people will get served what they're interested in based on their behavior. Okay. Um, Why is that important to understand? It's important to understand because if they're clicking on an ad about how do I find a truck wreck attorney near me, truck accident attorney near me, a nursing home accident attorney, or nursing home neglect, or whatever their keyword might be that you're going after, things like that are going to start popping up on their Instagram and on their Facebook and on their YouTube organically, free. No paid ads. We use paid ads, but that's already going to happen, right? YouTube is a conversion platform. Okay. Really, this is very important for you to understand because then this is the foundation of why you need assets that build trust, credibility, and convert. And listen, I've already looked at most of your assets, guys. You're either in the category of you have really pretty assets that were high quality, you did them, that need to be dusted off, repackaged, and reposted. Okay. Because they're not working as conversion assets, they're working as ego, vanity, and positioning. Positioning's good, but it's you'll full get this full circle, and I'm not being judgmental, by the way. I'm not like judging you. I love that you're here. So Facebook and Instagram are interest platforms. Instagram's your new business card, and YouTube is your new conversion salesperson. Okay? Your YouTube is your salesperson that is willing to work 24/7, 365, and you're going to kill it. It's going to be amazing, okay? So let me finish my thought on that. So you're either in the category like my buddy Mike, right? My buddy Mike came to me and he said, yeah, I got a ton of video. We've spent a lot of money on video. I don't know where it's at. And then he sent me like files all over the place. 32 views in Facebook, couple views on YouTube. And I was like, dude, you got some good stuff. We need to edit it so it actually solves problems for your prospect. I'll get into that more today. But you got some stuff to work with and we can build on it. Okay. But you got to repackage it. Another group. Let me see this real quick. I mean, should I go live, guys? Should I go live like on and start showing you examples? Let me get through a couple more things, then I'll show you real examples. But then like another group that I know is one of the biggest in Texas. They have phenomenal video from like 5 years ago that they literally could probably refurbish it, boom, get it back up on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, and people will think it's like brand new again, okay? If it's still relevant. The another category of you guys is if you do have video, it's not solving the problem for your best prospect when they're looking for you. And we'll get it. You'll make sense on that. And if you don't have any video at all structured to solve problems to actually educate prospective clients to become your client, then you're in the right place. We're going to help you with that as well. Okay, so this is super important to understand. If you find your team, yourself, whomever, spending a lot of time educating, that means that you need to invest every dollar you invest in creating assets that educate, convert, build trust, overcome fears, eliminate objections. And trust me, you guys have a lot of objections you're not even aware of right now. Internal self-belief objections, external objections. Most of you are dealing with the external objection, not the internal emotional objection. Quick example. The emotional objection internally might be, hey, I see that they got a $10 million case, specifically very similar to like what I had. I don't know if they if I'm the right candidate for them. I don't know if I'll be any good speaking on if I have to go to court. I don't know if people will judge me for doing a lawsuit, which a lot of you guys do address that. I think it's great. I have 5 different family members that all have an opinion on it. Would this attorney be able to talk to all of them? I know they're busy. Like, see how those are like those are all kind of stupid ones, right? But that's what people think about all the time, right? I have my brother has a friend who's an attorney and they went to high school together. Like, but they have no experience in what this person's doing. However, they might go with that person simply because they have a stronger relationship. So anyhow, we're going to solve all that. We're going to solve all that. Okay. And then, oh, from an ROI perspective, I just want you to understand this. And I kind of made this up. I saw the stat somewhere and then I kind of just made it into my own for the slide, which was, so for every minute that people watch your video, like we have YouTube videos that have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of people watching that. Just think about that. Like you couldn't hire somebody. I mean, we're talking about AI. Now we're talking about the amount of leverage that you have. Okay. So this is me, it's my family, 7 kids, my wife, been married over 20 years, and I wrote a book called Time Collapsing, which I think you guys can see over there. Can you see over there? Time Collapsing? Yeah, I'll send you all a copy today. I did that after I sold my supplement company and took a year, wrote that book, and I just knocked off hold on a second, guys. I got to get my face back. Am I back? I'm back. Took some time off and then wrote that and then came back in the game. But that's one of the best. That's where a lot of the core concepts I have. My son plays golf in college. This is where my space. All these guys are Division 1. She's on Texas right now. She's at Wisconsin, Louisville. There's only a couple places where it's my daughter Keegan, who's awesome, coaching her now. We're still looking for a college for her to play. We finished third in the country, third in the country in the open level. And this is down here to my right is my pink hat. I became the pink hat guy because it was a soft hat, and then everyone knew me as the pink hat coach. So that's us playing in the all these kids, like every single this I think this kid's at Nebraska right now, and we were this close to going to the finals. They ended up winning it. We lost in three to these guys. I talk about volleyball all day long, but that's I've been doing that for 30 years. It's one of the places that I love being at. On the business front, I really believe that one of my unique abilities is to help people go from being invisible to their best clients to this is Mr. Beast over here. And Mr. Beast is now worth $10 billion by making simple, silly little YouTube videos that people love, right? So today's going to be about how do we turn you into the number one personal injury attorney, specifically about the cases you want in your area. Okay. And then how do we use the content to get you out there? Okay. Stephen Covey, nothing is as profitable as the economics of trust, right? So we want to work very, very hard at syndicating trust. Now I'm gonna skip some of these just for time's sake. I think I'm already moving here. My first successful business was my dental marketing business. I ran that for 13 years. It's where I got my chops on very condition specific, case specific marketing. I was the only one in dentistry doing this. Did that for 13 years, sold that company. Um, this is Brian Tracy on my stage. I ran big seminars, 500 people plus. We had a team training institute. I'll tell you about that a little later because if you guys are anything like me, one of the things that my dentist loved was when my team and my experts that I brought in trained your staff. Like instead of you having to learn everything, especially when it comes to social media nowadays, it's kind of crazy to stick. You just can't keep up with everything, right? And then, Jesse Itzler, Josh Elizeche, this is Cara Golden. All of them have been speakers on my stage. Now, how did I get into personal injury and why is that a great thing for you? Or it might not be. You might be like, Ed, I just want to talk to other attorneys. I think you're nice and all, but uh, you know, whatever. You don't like my hair. Ken Hardison. You guys all know Ken. If you know Ken, just comment there and say, I know Ken. I know, Ken. I'm going to take a sip of water, okay? Why you say that? Ken Hardison runs personal injury, law, marketing, and mastermind. Great guy. He sold two firms, and he had me come out and help him with a couple things at his event. Right? He hired me a year ago to help him with something, and then he hired me again to speak at his event to run his 8-figure panel. Okay, these guys are great people. Ben Leader, we got Ashley, and a couple of their names are skipping me right now, but great guys, right? So one of the big realizations that when I was helping out was that the um the the PI space, I was there for 4 days, okay? And my job to help Ken was to make sure that the event was being structured properly, that we were hitting all our cues to make it the best experience. And that's all I'll share from now because I'm very good at selling high ticket items and understanding the buyer psychology in that framework. But one of the big things that hit me in the face and is I had one of those moments, right? For 4 days, I sat there and I watched agencies, marketing people, uh, 30 AI people, 30 local. Can you guys relate what I'm talking about? Like people just, it's like everyone sounded exactly the same to me. Um, and I was like, there's a big thing missing. And I made a correlation where I was like, this is very much like dental implants, because that was really my big niche. Like dental implants, people come in big cases, right? Big cases. That's what they talk about in dentistry. And then when I started working with personal injury attorneys, everyone wants better cases, more qualified cases, educate. I want to have, why am I chasing these piddly leads? Or I don't even know if it's working. That's exactly what I was experiencing helping dentists for all those years. And I was like, wow, this is the exact correlation. The difference being is that if you do it right, if you do it this right, talking to you now, the upside, the upside, make sure you guys mute yourself, please, if you can. The upside is significantly better for you than it could ever be for for a dental practice. And so that got my brain kind of going. I was like, why? And I kept asking questions like, well, why aren't these guys doing this? And why aren't they doing that? And why aren't they doing I kept getting back from other agencies that were there because they're smart guys. And I'm like, well, why aren't you guys doing retargeting? And do you guys know what retargeting is? Retargeting is when someone goes to your website or they engage with your Facebook page or your Instagram page or your, wherever or your YouTube, you can send them ads, like video ads, like propaganda. And the answer I kept getting back was like, well, yeah, we just don't do that. Like people, they just don't do that. And the only thing I could think of is that you guys have the potential of making so much money, then people throw so much money at your advertising that there's so much waste happening that you're unaware of, which then the people that end up having success have more success, and the people that like are kind of bouncing around like a marble ball, like a ping pong, trying to figure it out, have more frustration because you're letting too much leaky bucket stuff come through. And at that point, I said, okay, cool. I'm going to help solve this. And so that's what we're doing, right? And so when you guys go through the propaganda videos, this is a great little thing. I'm not going to play it now for time's sake because we got to keep moving. I have my first speaker showing up in 20 minutes. But the key thing I want to encourage you on is that you don't need to be the best in the world at this. You just got to be one step ahead of everybody else. Okay. And then the phrase I like to use in the land of the blind, the one-eyed person's king. In the land of the blind, the one-eyed firm is king. In the land of the blind, the one-eyed lawyer is king. And then I'm going to skip. Well, I'll tell this story real quick. But the reason why I'm glad you're here, and I'd like to encourage you, in to if you do not have a mentor that's looking at your marketing, your data, and is giving you a third party perspective on your stats and is telling you, no, no, that agencies were wasting or asking the right, what questions should I be asking my marketing team? You need a mentor, and I'll give it and I'm happy to help you on that. I'll go on that later, but the key on that is this: the mentor is the person who could see around the corner. Michael Phelps' coach would constantly mess with his gear. And one of the things he did is he poked holes in Michael Phelps's goggles so that when he was training or in like real time competitions prior to the Olympics, his eyes would fill up with water so that he'd have to, under duress and stress in those circumstances, have to deal with it and just still have to compete. And what was so amazing is that the um, the I want to say it's the record breaking when he broke the record for the most amount of gold medals. His goggles actually broke and they were hanging. I think they show it at like I got to get a photo for it down by his nose as he's swimming full speed. He still wins with that circumstance, and it's because his mentor had the foresight to know, hey, we don't do this because this isn't going to work, or we need to prepare for this because this is what happens when you do this. Okay. And so, for example, I would give you a classic example, right? Classic example is in paid media. Paid media, if you do not have your retargeting set up prior to going live with your paid ads, then you don't go live with paid ads. Why? Because your most profitable campaigns are going to happen after people engage with your ads and they bounce around. They go to YouTube, they go research on there, they look at the Instagram, they look at other people. You need to you got to stay in front of that person. I have a whole session on this today. It is the most profitable thing you could start doing today. All the professionals that could be possibly referring to you, are you in front of them on a very, very consistent bi-monthly basis? And if the answer is no, or you're like, yeah, we send them turkey like we send them holiday stuff. Yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like we need to be educating them as to why you are the number one authority that they should be referring to, and we got to be top of mind. Okay. That is what a mentor should be seeing around the corner, making sure you're aware of. Okay. This isn't, did you notice how I didn't give you anything complicated yet? This is simple stuff. Okay. Um, complicated just doesn't work. It's how people lose money. Okay. Let me pop this back open and keep cranking. Are you guys liking this so far? Is this valuable so far? Yes, yes. I love getting feedback. Otherwise, my confidence just plummets, guys. My confidence plummets. No, kidding. Just give me a yes if that works. So, hey, today's perfect for you at this. If you're spending 10,000 a month to 500,000 a month on your ads, your SEO, your lead gen, your content, referral generation, if you are not spending any money right now at all, guess what? You're in the right place. Okay. Um, if you're the more you're currently spending and you're not doing some of the stuff we're going to be talking about, there's huge opportunity and huge upswing. Okay. Now, I'm gonna my goal is by the end of the day that I lay out a plan for you to dominate your three most profitable, most exciting, most exciting niches for you. Okay. So when I talk to you guys in different times, some of you guys will say, "Hey, I just want if I can get one truck wreck a month, I'm happy as can be." Other people are like, I want a flood of vehicle accidents every single month. Other people are like, I specialize in my forte is nursing homes, and I want more cases coming from nursing homes, construction work sites, and go down that list. Here's the good news: whatever you want to put a dart in and put on the wall as priority one, priority two, priority three, we can make it happen. Okay. Now, the mistake is when I ask you the question, what do you want to be? What do you want to be known for? And you say everything PI. I'm going to say, listen, brother, everything PI means nobody PI. What do you mean by that, Ed? Well, that means that you're just like everybody else. And so when a specific case pops up that somebody could refer to you, but they don't really know because you're just a personal injury attorney, because you do everything personal injury. But with Greg here, Greg, I know for a fact because he posts videos specifically about how they help people who were in truck wrecks, and I see them all the time, and how they could choose Greg and what they need to know about it. They do that. You guys do the same exact stuff. Why do that? Yeah, but the prospect doesn't know how to differentiate how good you are versus Greg until they get into besides what the content is that's educating them and positioning you, that's manufacturing your celebrityship, your authority, your credibility. Okay. When that happens, listen, guys, the only way somebody would know if you're better than Greg is if they tried you out and then they go try Greg out and then they get to compare. You can't do that. It doesn't happen. Like if I need a dental implant, I don't go to one dentist to get a dental implant and then go to the other dentist and get a dental implant. I look at who I think based on the external perception and referrals possibly is better. But in our case, then guess what happens? You got to look at how people make judgments on what is better. And this is what we're talking about today. Number three, slight edge mentality. If you came here today to think I'm going to save your business, radically change your life, do all that, I mean, marketing could do a lot of great things. But I really hope you're here because if you can get one or two really amazing things that we can get into play right away, that we focus on one leverage point, two leverage points, three leverage points that then can have exponential effect. That means I'm doing my job and you're doing your job. Okay. Number four is optimistic, giver, continually want to improve, fast decisions. A couple patterns. I can go into each one of these. These are all habits of winners, right? Optimistic and a giver. In my environment, I only want optimistic people who are givers. Okay. And the reason is because what I found is this is a super important principle. I'm going to actually unshare just so we're on the same page. What I've found is that when people are givers, meaning this is what we're doing in my firm, this is what's working. What I found is that super important, very important to understand. What I found is that they learn what they're doing better by trying to explain it and articulate it, which means then they come up with more synapses and fire and they get better ideas to go deeper with the thing that they're currently doing in their own firm. Okay. So your strategy gets better when you become a giver. Number two is the only way I could ever create a community of really great people is you have to have givers, not takers in the room. So it's super, super important. Optimistic is because the world will beat a path to your door when you're more optimistic, and they do not. It will run from you if you're not. Okay. Continually want to improve fast decisions. The other reason why this is fast decisions, if you see something today that you're like, man, I got to do that. That's a great idea. This is my challenge to you today. Challenge to you today. Become a fast mover. Okay. Winners make fast decisions. They make mistakes faster. They fail faster. They get results faster and they make adjustments faster. We cannot, that is the secret of marketing, by the way. We don't let stuff sit for 3 to 5 months and just be like, we'll see how it goes after 5 months. I guess billboards, it would be the example. TV, I still think is a shorter time frame than that, but that's not the way we do things. We do things fast. How do we do things? We do things fast. It's Friday. You're here watching this, listening to this. I appreciate you. A lot of people aren't. Okay. A lot of people are like already checked out for the weekend. That's your slight edge. And the biggest thing on the slight edge is you just got to find the reason why I'm doing it. Why am I doing it? And um, and that's where that makes the biggest difference. A lot of times, especially when you've experienced a lot of success, you're like, well, Ed, I'm just not really excited or motivated. Well, we got to get your why back, and then we got to know who you want to help. Because if you're helping people that it's not exciting for you, it's not what you want to do, then quit doing it and do something that's going to be exciting. Because I promise you, you're going to get better results faster if that's how you go after things. Now, the reason why I bring this up is all innovations happen first outside your industry before they happen inside your industry. Super, super, very important concept, guys. If you look at things like, if you look at like, we'll just go through a stupid list, right? Richard Branson, his whole thing was, I'm just trying to go into big markets where there's already stuff going on, where it's super competitive, but I want to deploy my customer experience, higher fees, premium services, but deploy it inside those industries. So he looked at the ones like he looked at airlines, he looked at hospitality. You look at like Disney. Disney didn't invent amusement parks. They created an experience that was different inside amusement parks, and you could do this over and over again. I mean, do you guys remember when Blockbuster was like the biggest thing ever? And then all of a sudden you had Netflix on the corners. Now you got everything on your phone. Disrupted the whole industry. So you got to look at that, right? Outside the industry. Starbucks coffee existed before Starbucks came along, right? And so they created a community. One of my other core principles I like teaching early on, and I promise you guys we're going to get into very specific tactics and strategies today. This is just you're meeting me at O'Keefe. These are my foundational principles that will help you get results faster. I hope you're enjoying it because what I found is when you buy into what I'm about to share with you now, so many of your self-limiting beliefs and current blockages start disappearing. Let me explain. Leapfrog Theory of Success. Great book. Great book. Leapfrog Theory of Success. By a guy by the name of Robert Ringer, wrote a book called Winning Through Intimidation, I believe in 1978. Okay? 1978. And he tells a phenomenal story inside there where I believe, I'm not going to tell you the full, but I'm going to tell you the story was he he was I think he was a commercial investor, something like that, where he kept getting deals scooped up underneath him. And so what he would start doing is he just started he hired an attorney, and the attorney now became the person that would be his liaison in all the deals. And guess what? No one would scoop and like steal the deal from him because he had an attorney with him. Now, here's the deal that he figured out. This is pure propaganda, pure positioning, context frames everything, is that he leapfrogged to a higher status. So important here. He leapfrogged to a higher status He was seen differently because he brought an attorney to the table where no one else had an attorney. And you guys get this right away, right? So leapfrog, and he discovered it. He goes, I realized I was working myself slowly through the ladder. One day I was hoping they would go, oh, he's the real deal. He's credible. We'll treat him as a partner. And it wasn't until he brought an attorney to the table. That's a positioning strategy. Okay. And so he developed what he calls the leapfrog theory of success. I think I'm going to write a book on this one topic. And it says that no one, this is you, whatever you've been holding yourself back with, right? And when I post anything on social media, run ads like this, people, this is the video. If any of you guys saw this video that I posted and bought this event because of this, a lot of you did. No one has an obligation, moral, legal, or otherwise, to work his or her way through the ranks. Every human being possesses an inalienable right that at any given time, see, I'm making my own terms here. Every human, to make a unilateral decision to redirect his career or begin operating at a higher level at any time that he and he alone, and I'm going to throw she in there as well, believes he or she is ready. Which means today, whatever excuse you're bringing to the table as to why you're not getting to where you want to be, or whatever blockage you think is there, real or unreal, I'm giving you permission, because no one else is going to do it, that you can leap over it. Okay? Here's the biggest reason, guys. Who do you think it's easier to get cases? A Morgan & Morgan to get cases, or the guy with his shingle down the street that no one really knows that he specializes in like truck wrecks, right? Well, they are. A lot of reasons too, by the way. But let's just say apples to apples, let's say he's just as good of an attorney. Well, guess what? Doesn't matter. Right? They're positioned, their status is higher. They figured out all the other aspects of it. And from a celebrity perspective, if I go on YouTube and I type in Morgan & Morgan, I'm going to be inundated with content of past cases, of questions answered, and much more like that. Now, is that unfair? Well, life isn't fair. So we have to decide, am I going to leap to the top? And then I got to say, okay, cool. Well, if I'm going to leap to the top, what are the assets that I got to have in place? What are the things I need to be doing? Who's the person I got to become? And then we got to get our way to it. Now, as Napoleon Hill said, the ladder of success is never crowded at the top. This is the point I was making. I'm going to get a image on this. If you look at the ring of ladder of success, it's always full at the bottom. It's never full at the top. Does that make sense? You can never say like, oh, there's just too many successful people at the top. No, there isn't. There is not. Okay. It's never that way. It's too freaking crowded at the bottom as you're trying to get up going through it. Now, a couple of things. As we go through today, let me just tell you a couple of things so you don't feel like today is one long sales pitch to you. So I'm going to make you, before I bring on our first speaker here in a few minutes, about 10 minutes, I'm going to make you aware of a couple ways I can help you. So if you're stressed out, like, I don't know, I don't like talking on camera, I don't really do that, don't worry about that. So one of our core offers that we've been doing, this is what I did with Ken Hardizin. I did this with Jeff Hampton. That's how I got introduced to the legal field, was what we call like the $1 million interview, which is where I interview them about who specifically they help, what's the backstory on it, and then we specifically go through all the objections. I'm going to go into this today. So you're going to walk out of here with all the objections that you need to overcome and how to create the reel. So don't stress out about that. But when I go through that, if you want to work directly with me, that is available. Now, the other thing with that is there's options with it where you can do it in a group, where there's 5 of you, 10 of you come to Chicago or Tampa. We do it in a group. I have 2 rooms. I have a camera crew, and we do a mastermind that day as well. It's a co-vision day, right? You do have a vision day, create your whole game plan. So I'll tell you about that at the end of the day. And then the other offer is our Scale Profitably with Personal Injury Alliance and Boardroom Mastermind, okay? And this will be an opportunity, if you need a mentor, to look at all your marketing, look at all your data on a monthly consistent basis, as well as provide your team with the campaigns they should be running. And then we just keep up leveling your whole staff, like with AI, your content machine, the marketing, and then you get put into a community of givers. The website you can go to that is pimasterylive.com/invite. There's no money to put down there, okay? And I got to double check it at break. We were having a few little hiccups on that. But check this out. I'm going to give you my cell phone. It's 312-607-6799. That's 312-607-6799. Now, there's no pressure here at all. If you want help with any of that, all I want you to do is text me PI Mastery, and I'll just text you back. We'll get on a quick call. I'll figure out where you're at and how I can best help you. Sound good to you? Sound good to you? Okay. So that's what we got going on. I'll go a little more in depth on that a little bit later because I still got to go through all the asset creation stuff. Okay. Now, today in the outline, right? So our first guest speaker is my good buddy Nick Kramer. Now, Nick's been running pay-per-click, local search ads, and much more from a paid side. He's got a full team, and they work directly with personal injury attorneys, right? So he's got a small presentation that I'm going to grill him on a few different things, right? Now, you're going to see that in a second. So then we're going to have Corey Vanderberg. Corey runs Clixy. Corey is very well known in the personal injury space. And so I spoke with him. I've known Corey for a really long time. I spoke to him and we talked about all the changes that are happening right now. And I can't wait for you to hear what he has to say. Okay. And then, because for me to tell you now is kind of silly. He'll be up in an hour. And then we have Carrie Colby White. Have any of you worked with Carrie before or heard Carrie speak? So I met Carrie at Ken's event. I was super impressed by her. Here's the biggest thing that I discovered when I worked in dentistry. And then when I saw this in personal injury, and I've seen this in now our regenerative medicine clinics that I've mentored and many more, is that you could spend as much money as you want on building your personal brand, on generating cases. But if your intake is broken, your whole business is broken. Okay. Super, super important part. Now, I don't have a video on here, so that's what Carrie will cover. Now, I have my good buddy Kurt Malley coming to talk about Facebook ads, Instagram ads, and I didn't put a picture of him up here, so that's okay. And then my buddy Jay Henderson, I don't know if you guys know Jay. Jay works with some of the top 8-figure law firms. He could not be here today. So him and I are going to do a separate training that we're going to post inside the product membership area so that you'll get access to it. Now, Jay has a foolproof, fail-proof hiring system where he says it's just so scientific. He didn't invent it, but he's the only person in the country that has the license to use it. Is that when you are looking to hire somebody, he says, just send them through my test, and then he'll get on and do a consult with you, and he'll tell you if the person is the right fit for what you're hiring them for. He does a lot of hiring on the intake side and on the leadership side. So when you're trying to bring in a COO, CMO, and if you ever bring in like somebody to run your business for you, or as you continue to scale, Jay will be able to help you a lot as well. Now, so that is that. Let's see here see if Nick's here right now or not. Okay. Yeah, Nick's not here yet. So I'm going to keep going here. Okay. So let me just do a quick poll. Does this sound good to you guys? Are you excited? How you feeling so far? Let me even ask a more specific question because we could bring this up when Nick jumps on. What if I asked you to just give me 2 niches that you want to dominate? What would they be inside your firm? Just 2 niches. And you can give me 3 if you want, but do me a favor. When you put them in, do them in priority. right, I see some coming in. Great, great, great. Yeah, Greg says truck wrecks, car wrecks. Great, I love it, Greg. Love it, Greg. So, Greg, hopefully you'll still be there later today when I go through the truck wreck. I'm gonna text Nick right here. He's supposed to be here already, so I just want to make sure um, that I'm not missing him. Who else? Duke, what do you want? What kind of wrecks do you want? Or what kind of PI cases do you want? I got Jared. I got Ramin. I got Dennis. Richard. Thank you. Tariq. Got Bryant Law Center. Thank you, Jared. Truck wreck, car accident, dog bite, construction accidents. Very good. Feel free to if you guys are spending, if you have a budget you're spending that you'd like me to know about, text me on that or just post in there as well. Like, what are you spending, right? A month. Thank you, Dennis. Car accident, truck accident. Very good. Very good. Very good, guys. I'm going to keep going here until Nick jumps in. I mean, I could teach all day. So if any of our speakers are late, we're good. We're in a good place. Okay. So when we do this right, okay. So if I was going to say, like, so here's what I want um, you in the Zoom, brother. Here's what I want you to think as we kind of go through this. I want you to sequentially think today, just that that just got to share my link with him. He's just waiting for me. That you're only going after those top three, and I see Jared put four. That's great. Doesn't matter. Um, for this, and I think it'll if you even wanted to be like more specific, like Ed, if I only got one um niche, it would change my business forever. Like if you were able to do that, um, and really get even deeper and deeper into that and just became the category king on that, what would that look like for you financially? Okay. And enjoyment and freedom. When we work together, like if we ever do a vision day together, like we go a little more depth on this because if you could lay out your financial and your enjoyment and your freedom, and then we just do the math. Actually, I'm making note of that while one of these guys are speaking. I'll pull up my slides on that. We'll do that at the end of the day. That'll be super exciting for us because you guys might be surprised. I guarantee you, most of you are 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 uh, are are not getting the results you want because your message is too broad, and that means usually your budgets are too broad. And then, what's up, Nick? You there, brother? Are you there? I see you're unmuted. It's okay. Take your time. But your budgets are too broad. And so one of the things that I think is important bringing Nick on today, and you guys could put, if you want to do view, you could always put, there we go, multi-speaker, um, is one of the things Nick and I were speaking about that is if I wanted to dominate, say, just truck accidents, one of the first questions I got to ask, like my media team, and I know you guys don't know how to ask this question, which is why you have me here, is okay, what would my budget need to be like the category king in this area? And you give them your zip, your area, your city, your wide, your region, whatever it might be. And then you got to get that first number, and then you got to go either smaller than that, or you just say, screw it, I can spend that. And then you got to get all the other assets lined up. So, Nick, welcome to the virtual personal injury mastery live, brother. Thanks for being here.
I appreciate you having me, man. Excited to be here.
Now, what I want to do is, if anyone has questions as Nick's talking, just you comment them into the chat. I'll read them off to him for that. If I don't understand it, I may ask you to unmute. But what I want to do, Nick, is a couple things. One is a little bit about just give me the background, and then what is the state of like what are when I think of paid ads, can you give me the rundown of like what are paid ad
Yep.
options, and then run me through what's kind of the state of what you're seeing, and then where's the opportunity for our personal injury attorneys?
Sure, sure. Yeah. So again, my name's Nick Kramer. I run a company called Driven Leads. And basically we drive lead generation. We've been in the lead generation space for probably my oldest is 17, so 17 years. And we've been really working heavy with some of the top realtors in the country, top teams in the country. We manage about $1 million a month in ad spend across the board. We do a lot of consulting in not only real estate, but personal injury attorneys, all kinds of lawyer spaces in the lawyer side of things. We work with anything from landscape companies to roofing companies to everything. So we're really hyper focused on lead generation. And, kind of like what Ed talked about is knowing what spaces we spend in and knowing why we spend in those spaces. And then something that we excel at that really puts us above and beyond the rest is our conversion tracking styles and you know systems that we run. A lot of times we tend to look at certain KPIs that we shouldn't, and it seems to be the biggest issue is people will be really excited about a number that they got, whether it's impressions or click-through rates or something like that. And at the end of the day, what's your cost per close? What's your cost per case signed is in your guys' instance. So we really make sure we focus on numbers that we track that matter. And a lot of times you can have digital marketers come in and spend your money. You can tell them where you want it spent, or they can suggest it, but you never keep the eye on what's the most important thing, and that's like what's it cost you to get a new case? What's it cost you to get a new job coming in? So that's kind of a little bit about what we do at Driven Leads, and kind of where we came from. When Ed talked about different spots to spend your money, essentially, in paid search. And I'll try to tier them and kind of say, hey, this is the top, and this is going to be geared towards the personal injury space, right? Because there's a lot of places to spend your money, and there's new places to spend your money coming up. One announced this week that we'll talk about in a little bit.
Yeah, it's super exciting.
But as we're looking at it,
Can I
Google
can I
Ads.
interrupt
Yeah,
you
go
real
ahead.
quick, Nick?
Yeah.
So guys, when Nick's talking, I want you to think in your head, what would be my max amount I would be willing to spend for the cases? I should get out my Excel. I have a whole Excel sheet I'll send you guys. This is because it's all math, right? Like
Yep.
I teach the psychology and the messaging after the first click um, from PPC. YouTube's a different story because the messaging is super important on that, as well as
Yep.
Facebook ads. But when you think of like the clicks, the it's going to cost you a certain amount, and it's going to cost you a certain amount of lead, and then we're going to get an X% conversion rate. It starts becoming a math equation more than anything else. Um, Start thinking about what is the maximum amount, not the least amount you like, the maximum amount you'd like to spend and can spend, because then our brain will start operating differently. Okay. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah. So I think it'd probably be best for me to actually show my screen here if I'm allowed,
Oh, yeah. I can allow you, brother.
because I think the slides I have are going to go into what are the opportunities to spend, and what is the best to worst for you guys, and we'll kind of run it from there. Give me a second here to
Yeah,
share my screen.
okay, there you go. Good. Okay.
All right. Y'all see me okay?
Yeah.
So again, this kind of goes into paid traffic secrets, for personal injuries attorneys and their offices. So let me get into number one. I always kind of like to talk about making assumptions. So when we're talking about what's capable and what works, when I'm talking about what the success looks like for our clients and for people we consult with, we have to make assumptions. And these assumptions, I know everybody's kind of heard it, and my parents used to say it, assumptions make an ass out of you and me. but we have to put these assumptions out in front and say, listen, for you to be successful, you have to have proper systems in place, whether you're taking in leads and having them in a CRM, you're doing the drip campaigns, all of that. We merely drive the traffic, but we're assuming that people have these spots in place. And the most successful people do, right? They've got these answered. Proper systems, you've got to follow up where you're doing a funnel, you're doing whether it's texting, whether it's a scheduled calling, whether you're doing the email drip, or you're pushing remarketing, retargeting out, which I know they'll cover later. Conversion tracking. It is the beauty in digital marketing, the beauty in spending money online is instead of me giving money to back in the day, yellow pages, billboards, bus stops, grocery stores, having your name and your brand everywhere, that was called the spray and pray. Hey, I hope one of these hit. I hope this works. I'm going to do radio. All those things are expensive and you couldn't really track it back in the day. Now you can track absolutely everything. You can track billboards too. You can track with QR codes. So our big issue again is we always say conversion tracking has to be on point, has to be there. Um, so if you have that in place, great. You can say this is where my money is being spent. This is what's working. This is what isn't, and you shift into those buckets on the fly. And then at the end of it is understanding what a lead is. A lead's an opportunity. A lead is not a deal. A lead is not somebody handing you their paperwork and saying, I want to work with you. A lead is an opportunity, and that's an opportunity that it's your job to land. So we talk about working with the top attorneys in the space. They're always focused, so they know their numbers and they know they know what's important to them, right? Keeping your KPIs, key performance indicators on point, and knowing exactly what you're looking at. Instead of just, and you'll see this in all spaces. And if some of this stuff doesn't hit for you guys, then it's not the end of the world. This is something that can be learned if you're working with the digital team. They can walk you through this, and these are things that you're hoping that they're going to bring up to you when you're working with them. But it's got to be consistent. You can't spend. I'm going to spend $1,000 today because I'm going to try to get something that just popped up, and then I'm going to turn everything off. You have to have consistency inside these platforms, or they won't. They'll kick you to the bottom of the line because you're not consistent with them. That's not a moneymaker for them day in and day out. So you kind of get kicked down the path there. You got to have your goals, your conversion tracking all in place. You got to know what you're going after. And then, proper expectations. I'm sure you're getting information from everybody out there. I can get you leads for $25. I can get you leads for $400. I can get you leads at $200. Have proper expectations. A $25 lead is probably not as good as a $300 consistent lead. Again, at the end of the day, what's your cost per close? What's your cost per case being signed? That is a more important number than what that front initial cost of those leads are. So,
And is that, hey Nick, is that usually because the quality, because like, and it took me a long time to understand this. Um, is that because that the keyword that I'm bidding on is what we consider a buyer, like a higher converting keyword,
yep, higher
that
intent.
higher
Yep,
intent, yeah. So that means that more people are fighting for that keyword, which means since it's an auction, um, that Google's just going to charge you more. It just
yep.
is what it is. You're right.
Yeah, and it's a and it's an own purity. Google Ads is an auction. All of them are kind of auctions. Um, they won't give you the formula to it, but we've got good ideas, right? We have things that we know after spending so much money. But the question is how much would you pay for this case, right? How much
Yeah.
would you kick out for this case? So you can go from spending $3 or $4 a click to $100 a click, and it's because of that auction. So when we're talking about cost per lead or cost per opportunity, we're really talking about, it's going to cost us if we can get a 10% conversion rate. I always use simple numbers on it, right? Back in easy math. If it's $10 a click and you can get a 10% conversion rate, your leads are going to cost you $100. Easy math. If the competition is higher and goes to $20 a click or $30 a click, that math still sits the same spot. You just have to know if your cost per case is worth it, where that works for you. So that's where you can see things skyrocket in certain markets or after certain incidents happen, where you're seeing that go up and up. So yeah, that's kind of what when we're talking about that side of things. So
Hey,
Going on to our,
yeah, can I just
go ahead.
and everybody, this is I coach Nick's daughter, actually the like in volleyball. So he can attest I'm a really good volleyball coach. No, I'm kidding. What
You know, one of the best, one of the best.
But the thing that the reason why I like live events, the reason why I'm always like to create product by myself in a room talking to myself is the most boring thing that ever happens. Being live is where magic happens, right? But I just went into, let me share my screen real quick. I think we can we do dual?
Yep. I'll just stop mine.
Okay, I just went into Google. I want to show you. This is how we do research, by the way, for your content, right, guys? So I just went in and I'm typing into Google right now, like truck wreck attorney near me. Watch this. I'm gonna get rid of that. Right near me. Since it's smart search, near me, open now. Is that a high intent person or low intent? I mean, literally, I want you guys to type in the chat just so we're on the same page, so we're alive. That's super high intent. Now, 18-wheeler accident attorney near me. Like, look at these lawyers. Now, watch this. You take this one. Guess what you do? Oops. You run ads with it to whatever. We'll get to the budgets here in a second, but you run ads, and then guess what else you do? You create a video that we put on YouTube so that when they research somebody who's open and you're popping up inside the algorithm. So that's what I wanted to share because that's just like a classic example how we take paid media and then we combine social content that helps convert. Does that make sense, guys? All right, keep going, buddy. Sorry.
No, you're fine. Just fine. All right. Everybody see that again? All right.
Yeah, you look great.
Oh, perfect. So, going into what is, what's important, what's a must have, and this is it's kind of a non-negotiable for, again, for the top 1%, doing the entire ecosphere of Google, so to speak. And I have something in there besides Google, but your digital stack has to be your Google business profile. It used to be called Google My Business. It used to be My Business. It used to be Google Business. They keep changing the name. This is our current name. So it's your Google business profile. It's what tells people where they can walk into your place, what hours of operation you run, what the reviews are. It's extremely important because as we go through the stack, remember I was telling you I'm going to tell you what the top echelon stuff is and how it filters down. We have Google local service ads. This is where you only pay. So if somebody types in a personal injury attorney near me, those first two or three shots are going to be photos of people and a direct call me now. That's local service ads. You only pay Google when the phone rings. So it's kind of an inverse setup from their auction. And this is something that's still fairly new in the industry. Some people choose to do it, some don't. Again, depending on how good you are at answering the phone, because you're paying straightforward for that. That's not a form fill. It can be a text, but local service ads, or LSAs as we always refer to them as, are a pretty high intent because they're making that phone call to you. The Google ads and Microsoft ads, and I kind of threw that in there. Microsoft ads or Bing ads are one and the same. But Google Ads obviously has always been that 800-pound gorilla in the marketing space, in that digital marketing space. Everybody goes there and searches it. When people say, who's a good attorney in town, somebody's going to say, Google it. That's what it is. Now, Microsoft is an interesting fold. Microsoft has probably about 15% of the search landscape, where Google has 75 kind of thing for search directories like that. But Microsoft, where it has limited amounts, it has a higher um, income demographic, if that's what you're looking for, and it has a much older demographic because you think about all the grandparents or your parents, in my instance, that go and buy a new computer from Best Buy. It has their search engine set up as Microsoft Bing, and they don't know how to go to Google to change that. So Microsoft ads could be, if you're looking for an older demographic, depending on the campaign you're going after, could be a great honey hole that a lot of people don't know about, people don't use. But again, we're talking about those one percenters. And then right below that, the second largest search engine in the world is YouTube. And YouTube continues to grow for people in the older demographic. Again, when you're looking at it, you need to look in the sense of I could go spend money on TikTok, which people are starting to do to a point, but TikTok is where you would go to get a younger demographic, that younger generation, and you have to again think about what's the intent. The intent can be to use TikTok and the rest of those platforms for remarketing and retargeting, which again, I know Ed's got somebody that'll speak about that, which it's a great solution to use, but to front face as we talk about not as intense, and the high intent goes down as you go through that. So when
Yeah,
we're
Nick,
looking
one
at
of the
these,
things, yeah, Nick, one of the things I said to everybody before you jumped down was, uh, Facebook and Instagram are kind of like Instagram's your business card. It's very intent based now, like of a algorithm engine.
yep,
So is Facebook, and then but YouTube is like your conversion channel. Like that's where
yep,
people go to consume enormous amount of content. And I like repeating myself because that's how repetition is the mother of mastery or whatever Tony Robbins used to say. And Google says people need 7 hours, 11 touches across 4 platforms before they make a big decision. And that's why we load content onto YouTube because we want them to be consuming our content, not other people's. So they click on our Google business profile, they hit our LSA, they then go like, well, who's this person? They might look you up on Instagram, and then you have a link that sends them to your YouTube channel. And now they consider like this person knows what they're doing. This is who we're hiring. That's how people are making decisions. But back to you,
yep.
buddy.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. That's kind of the order of operations that it happens is people are going out there looking for information. So LinkedIn's wildly important to have your information in, but advertising inside LinkedIn is very expensive. And again, if unless you're doing some, corporate consulting in the attorney space, not sure that that's the spot for you. For personal injury, you want to have all your updated information inside LinkedIn, but spending on it is very expensive.
Yeah, and
So
I have
as
a
we
slightly
jump into
different. I have a slightly different angle on that. Just not or not different, same. But like, why are we going to populate our LinkedIn? LinkedIn is to get referrals because you're looking at other professionals referring to you.
correct. Yep.
Not so much
Yep.
like front center where people are have intent because of a life event. So, but yeah, you and I are on the same page.
Yep. Yep. So a lot of times we work with people at all levels, we work with top teams, top attorneys in the nation, and we work with, solo agents and solo attorneys. So when we talk about what can I do to get started with a limited budget? Let's say you're looking at this and you're wondering, how much does it take to get into it? You don't really have to have a giant budget to do any of these things. You just have to have a game plan in place and you have to have your systems in place. So setting up your Google business profile costs you nothing, not a dollar, and you can do that. And if you're going to do your Google business profile, you're going to need to treat it like a social media thing where you're putting posts in there, you're getting people to do reviews, and you can have professionals that you've worked with do reviews of you as well. What is it like to work with me on the professional level? It doesn't have to be all your cases and your clients. So, because obviously it's a lot of people might not want to put their information out there. And then when you're looking at local service ads, again, you pay as you go, pay as the phone rings. So easy way to jump into that. And then YouTube circles back to the business profile. It doesn't cost you anything to upload videos and to start your channel. So with a limited budget, you can start doing this and literally pay as you go with your LSA stuff. I can tell you that that's where everybody needs to get started. You have to have that information on your Google business profile. You have to start creating content. That's why Ed's focusing on that. Content is king still. And to get your information out for people to feel comfortable working with you, they've got to know a little bit about you. So that's when people are like, how do we do this and what's going on with it? Now, as we talked about Google being the 800-pound gorilla in the industry, we're talking about what works now and what's going on now. And again, us spending so much in Google and on Google every month, there's a lot of things that change. And I always tell people, and I said this to Ed yesterday, I said, one of my favorite quotes, and I hate it and love it at the same time, is it depends. It depends on your market. It depends on what you're going after. When people ask me, well, how much does it cost for this or this? Like it always depends. We used to tell people what's working in Google Ads now. We would say, search campaigns, stay away from Performance Max. They're awful. It's terrible. That was 18 months ago. About 10 months ago, we started looking at what can we test on that and does it work? And then it started out with, well, it depends. It depends on if the traffic's there, then you can get leads with Performance Max a lot cheaper than you can with search campaigns like max clicks and max conversions. And these are a lot of things that Google will want to help you with. They'll set it up for you and then they'll tell you not to look at it. Where you really, again, where the one percenters do well is they have a professional on there that's monitoring that every day, that's putting in those systems in place and making sure you're not getting phone calls for, you know, a will because you're not in that. You're in PI.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
making sure those are funneled properly because if somebody goes in and does a generalized search for an attorney, that's not what you want. You want it to be somebody that's looking for truck accident PI. So if it's specific to that, you want to be in that realm and running with somebody that knows what they're doing. You need to work with a digital team that understands what they're doing, whether it's internally or you're paying a consultant that knows exactly what you want. Because the last thing you want to do is come back to your monthly call and talk to them about, well, these leads seem to be all over the board on what they're looking for and what they want. And this has got nothing to do with me at all. I'll never forget, for some reason, we were doing a consulting with an attorney and the phone call went, I kind of had to fire my last group because I kept on getting leads for people that wanted me to marry them. And it's like, so, so if you think about it, Google is going to spend your money if you give it to them. If you don't put guardrails up, you are going to get the weirdest leads possible. And you could get leads for other industries entirely
Yeah.
because Google tells you that their AI is great, but their AI in this space is terrible. So always keep that in mind. But right now, as we speak, December 2025, we still go in that order where we're doing you have search campaigns, and we use a campaign with it's either max clicks or max conversions. Performance Max is really getting better and better. We like to use that, and we like to use those in tandem, and then connecting your Google Business Profile to your Google Ads so you can show up more often and you can show up in your campaigns because, again, it all starts with that Google Business Profile because a lot of people come to us and say, I want to show up in the map pack. Well, I think everybody knows what the map pack is, and this is real estate for this example, but that map pack is saying, hey, I'm looking for a realtor in McKinney, Texas. This could be looking for an attorney, a personal injury attorney in McKinney, Texas. You see where they all show up and then they're showing up here on the map. Then if you look to the bottom, you guys don't notice this until people point this out. Like I point this out to people and they're like, I have never seen that. It says sponsored. That is running from an ad. So there's a lot of people out there and there's some salesy digital marketing teams out there that will tell you, I can get you in the map pack and I can have you show up all the time. It's not true. You can get the opportunity to. This doesn't happen every single time. It all depends on what Google's throwing out there. So companies claiming that they have a special tool to do it, I'll tell you right now, it's not a special tool. It's just knowing that you have to have your Google Business Profile connected to your campaign and telling Google we want that to happen. So a lot of times people might get tricked into this and saying we're one of the only ones that can do that. It's not the case. You just have to know what you're doing properly. But this is a very, very high intent opportunity where you're organically, you might not show up in the map pack. You can pay for it and it doesn't cost you all that much. And again, intent is what's important. And that's a high intent setup. So everything good right now, Ed? You want me to jump into YouTube?
Go back one
Okay.
slide again. So
Yep.
my question on that is, which what I'm hearing you say is make sure that you're running your LSAs
So
because
this isn't even LSA. This is just showing up in the map pack. The LSA physically would be above that. So it goes LSA, map pack, and then Google Ads, search ads, and then organic in some instances when you're doing the near me or the realtor in, attorney in, PI attorney in XYZ town. So
yeah,
that in that instance where there's a lot of searches for that, it's high intent. People are looking for that person. Now,
yeah,
this doing that, getting into that sponsored, you have to have your Google Business Profile set up, your GBP. that has to be created. And you just, again, that's free. Set
Yeah.
that up, get
You
your,
guys, Nick, do you guys help with the GDP setup?
yeah,
If
yep. We
need
can
be,
walk
okay,
people through
cool.
that. Yep, yep. We walk people through like the local service ads, those LSAs. You have to fill out intense paperwork. You have to make sure that you have your license proper, you're insured properly. So LSAs is a process to set up. We take care of all that for people and get that set up for them as well. So yeah, we can help people with all parts of these because they're so important to our end game when we're doing our
Yeah,
ads.
yeah, yeah. Like this
Yeah.
is foundational stuff. You know what's interesting is I was doing a video. Like if any of you guys watch one of the mini class I sent all of you guys, I sent like three-part modules of me doing real reverse engineering of people, and a friend of mine popped up. Here's the funny thing. I didn't know he was a personal injury attorney. I really like I've known the guy for 20 years. And then I was he had 3 reviews on it, and he was way, way at the bottom. And I was like, Jimmy, man, you're not gonna get anyone from any of this stuff, dude. So, but super bright guy, like no judgment on that. Like, I mean,
You should have
so,
given them a review. Hopefully you do.
hey, bro, hey, bro, text me. I can help you with this. My buddy Nick's coming over. Yeah, all right, keep going, man, keep going.
Nice. So as we're working through this, and we're again talking about things that really separate everybody, the top one percenters from the rest, YouTube. And YouTube isn't just, YouTube is creating a channel, getting your content out there, but you can also go into YouTube and go after, and this is real-time data. This is pulled from yesterday, um, and the numbers are crazy, right? And it's funny because YouTube's very inexpensive to get into. And when we're talking about YouTube, we're taking instead of just you might be doing content video on why what the law states, and answering the frequently asked questions of your industry. But what we would do is this video is more intentional where, hey, if you're looking for X, Y, and Z, if you're looking for a personal injury attorney, if you're looking for, or you were in an accident and you want to know what your rights are and what you have for opportunities to right a wrong. That's what these videos are. And when we look inside this, we see really good leads can cost you around $250. And, we have people getting cases for $2,500, $2,000 per case is what it's costing on your lead, for your ad spend to get to that. But $51 a lead is pretty crazy. And this is really just talking about crashes, who's responsible, stuff like that. So I have kind of blurred out because it is a client that we don't want to show their stuff and what they're
Yeah, but
doing.
I just figured out a couple of things. So what I want to tell everybody who's watching, um, is if someone like I'm looking at a couple like so I have a couple of bird dog clients that I follow, right? And one of the ones like the $1 billion like they have a video with a script similar to that. Um, what I want to share with everybody, like first of all, we can help you with the video on how to create the scripting on some of these video ads. But that's $50 cost per conversion leads.
Hmm.
And that's in the last is that 7 days or is that I like
Yeah,
forget?
last 7 days.
Yeah,
Last
okay. Last 7 day window.
7 days
And then
from yesterday.
the other thing I just want to share with everybody too is like right now during the holiday seasons, usually CPMs, which is cost per impressions, is usually higher. So this is like more expensive season. But this is good stuff, Nick. This is really good.
Yeah, yeah. And it has, I mean, we've seen what I don't try to do is I don't try to show everybody the cheapest level, right? This
Yeah.
is,
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
tell people $300 lead, $250 lead is a great price point. We've seen these videos at 30, but you're right, Ed. After Thanksgiving and until December 26th, you're going to see, I mean, maybe, could be January 2nd. People are focused on being on Amazon, buying Black Friday deals, knowing, hey, I've got to, get in touch with the attorney at some point, but I'll wait till after the holidays. So yeah, the numbers on this are pretty crazy that you're able to do that.
But
Another
here's
thing that's
can
newer.
I oh yeah, go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Keep going. I was gonna say like listen,
Well, so
when you're in YouTube though, if you're running ads and your YouTube channel is not made over, The first thing I'm probably going to do is not click on the ad and go to the site, or maybe I do that, but I'm gonna be like, who is this guy? And I'm going to go to his channel because I'm inside YouTube. I'm a YouTube consumer.
Yep.
So you got to have more
Yep.
content that supports that. Like, who's responsible for my truck accident? Okay, how do I know how much money I could possibly make? Do I call my insurance? All those questions, blah, blah, blah. When do I hire an attorney? All that crap has to get answered um, on your channel as well, because that's your conversion mechanism. And since I'm talking about conversion, one of the things you'll notice when you become an opt-in subscriber of myself or you buy anything from me, I also send you YouTube links unlisted of our products because people consume better outside of websites. That's the other reason why I do that, just so you guys know that. I started testing it about 4 years ago, and I realized that when people were looking to buy something, if I sent them the YouTube of like the webinar, the link, they consumed it quicker than if I only send it to a web page. I don't know why it is. I think it's the same reason why I like it. So
Yeah. Yeah. And just to point out, we don't have this, we're not showing this as a pretty generic screen that we're showing for just your KPIs on here. Those 17 leads, a lot of people are like, okay, I've got 17 form fills that I have to. No, that was 12 phone calls and 5 form leads. So it wasn't like they were watching the video. Like for them to make that jump and to do, to execute a phone call off of these is pretty wild. Like those numbers are great. And what I was saying before is what I was getting into is things evolve inside the digital marketing space quickly. A lot of times we look back on how much you used to spend to be in the yellow pages, how much you spent to be on local TV. Local TV has come to YouTube because they have YouTube TV. So you're able to run, if you want a branded campaign inside your market, inside your DMA, to run those ads on YouTube TV. And there's differences in prices, but at the same time, you can get a commercial on there for pennies on the dollar that it would cost you if you went to the local media affiliate and tried to get on local stations. And the great thing is we can select what times we're on this. So instead of paying a ton of money and then a media station coming back and saying we played your commercial X, Y, Z amount of times, and it's from midnight to 5 a.m., that's not great for you, or maybe that is what you want. With Google, you can spend money with Google and in YouTube when you want, where you want, and how you want. And you can split it and you can test it and you can say, I don't want it at this time, or I do. I know I'm not going to be able to answer the phone, so don't run it after XYZ time. So that's the beauty in your ad spend with the digital side of things is you can set up all of those things. If it is important for you to have only females call you because it's a specific case, males, if it's, age, demographics, income levels, Google can give you those demographics and help you dial that in. So if you know we talk about perfect client avatar. What's the perfect avatar to watch this
mhm.
video? And do you do videos for specific genders too on how they respond to specific things?
Right.
That's very important. And that sounds crazy, but I mean, that is just expanding on your marketings, right?
Called
So
being a pro.
we talk, yeah, when we talk about the great and what's good and what's working now, I have to always bring up things you need to avoid. And that's kind of kind of what we're talking about in Google. So I used to say Performance Max, which is a newer solution, was terrible. It was. And it had a lot to do with Google giving us those controls when I talk about demographic controls, when I talk about what we do and we don't want, we weren't able to control a lot of stuff. These solutions don't let you control as much stuff. AI Max is their newest thing. And I won't go into what these things do. I'll just say we started to try to steer clear of that. AI Max is a big no-no for us. We do not want to run it. It's trash traffic. Smart campaigns. That's where Google just says, hey, give us your credit card, give us your information, give us your ad, and we'll help you create the ad, and then we'll take care of everything. And you're going to get traffic to the page that you tell us, and it's going to be amazing. They want you to hand them the wheel. And I always talk about with Google, they always want you to have let Jesus take the wheel. I joke that you're letting the devil take the wheel because their goal is to spend your money. Their goal isn't to make you any
Ah,
money. They don't care about what you make. So stay away from smart campaigns and Google helping you and stuff like that. You want to make sure that other people that you're paying to be professionals take care of this. So demand gen in the middle is a little bit different solution that's kind of fading out. Their demand gen inside YouTube ads as well. That's actually pretty good. They always change their names, so they're always moving the needle and then moving the target, trying to keep you on your toes because their goal at Google is to spend your money. Their goal is not to make you money. Their client, if you think about who Google's client is, and that helps you feel, and this is the same for every digital marketing spend, places you can spend. You have to keep in mind that their customer, the person they're trying to keep happy, is the person that's using their search or using their social media system. You are not their customer. You are merely the oil that they're drilling for or their gold they're mining for. So they don't care if you like it or not. As long as
Mhm.
your money's green, they're going to keep using you. You're their resource. So if you keep that in mind and the fact that they don't ultimately care if you win or lose because somebody else will come in and take your spot and spend that money, then that helps you a lot in understanding the mind of digital marketing. So I'll kind of jump into this real quick and get through this, and I'll talk about the new stuff, the new announcement that we heard this week, and I kind of spoke with
Yeah.
that about if you're getting started with Google Ads today. This is Google Ads specific. Know that your budgets matter based on your locations. And you're gonna be like, man, you've said this 5 times. How important is it? Conversion tracking is important. You can't come to me. What you can't have is we can't use digital marketing or run at paid ad marketing on feelings. I don't care about your feelings. I care about the numbers. So a lot of times we'll have clients come to us and say, I worked with this group and I felt like I got more organic calls or direct calls for people just picking up the phone, or I feel like this happened. Anytime somebody tells me they felt, it means that they weren't doing their conversion tracking as well, because I can tell you what your feelings, if your feelings are substantiated or not, by looking at the numbers and tracking that. So a client might come to us and say, I feel like Schaumburg, Illinois isn't as good as Aurora, Illinois. I'm getting better leads from Schaumburg than I am in Aurora. Well, you can take your feelings and look at your tracking and say, you're wrong because all of your deals came from Schaumburg. None of them came from Aurora. The cost per lead is cheaper in Aurora and it's more expensive in Schaumburg. And that's why you feel that way. So when I say conversion tracking is important, you can track everything and you can throw feelings aside and you make more money by following the numbers and following that. And then, as I've always said, the emerging trends are the norm. They change all the time. I might come back in a year and tell you AI Max is great. We're always testing it. You always want to try to be evolving. I'm going to tell you right now, TikTok isn't worth the spend unless you're doing pure remarketing, retargeting. And same with the meta space. Facebook and Instagram. Is it important? It is to a point, but it's also when somebody has come to your site and you're doing that remarketing, retargeting, you're trying to do that branding on YouTube. We call it omnipresence. So if they see the same video of you or an iteration of that on every platform, instantly they think, and this is the same theory as riding down the interstate and seeing the billboards on Interstate 80 for, personal injury attorneys. You keep seeing that billboard. Well, if I'm going from you to consuming content on YouTube to all of a sudden I'm on my Facebook or I'm on my Instagram on my phone and I see you again and I see you here and I see you there, two things I make assumptions for. One, this person must have a lot of money because they're everywhere, right? And two, they must be the best of the best because I see them everywhere. That's just, that's just running psychological marketing. We can do, and some people call it digital psychological warfare. But doing that, you're showing up everywhere and being omnipresent. If you're doing that, then it's going to be nothing but better and better for you on all platforms when you work. Um, that's what I have for today. Ed, do you want me to jump into the announcement that just came out?
Yeah, yeah, that'd be great.
Yep. Okay. So just this week,
Well, can I ask one more
OpenAI,
question, Nick?
yeah,
Nick, can I ask a
go
question on
ahead.
this? Because some people might be like, hey, like, I mean, what happens if I only have like 5 grand a month to spend on ads versus if hey Nick, I have a 50K budget. Like, how do you guys coach people on just because some people might be like, well, I'm not really ready. I don't know if I'm ready yet. How do you have any of that? Like, I mean,
Yeah. So and let's use Chicagoland for instance, because that's where you're from. That's where I'm in the Chicago suburbs of Iowa. But so when we're talking about budgets, right? Somebody comes to me and tells me I have 5,000 to spend. Somebody comes to me and says I have 50,000. It's order of operations. What's the level of importance? So first things first, you need to spend money to make sure you have content. You need to get your Google business profile going. You could start with those local service ads because that's an easy entry, barrier of entry. And then when you get into Google Ads, which is where you would start, it's being very very literal on where you're spending. So instead of saying I'm going to cover the Chicagoland area, no, you're not. You need to cover Naperville. You need to cover a suburb, right? And it has to be very intentional because you can't afford to push your budget all the way out there. If you take $5,000 and spend it in a very specific area, then your money goes a lot further and you're able to get a better rate of return on that. Whereas somebody comes in and says, we have people that want to run PI stuff for nationwide. If you had $5,000 budget, my question is going to be, where are the most cases from in the country? And we're just going to work there because you need $120,000 to run that national program. Let's get very, very literal and spend our money intelligently. And then you can see where it works to ramp it up. So instead of running PI for everything under the sun, we're just going to run PI for truck incidents, right? So that's where when people come to us and they tell us they have a specific budget or I need to start with this, we start them on that tier. And then as they expand their budget, which you can do on a weekly basis, daily basis, monthly basis, we always say do a monthly review with your marketer to see where you're at and where the spend is, and then compare notes on how the leads are. But somebody might say, it's no different than we explain to people like on the street, or if I'm at a volleyball tournament with Ed, Ed says, "What do you do?" I say, "I'm an internet traffic broker." No different than a stockbroker. I'm taking your money and placing it in the most intelligent spots for you. So when people come to me and say, "I want to keep reinvesting in my marketing and go from a $5,000 to a $50,000 budget," we do it intelligently. We just don't spray and pray like the old-fashioned way was. Well, I should buy up this billboard. I should buy up this, bus stand because it's time to do this and this. And I want to point out something as well. That stuff works. That stuff still makes money, right? It's just got has to be part of the solution. I don't say that radio and TV and billboards don't work. They do. They just have to be part of your sphere. But a lot of the systems we talk about being able to track, a lot of people don't track those properly. You can track all that stuff. So long-winded answer on 5,000 to 50,000, but I think that kind of tells you where to go, right? And also, Ed, to expand on that, you might not run in every platform. You might not run Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, TikTok marketing. You might just be doing Google Ads to start and then add those on as you go, as you want to start to get that omnipresence. You might not be able to afford omnipresence to start. So I hope that made that clear for you.
Yeah, that was great. That was really great. Which is kind of why, like, that's why your first click's got to have. And my next guest speaker is going to be Kurt. We're going to talk about Facebook, which is micro budget retargeting, because there's no excuse not to be doing it. Like, there's just none.
Hmm. Yeah.
And we can help with that. But like, if you're gonna run any kind of PPC, you've already spent the dollar amount for the first intent, the highest, most expensive part. Like for all those $50 leads or those phone calls, how many are in the ecosystem clicking around looking, but they haven't decided yet? Like there's found money right there. Okay.
Yep.
We have a couple more minutes with Nick. Does anyone have any quick questions that they'd want to ask? Um, one question would
And
be,
not
oh, go ahead, buddy.
so I'll give you a frequently asked question that I get a lot. It's what
Yeah.
people want to know about, like AI. Isn't AI search like ruining Google, or is it taking over Google's spot on the top? Easy answer to that is not yet. Will it? Potentially, sure. The evolution of the internet still is at breakneck speeds, but what we see is AI is 7 or 8% of the search. It's not of the search world. So if we're talking about Microsoft, uh, Microsoft, DuckDuckGo, Google, all those like Yahoo, some people accidentally do that still. So in that world, 7 or 8% of the search, it will grow. But the new announcement today or this week was OpenAI has announced that they're going to start to allow paid spend PPC managers to be in there. You're going to be able to go in and pay for spaces for the answers that people are seeking.
Yeah.
Um, how people feel about that, I don't know, but that means that your concerns of not showing up on that in the future, we'll be able to spend on that and show up for that just like we do in Google. So a pretty big announcement, but people always ask about that AI side, like what's AI doing to your world or to the search world? It's a slow burn. And as it evolves, you're going to see people making money off it. So it'll still be an opportunity to spend there. Sorry about that, Ed. Go ahead.
No, but on that note, I mean, we're probably gonna I'm gonna have you back on in about a month or so. We're looking at doing just a one day, like a 1 3 to 6 hour session. I'm still working through it mentally, where we're just going to do like an AI, like how we're doing today, just but have a one day just on AI, like
Hmm.
practical use of it, not fluff. Like
Yep.
just not, I
Yep.
don't have time for fluff. We don't have time for fluff. But I would say that the people that are here, the people that are participating, the people that are on the cutting edge are without question going to be ahead of others. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
Dude,
for sure.
um, would you like them to reach out to me? You want to just do it that
Yeah.
way? See
Yeah,
how,
for sure.
and then we'll see if any of you guys want to have more conversations with Nick. You can head over to, let me just, pimasterylive.com/invite, and then just text message me PI Mastery Live, and then we'll just set up a quick consult, a post event call to see which direction is going to be the most cost effective, and then I'll get you over to Nick if you're looking for somebody to run your help set up your Google My Business, do the PPC stuff, and all that stuff. One thing I would say about Nick that's different than a lot of guys is number one, he has a team that like one his gal specializes in YouTube. He's got somebody who specializes in the other areas. He's from Iowa, which means a couple of things. They talk a little slower there. I'm kidding.
No,
Um,
we do.
but they're actually just very trustworthy, really good people. And so I've been really nudging him because I know they're doing great work for PI attorneys. But that should be a place that they spend a lot more time because of the quality. So one of the things I didn't say this in the beginning, Nick, to everybody who's watching, but like because I was explaining how I got into personal injury.
Mhm.
And when I spent the 4 days at like Ken's event and met all the people and stuff like that, I really liked the people. Like I was shocked at how easygoing, fun, motivated, like there you had like a very entrepreneurial crowd. It was not
Yeah.
like it wasn't like and I asked a few people like why that was, and they said, well, because you kind of these guys are and gals are all killing what they eat. Like they're out there they're out hustling, whereas people that I don't want to compare to other types of law. Everyone understands what I'm trying to say. But anyhow, I like working with good people. So I'll hit you later, brother. I appreciate your time,
All right.
we'll have you on again soon. Okay.
All right. Thanks for having
All
me.
right.
Good to see everybody. See
All
ya.
right. Thanks, everybody. Okay, cool. So now, while we're waiting for Kurt should be on in the next 5 or 7 minutes. I'm gonna I'm gonna pull up a couple. I think my AI is going a little crazy. What's going on here, guys? Saying auto frame. Turn that off. There you go. We're gonna talk about assets again. Okay, so let's go through propaganda, and then when you start looking at this is where when we look at retargeting, you're gonna see what I mean by this. Okay, so let me open this up. And are there questions? Are you guys enjoying this? On is there anything you're missing that you'd like me to cover? But then again, you could wait on that because I'm going to cover it in a little bit. Okay. Give me a second. Got too many tabs open. There it is. All right, cool. So one of the first people I got the whole like ethical propaganda term from is from a buddy of mine named Kurt Malley. Kurt's going to be jumping on here in a minute. Okay. I don't know why it's not doing that. Hold on, guys. It's giving me a hard time. There it is. Boom. And so Kurt is one of the world's best media buyers for Facebook and Instagram. I wanted to bring him on this, even though his core specialty has not necessarily been personal injury attorneys. And the reason is because of what I said earlier, that all great innovations come from uh, outside your industry first. Okay. And it also goes to the idea that in the land of the blind, the one-eyed person is king or queen, right? And so if you can buy into that idea, I don't know what I'm here. Hold on, guys. Sorry. I have to take it off of this has happened before. Give me a second. Give me a second. Hey, why don't we do this? Take 2 minutes. If you had to use the bathroom, grab a coffee, grab a water. When Nick came on, I exited out of one of my screens and I'm just having a hard time finding the actual slides. If you're just hanging out and you're listening to me, if you guys wanted to be one of the first to set up a time to chat with me regarding how we can help you, you could go over to pimasterylive.com/invite and just text me. All right, there you go. It's not totally hidden, but we'll be fine. Just text me PI Mastery Live, and I'll text you back a time that we could jump on a quick call to see how I could support you best. And that goes for any of the resources you see today. You know, if you want to work with anybody, really want to speak to me first before you go all in on working with somebody, because I want to know your overall game plan to ensure you're making the right moves with your budget and your thought process. Okay. Okay. So that's number one. Number two is Nick is one of the best guys you'll ever meet, and they're not expensive for what people charge in this industry. If you're looking for a good Google PPC guy that is amazing and they're down to earth, they're trustworthy. That's where you go. Okay, cool. So anyhow, if you went through any of my propaganda stuff, then you see these examples, right? Like, could you believe we made smoking popular? We made smoking a thing that was popular, right? And this is just context jacking, man. Like, you know, you create environments, you create context, and guess what? You can create the emotional states and the core belief systems. And so in that, we talked about like who's your dream client, what is a core action that we want them to do, and then what are the belief systems that they have. That's where we build all uh the content off of. What problems are they seeking answers to today? Okay. Now, when we start doing that, we start listing out all the objections that a person might have. Okay. And that is where your content starts to build from. Okay. If we properly do that, we end up creating the belief systems that we want, which then allows us to properly train our potential client. Okay. And by doing that, we end up, what's up, Kurt? I see you there, brother.
Hello, sir.
I'm just wrapping up a core concept. Give me 3 seconds, buddy. Um, when we do that, we end up eliminating a lot of the other problems that you may have when case generating and a lot of the selling or a lot of the intake issues and a lot of other things. So, um, since we got Kurt here, we're going to dive right in. Kurt, can you hear me all right, or am I delayed for some reason?
I think you were slightly delayed just a little bit. Either you were slightly delayed or you're queuing up for lunch and moving very slowly because you require to eat something. One of the two.
Yeah, I may have too many screens open. That was probably the issue. Well, hey, why
Okay.
don't you start off by we just got done with Google PPC
Great. Great.
and great talk about using local search ads, Google My Business, Google PPC, YouTube high intent keywords.
Yeah.
And then you're the master at Meta, which is Facebook and Instagram. Would you mind giving us a rundown, a little bit of your background? Um, you already know this is the land of big cases. And I was just saying how the first time I heard about ethical propaganda might have been from you. Uh,
Absolutely.
I know, um, and you're like the master in the most competitive markets in the digital space, helping people. Just tell everybody about your agency, how much you guys spend a month across your clients, and what our viewers need to understand about the opportunities inside Meta as I close some of these tabs on my screen.
Yeah, absolutely. And I sent you over a text too.
I got it. I got it.
Nurse.
I got it.
Perfect. 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 So, is it just me or is my camera just a little off? Is
You
that
look
better?
you look good. I'm more concerned about my own
We'll
face.
figure it out. It's perfect. We run a professional organization here, so this is going to be great. All right, great. Hey, it's really great to see everybody. My name's Kurt Molly. I am from Austin, Texas. I have been doing the meta advertising thing for almost 19, almost 20 years now at this point. Basically, whenever Meta first started allowing, or Facebook at the time, first started to allow people to run ads on Facebook. So we've run ads for local businesses, authors, lots of people who have been on Shark Tank, U.S. presidential candidate, obviously lawyers as well too, dentists. I mean, the list really goes on and on and on. What I tell people is like once you kind of really understand the marketing core principles, some of the concepts we're going to talk about here, they're really applicable in lots of different industries. So I grew up where my dad was a contractor in Nebraska. He built houses, subdivisions, whatnot. So I always tell people it's like once you learn the skill of how to build, I relate to it back like when I was growing up. You can apply this in any type of field. So I'm going to give you some broad perspectives on kind of what my vision is overall, what I'm seeing out there in the world. Happy to take any questions as well too. I know Ed has some questions for me, but typically when we're working with a client, we can work with a client anywhere who's spending $100 a day, which I know sounds really low, but we can have hyper targeted marketing for $100 a day. And when we do something called ethical propaganda, where all of a sudden, once someone clicks on one of your ads, they're not constantly seeing your ads that says, book a call, book a call, book a call, book a call. Essentially, what they do is they start to see lots of different content. This is the i.e. ethical propaganda, where people really start to learn about your business, why people should work with you directly, what makes you different versus just the big billboards and the big claims. Why should they be working with you specifically? So we'll run anything from $100 a day all the way up to $25,000 a day and more. All kind of depends on the level of spend that we have. And I know talking to Ed before the call, a lot of you here are advertising in lots of different ways. Meta is a really great way to get in front of people and especially retarget people on your overall messaging, pre-qualifying the right type of clients. But yeah, before I dive too far into it, Ed, I want to make sure that I am aligned with exactly what you want to do and
Yeah,
make
you
sure
sound
that
great.
great, great, great,
Yep.
great,
Oh,
great,
yeah,
great.
well done. And if anyone has any questions specifically about Meta or anything for Kurt, go ahead and ask away.
And is there anything, well, I mean, there's a couple of different directions that we could go on this. Happy to help any way I can. I know we had a great conversation yesterday. Do we want to talk about kind of like some of the algorithm changes? I know you've
Yes.
gotten to know everyone
Yeah.
just a little bit more than I
Yeah.
have.
I want to talk about just the opportunity. First of all, maybe cover the opportunity about how the algorithms are allowing intent us to target people. And then they don't probably understand the basics of hot 7, hot 30, hot 180, and the amount of leaky bucket money that's falling through their fingers because they don't understand that.
Yeah, so basically what the conversation that Ed and I had talked about yesterday was this is um, what's the best way to say this? Um, because of your client size and the potential that you have, I know, and I've seen this many times. We've done lots of different audits with this. Sometimes people are like, lawyers just make a bunch of money. So we're just going to charge them a bunch of money and we're going to see if they kind of sort of see the results. I'm really passionate about this. Basically, meaning sometimes people believe that since there's such thick margins, I know nobody here wants to waste any money. But when we really start doing some marketing audits, we really start to see, oh my goodness, there's really lots of, as Ed and I were calling it yesterday, leaky buckets. Now, let me give you a perfect example. When someone comes off a billboard ad, a radio ad, go straight to your website, they've done a Google search, they've gotten to you with high intent. This is huge. So generating people to get to your site, I'm going to assume for the people who are on this call that many of you are using lots of different marketing methods. I am going to talk about Meta as a marketing method in a minute, but I'm not going to talk about Meta as an acquisition strategy. I'm going to talk about the acquisition strategies you may be running right now. So you may be running Google, you may be doing some organic stuff, it may be newspaper, it may be billboard, it may be radio. When these people have these high intent searches, like they hear an ad on the radio and then they end up going to your website, many times what happens is we see a lot of people in this field miss out on this opportunity. Essentially what that is, as you all know the numbers, when someone is aggressively researching, looking for a personal injury attorney, for example, they want to make a decision quick. This is not what they're going to do for a long decision. They're going to have the right conversation with the right person at the right time. Obviously, they're going to be shopping around a little bit, but who responds to them back the quickest, who clicks with them the quickest, is going to make the decision factor of which attorney or firm that they're going to go with. So what we like to do is we set up retargeting audiences over on Meta. I've coined this ethical propaganda. Now, all politics aside, we learned this from a politician many years ago who may have been elected president, that direct response emotional marketing gets people to move and take action even more. Now, I'm not saying we got to make a bunch of people angry. That's what causes a lot of people to vote. But I do want to invoke curiosity. I do want people to see a consistent, same messaging over and over and over, not just, hey, we win cases, but why they would want to work with you. Who are you? How can you help? What's your expertise? How long have you been doing this? So a lot of times what we do for people is, people will come to us and they'll say, okay, Kurt, I want to get started with Meta ads right away. And I say, okay, let's take a look at your current marketing first. Let's fix all these leaky buckets. Here's one of the main leaky buckets that we see. What we do is we set up retargeting on Facebook. We call it the Hot 7. So essentially for Facebook, so when I say Facebook, I'm just to clarify Meta, that is Facebook, and I'm talking about Facebook and Instagram advertising at the same time. If you are posting on Instagram, you can retarget people. If people are clicking on your post on Instagram, watching your videos on Instagram, if they go to your Instagram profile to learn a little bit more about you, you can retarget any of those actions. So you can run advertising to people who have taken any of those actions. Well, the same thing happens over on Facebook. The same thing happens if someone goes to your website. There's actually well over 20 some different ways that someone can set up Meta retargeting ads in a 7-day period. So what we do is we run something called the Hot 7. What this means is we're going to set up all of these different retargeting audiences if they've been to my site, if they've looked at Facebook, if they've looked at Instagram, and I'm going to combine all these audiences together and say, okay, if anybody engages with our law firm's brand in the last 7 days, we know that this is someone who is currently active searching for a solution. So in the 7-day period, we don't want to just run ads that says, book your call, book your consultation, book your call, book your call. We want to run ads to these audiences in the last 7 days. We basically want to run what we call ethical propaganda. Let me give you a great example. So ethical propaganda, one of the things that we do, actually 2 big tips for you. 1, ethical propaganda literally is retargeting ads that can be run for $1 a day per ad. I know this sounds really weird, and I know that you have larger payouts, and I know many of you may have larger marketing budgets, but what happens with Facebook, essentially, we can run specific ads in this hot 7 audience, people who've engaged with the brand in the last 7 days. We can run ads for, and your team can too, for $1 a day for an individual ad to retarget people in 7 days. So what we may do is we may have 10 different testimonials that we run for $1 a day to those people inside of that 7-day retargeting. So what happens is when people log into Facebook and Instagram, they're not just seeing the same ad over and over and over. They start to see one testimonial because it's $1 a day. It's low ad spend. Facebook is trying to find the right person at the right time for the right message. So if we have 10 different testimonials and we're running them to our hot 7 audience for $1 a day each, all of a sudden, Facebook is literally finding the right person at the right time for the right message, hence why we call this ethical propaganda. So what we may do for someone like yourself, we may take 10 testimonials to target this hot 7 audience. We also may ask you, what are the top 10 things that someone needs to know before they hire a personal injury attorney? You should ask this question. Don't fall for this trick. One of the things they'll lure you in is with this. Make sure you watch for that. What are the 10 things they need to know? Now here's what ends up happening. We're going to retarget that hot 7 audience with 10 testimonials, 5 FAQ videos, frequently asked questions, 5 videos from you, what they need to know. These can all be 30, 60-second videos. Now we have over 20 different pieces of content running to this hot 7 audience. So what happens is the average person is not going to see all 20 ads in 7 days. Because Facebook, you're running such a low dollar volume of like $1 a day per ad, Facebook will find the right person at the right time to watch your right piece of content. So I'm going to do some flashing signs. So out of 20 different pieces of content, someone who clicks on your website within that 7-day period of us retargeting in that hot 7, they may see 3 or 4 pieces of your content that's the most important content for them to make a decision. Facebook will figure it out. So in today's age, we're working with clients who are producing more content. And I'm not saying TikTok videos, more content where they get to know you, your process, your firm, your staff, because what most other agencies do, and then Ed, I promise I'll shut up here and answer any questions, because there's 2 major things I want you to understand here. One, most, if not almost all of your competitors are advertised, book a call, hurry, book your call, with very little information. They do some retargeting ads, but they're very expensive, broad, hey, book a call. What my value proposition is to you to challenge the thinking on regular marketing is to produce a lot of content and run these to these hot 7 audiences, people who've seen your brand in the last 7 days. We also create a second audience. Hot 7, I don't know, Ed, where these balloons come from. Again, we are a professional organization. Essentially what ends up happening is we retarget people within 7 days, and we also set up a hot 28 audience. So we're going to retarget people in the first 7 days with very specific information because we know that they're looking right now. But we also know if they end up having a falling out with the attorney, something doesn't end up working out, maybe they didn't make a decision, we're going to follow up with people also for the next 28 days. So what we want to be able to do, and I can't express how important this is to realize, when Facebook sees that someone has clicked on your website or your competitor's website, Meta now knows on Facebook and Instagram that this person is in market for legal services, meaning this person is shopping right now. They're in the market to buy these types of services. There's an advantage and disadvantage here for you. When someone clicks on your website, they are now in market for legal services. You want to make sure that you have these leaky buckets filled up for the hot 7 and the hot 28. So people are seeing this content and they're constantly coming back and they're constantly seeing your content, the testimonials. Because they're in market, you want to make sure this flywheel is just moving. Because here's the problem. If someone in your city, your competitor, if someone goes to your competitors, actually, here's the best way to say it. If someone goes to your site, Facebook now knows that you're in market for legal services. That information is very valuable to Facebook. Do you think Facebook keeps that proprietary to you? No. What Facebook ends up doing is Facebook will actually know that someone clicked on your legal website, that you're in market.
Yeah, I'm going to show an example right now too.
Facebook will actually start showing your competitors' ads to the people that you've advertised to because Facebook knows that they're in market. Literally, you are spending money on marketing where people are clicking on your site, letting Meta know that this person is interested in legal services, and all of a sudden, they're going to start to see all of your competitors' ads. So if you are running ads in this hot 7 and hot 28, you are going to beat out everyone else of content instead of just saying book a call. But I want you to understand, and then Ed, I'd love for you to ask questions around this. Once someone clicks on your website, they are in market. Yes, there are ways on Google and other ways to target people in market. Happy to talk about that with you, Ed. But if you don't protect your market share with this content these days, there's a huge opening leaky bucket that you should absolutely consider. So
well, I'm
sorry
gonna
for the
show
little
this.
rant. I'm very passionate about that.
Take a sip of water while I show this. This is an exact example of let's see if you guys can still see it. Can you guys all see my screen there? Yeah. Okay, so this is an example of me typing in truck accident attorney. I go in, click on this website. These guys do an amazing job, by the way. I'm going to show you this. I watch this. I'll talk about their content in a minute. Once I go to look what pops up on my phone. This is my phone. Look what pops up on my Facebook in a reel. I don't know why I really wasn't watching this. I think they were talking about like something about sports. So, but like this goes, the postman delivers, shows up on my phone immediately. And the point being is they know that I'm searching for, this is supposed to be Google. It's supposed to be different, but all of a sudden, I'm getting ads on Facebook from a competitor. Kurt, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm absolutely still here. Yep. I just want to make sure everyone can see my screen. Absolutely.
The challenge has been, like the big change that's been is that where Kurt was talking about it, is that if you're not running retargeting, Facebook is going to start sending you, and this is from one of my dental implant clients. I just want to show this because it's a great example of Facebook's going to start showing your competitors. Now watch this, guys. When Kurt talks about your hot 7, or this is an area where we were just running videos in a certain area, and we spent $242. 721 people watched. These are all 3 to 5 minute videos in a very small area that are covering objections, and 721 people watched 100% of this guy's videos. And so I always like to say, like, do you think they're watching dental implant videos because they're curious about dental implants? Do you think they're bored, or do you think they're really interested? Right? And so for how many of you would spend an extra $300 a month if your videos answering objections to your truck wreck clients potential clients were watching your videos and making sure that other people are not watching your videos. And I think the whole room would say, yeah, for sure, for sure. Okay. That is how that's one way to stay top of mind.
I think
Um,
the other thing to mention too is a lot of people miss this is like, kind of depending on what industry that you're in, like what kind of legal firm that you're in. I mean, Ed, I haven't had a chance with you, but I could assume some of these clicks over on Google are 30, 40, 50, $100+ right?
well, they're
And
expensive. Yeah. I mean, they're pretty darn expensive. They're not
and we're
cheap.
and we're talking about people watching your videos for 2, 3, 4 minutes. So like a perfect example is I always like to remind people of this. You do this all the time, but your customer, this is the first time they've
Yeah.
ideally ever gone through this. They have no idea how it works. They
Right.
need some reassurance. They need to build some rapport with some great branding and billboards. That's great. But also, if they constantly see your videos pop up where, oh my goodness, all these people are talking about this one law firm.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, I didn't know to ask this question. I didn't know to avoid this. I didn't know they work this way. I didn't know this would happen. I've learned so much for these individuals. I just got to book a call with them because I mean they've just built so much trust. And you can do that for pennies, literally targeting these videos to people who've already been into your site. Just like Ed just said, you can spend $300 a month, $500 a month, and people will constantly see your brand over and over and over and over. It's just very few people protect their market share with ethical propaganda content that leads people to decisions, not just billboard clicks for a brand.
Yeah, 100%. So I want to show you this, Kirk, 'cause I put this together for everybody um, as part of our like what types of videos do you like? What do you talk about, right? And I'm pulling over this screen here. Is these are pretty. Like this is pretty. Like you guys see still? Oh, here, let me show you this.
Yeah, share your screen.
Sorry. Like this is this is Mike, who I was telling everybody earlier. Like I just took a video from Mike. I reshot that and then I put that up. That would be a reel. You know,
Yep,
how do I get top dollar, right? That's one of the things. But I'm a big fan of having 21 to 30 micro reels. What are micro reels?
agreed.
Micro reels are because remember, when we go back to what I talked about earlier, Google wants 7 hours, or people need 7 hours of consuming content before they make massive decisions. Now, as you know, some people need 90 minutes and they're like sold. Some people just need a referral and they're sold. Like, so those are outliers. But most people are going to be consuming content. And the older they get, the reason why I put the PDF book here of Arnold and Itkin, I just made that up. I took it off their website and created this from as if they were a client of mine, I would create that for them because people who are authors have a higher status than people that aren't. Just how we see it. People that are being interviewed have a higher status than people who aren't being interviewed. It's just fact of the matter, right? Now these are just I threw these little. This is what like my company does: is we go in, we take what people are asking questions for, we ask these questions, we create these syndications, and then this is way when they click on your ad about what do I do if I'm in a truck wreck. Well, guess what shows up on their Facebook feed? This video right here. 5 questions to ask an injury attorney before you hire, right? Um, how to get top dollar for sure. Then you go into, guys, this is one of the biggest opportunities for all of you. Kurt, you could chime in as much as you like too, buddy, just so you know. So I went to Mike's website with him and his partner. This magazine was from 2016. I created this. This is still relevant to somebody who's looking to hire them as an attorney. Oh, I want to know that they're tough. Oh, wow, he was on a magazine cover as a tough one of the greatest trial tough attorneys, tough, dangerous. That's what I want to hire. So you can take old stuff that is in your Google Docs, your Dropboxes, whatever, your old YouTubes, your old videos, and we can just like blow the dust off them, repackage them, repost them, and all of a sudden, you're back off to the races. Like, look at this, guys. Oh, I'll make this a little bigger, but like, I just took like, hey, they had a $55 million settlement. When was that? 2002. That's called propaganda, but
Yeah.
it's still real. Like, I have 7 kids. Guess what? I will always be the father of 7 kids. God willing, they live much longer than I ever do. Does that make sense? But I will always be a father of 7. You can't take that away from me. If I settle the case for $55 million or 10 million or 1 million or whatever on a dog bite or a truck wreck or a train wreck or a wrongful death, you still have that. Now, here's the other thing. I'm gonna pull over another thing because this is one.
Actually, Ed, while you're on the slide, I'm gonna rudely interrupt you for a minute if you don't
Yeah,
mind.
you're
On the
great.
left-hand side where you have the car accident, how do I get top dollar? That interview, I can't stress this enough. And I know this is something that Ed does, and this is not a setup. This has worked very well for us over the last 12 months.
Yeah.
Depending on how long you've been practicing law or how old you are, you may remember there was a joke that went around a lot in the 90s, and that was everyone was getting a talk show, right? Sally Jesse Raphael had a talk show, Donahue did, Oprah did, everyone was getting a talk show. That was the joke then.
Not Dr. Phil.
Dr. Phil, fast forward to today, everyone has a podcast,
Yeah.
and people are listening to podcasts for 3+ hours. So one of the things that you may consider, very few attorneys are doing this.
Yeah.
Most people are, I'm going to get you the biggest settlement. Here's how I win cases. I'm going to fight for you. And there's all these marketing lines and hooks to generate a phone call. We run ads in lots of different industries. If you have been, for a perfect example, if you've been in an accident, this could be the most critical interview that you watch today.
Yeah, 100%.
And it's a 30-minute interview with very structured questions. Again, Ed's brilliant at doing this. So instead of driving traffic with just hooks to go to your website to book a call, now people are used to listening to this longer form content when making a good decision. So they go to an interview on your website. The marketing's all around, watch this critical interview. And then you can kind of go through your whole thing, which is, I've been doing this 20 years. Here's how I see people get screwed over. Don't do this. Avoid this. Let me tell you about a success story. Ask this question. Another success story. By the way, let me set expectations. Another success story. By the way, if any of this interests you or you would like to find out more, book a call down below. I can't stress how good the lead quality goes up, the pre-qualification. So something you may consider is a longer interview that's placed on the site turned into reels that are strategically used, like in the Hot 7 and the Hot 28. These interviews are one of the best ways to build rapport, get people pre-sold, and people are watching this content when they're coming to make big decisions like they are with you all as well too. So sorry to take you away from that. I just wanted to mention that because we have been doing so well on lots of different clients with that interview model.
Well, I mean, here's the other side of that too, is just like I mean, dude, we could talk about this all day, but that's the thing is that the research and the data just shows that the more you where's the slide I want? Oh, that income is directly correlated to their perceived status of your fame.
Yeah.
You know, that is why like it's just like fame begets more opportunity, and our jobs in creating the opportunity. And again, like I've shared this slide. I didn't share this today though, so it's worth sharing. But like, why would the world's toughest channels use interviews as a conversion mechanism when like Tony Robbins could just sell on his commercial? So why does that not work? Well, because people just don't want to be sold. I usually use the picture of when my daughter was sick, we literally listened to podcasts every single day of the week, and the reason is because we were looking for answers. And so we didn't look for sales pitches, we looked for podcasts, and that's who we trusted. Was one doctor better than the other? I don't know, but that's where we found most of our doctors. I always joke about Dr. Phil. how he became famous telling people to take responsibility. He would just be like, "Hey, shut up, move out of your mom's house and take responsibility." And like that was his three rules of like getting your life back, and that was Dr. Phil's ways of changing
But
people.
but Dr. Phil came. Do you remember where Dr. Phil came from?
Yeah, Oprah.
Through the way that she spun off Dr. Phil, Dr. Oz,
Yeah,
exact same thing,
yeah.
right? Just did the interview, started to take off. That was before the internet
Spanx,
had clips.
Spanx.
Yeah, yeah, good friends of
Yeah.
yours. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
actually, since we're talking about that, let me pull up something. This is really interesting. So the there's a group out there. I just showed them their stuff. It's Ickes and Arnold. They're really big in Texas, but they've spun up their own thing around um like they interview, they're becoming big and they're taking the celebrity route, which I don't know. I wouldn't recommend all of our like I wouldn't recommend our firms on this call do that until they're at least what I would call phase two, meaning you have your foundation of conversion assets lined up first. Um, like so here's what I mean, right? So Ickes and Arnold are great and their content's really good. Um, they already have this, guys. They have the plant and refinery explosion lawyers standing up for injured workers. Now, look at how many views they had 8 years ago. Okay. Now they may have used this to run ads, but what I can tell you is I could take this video
as far back as BP, Texas City, up until most more recent explosions and accidents. Our firm's been involved in helping get the right results for our clients. It's important that you hire a firm that actually knows what they're looking for. When they walk into the plant and they demand an inspection and they want to secure the equipment, that they understand how the processes work.
Okay, anyhow, what I would recommend to these guys is because you'll see like right here, can you see my screen, Kurt?
Absolutely. Yep. Yep.
Okay, cool. So you'll see like this video took off, but then it flatlined, right? So they could just get a new thumbnail, like one from and what a thumbnail is, everybody is like, see, he doesn't have a thumbnail here. Like if he would just put 20 billion, like put 20 billion right there, and put a mini headline. We'll talk about that later, but like that's going to get more clicks. But they could put a new thumbnail on one of these and resubmit a lot of those videos with maybe one or two little micro edits, and they're going to be off to the races. But I want to show this. This is what I talk about. So they already have a lot of their conversion stuff. Their website is a masterpiece at we were using a lot of truck injury stuff, so I'm just gonna keep using it. But you'll see this video is specific to
Hello, I'm
truck.
Jason Itkin, the founding partner
So
of
I'll
Arnold
play
and
for
Itkin.
a minute, guys.
And if you're watching this video, it means that you or a loved one has had something terrible happen to them in some sort of trucking accident. And let me start by saying I'm sorry for whatever you're going through. You can almost guarantee
This is a really important frame. I got all these videos transcribed and like created new templates because this is very good. We can help you with this, by the way. This next part is super powerful. So he gains rapport with them. Kurt, they're not running any retargeting ads. Just like this video is not like
Yeah, they could cut that up and do so many things with it.
yeah, they could be spending $1 a day in Facebook with this video, the refinery video, the other video. They get 20 videos. They already have the videos.
Yeah, I'll tell you, one of the things that's working really well for us
Yeah.
is very specific hooks in front of these interviews. So let's just say you do the interview, and let's just say you specialize in semi truck accidents. Great. So literally, you just record an opening hook. By the way, if you've been involved in an accident with a semi truck, this could be the most important interview that you watched today, or that you watch. Period. Same interview could be the exact same thing for personal injury. By the way, if you've been in a car accident with a commercial vehicle and you've been injured, this could be the most important interview. Literally the exact same interview, 3 or 4 different opening hooks that we put on 3 or 4 different websites. The viewer feels, oh my goodness, they're talking about a semi truck accident that's just like me. This whole interview pertains to me. And you're talking about personal injury the entire time. And then all those are turned into different hooks that you're putting online. It's the personalization is working a lot more, and I've said this over and over, than just the billboard. Hey, look what I did for everyone else before. What can I do for you right now is absolutely what's working right now versus, what used to work in the past. So I just wanted to throw that in there for you real quick, Ed.
Yeah, check this out, Kurt. Listen to this language pattern. It's very good.
Me start by saying I'm sorry for whatever you're going through.
I'll
You
point
can
it out.
almost guarantee that the trucking company is taking active steps to try to hurt your chances of winning the lawsuit. That they've got private investigators in the field, that they've hired lawyers, that they are doing things to cover up what really happened. And they do that because it's systematic. It's actually
not
part
personal,
of their
watch.
policies and procedures of what to do when they hurt someone.
My name's Kurt Arnold.
So good. So what they just did is they created sense of urgency
Great.
to make a decision. And check this out, everybody. I absolutely guarantee no one else is telling him this. And they're telling it in a video. Does that make sense? So since no one else has told them this, then that raises their status. That's a writer downer. Since when you provide information to people that they've never been told before, even if everybody knows it except them, you are now have a higher status and credibility because you delivered the information. You know what I mean? So this is so high. So this is the type of content everybody who's watching. Let's see if they do the same thing with wrongful death. I don't know. I didn't do that. Because your family, is it just...
Hello, I'm Jason Itkin, the founding partner of Out. Means that you've lost a loved one or someone you care about.
So these guys were ahead of the curve a long time ago, which is why they are big gorillas and dominate. And you can too by following the cues of learning. Now, just going back to what Kurt was saying earlier, though. So this is niche specific, case specific targeting, which is what is like this is what we do. This is the reason why people aren't doing this is because it takes work, it takes thought process. You got to think through things. But now look what they're doing, Kurt. It's pretty cool. These are Texas football players.
My favorite handshake of all time, probably the one with me and Jordan Washington have.
No, I don't really care about their handshakes. So we're not going to keep looking at it. But look at this, guys. Look at this. In the last 28 days, this thing's got 3,000 views. And guess what? Now you go to their site. Guess what? Now they're famous, man. So you can leverage that. One of the things we did a lot in dentistry is I've done this outside of dentistry as well. I recommend you do the same thing. Let me stop my share. Kurt wants you to chime in on this too as well, is we would have them go find former professional athletes in the area or whoever their demographic is. And if you're in Chicago, the most famous team of all time was the 1985 Bears, right? Because we had so one of my dentists went and got Refrigerator Perry, gave him new teeth. Next thing you know, Fridge is everywhere, and she's the dentist to Fridge. Well, here's the reality. Fridge is a D-level celebrity everywhere else. Doesn't have the money to get his own teeth done.
Yeah.
Very low budget. Now you have somebody that people go, oh, wow, I know that face. So it's another way of creating celebrityship. So what else do you want to cover?
I will say this. I've gotten 2 clients this, so I'm gonna just for a minute, Ed, I'm gonna be an advocate. I do. I don't know if you've heard this. I don't remember the company name, but I have had different clients take this deal. I just advised a third client not to take this deal, where a celebrity organization will reach out to you and to say, hey, we noticed your content. We like what you're doing, and insert certain celebrity can really help with your marketing. I'll give you a perfect example, Ed. This is Terrell Owens. So Terrell Owens was going to help this supplement company. Well, it's a middle in between company that uses Terrell Owens' image, but they're not really marketing with Terrell Owens. It's like a $35,000 package. They get Terrell Owens to come in, shoot a 1-minute video, a 30-second hook, take 2 images. That's all you got. Then they said that they would market your image with TO. Well, it's interesting because we know Terrell Owens, but who buys his product recommendation these days, right? Like, it sounds exciting at first. One of my clients got caught up, signed this big deal with them.
Oh,
He never meets Terrell. They never get a phone call with him. They just get literally probably a 15-minute marketing shot. He's probably done for 20 other people. And then they said that they're going to run this on content syndication, but there's no numbers to report. But you feel good because you're working with a celebrity. What Ed just mentioned, working with a celebrity, absolutely. Just be very careful because there's a lot of, I'm just going to say it directly, Ed. You can scold me later. There's a lot of washed up celebrities that still want to use their name to promote your product, but that's not what they're doing. They're just extracting $30,000 because they still get their fancy BMW payment, and it's very little value. So look at your leaky buckets, look at your retargeting, and just don't fall for the celebrity scam. Last thing I'll mention here, Ed, and I'd love your feedback on this too. Celebrities are great for an endorsement. Influencers, content created by customers, user-generated content, and video testimonials are outperforming what celebrity endorsements can do. So if you have good customers and good case studies, people are learning from that and want to see more of your content than they want to see that Michael Jordan is, suggesting your law firm. So I just wanted to make a mention of that, Ed.
Yeah, I love it. Awesome. Well, Kurt, I don't have a lot more for you. Let me ask one more question. Could we conceptually, let's say we were gonna try to get a lot more referrals from professionals, right? Can you conceptually, like, if I'm on the south side of Chicago, right? So if I wanted to, could I go to like LinkedIn, get a list of the types of people that refer to me in my, say, Chicagoland area? I want every attorney knowing what I'm doing that could potentially send me their cases that they don't do. I want, whether it's, say I'm doing car accidents, maybe it's the shops that are in the area, like, and just build a massive list of professionals that can refer to me. Insurance agents. I'm trying to just think, even just other business professionals, because can I go to like Sales Navigator or Apollo, get that database, upload it into Facebook, and then take my interview that explains why we're different, what we do for people, how we help people, and then syndicate it across those people for very low budgets, like 10, 15, $20 a day.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
And then just become the local famous person.
Yep. A lot of times what we suggest people to do, because I also own a marketing firm that does a lot of traditional marketing, radio, TV, billboards, whatnot, is we do the old Chet Holmes thing. Who's your top 100 referrals you want to work with in your city? Because it's not everyone. So let's just do a direct mail to those people. Let's give them a little gift or something else. Like, and I'm just totally making this up. I'm just totally making up numbers. Let's just say you're willing. Now, I don't know all the laws where you're at specifically, but let's just say you're willing to pay $1,000 for a referral. Let's just say locally that because of your state statutes, whatever, you're not able to pay people $1,000 for a referral. Let's just say you're willing to spend $1,000. Well, you could spend that on Facebook advertising to a whole bunch of people, or you can take that same $1,000, take a look at your top 100 people that you want to refer to you. Now you have, essentially you have some money to target each one of those individual people. There are small gifts we like to call, as Ed, lumpy mail, 3D mail. We like to really target hyper-focused people So once they click on our direct mail, they go to our website, then Ed, they see the interview like you just mentioned. It's so high intent. Sometimes when I'm looking for very specific referrals, I really think through the process, how much am I willing to pay for a referral? Who could be my best referral partner? And sometimes we do some traditional marketing, some guerrilla traditional marketing to attract that one person to start bringing us leads as well too, and then retargeting them over with the interviews. So it's one of the ways that we love to do that part.
Love it.
Hope that was beneficial and that helped. Happy to answer any questions along the way.
Yeah, you're the best. You're the best. I think we're gonna wrap up. I think we're gonna take a 10-minute break while we wait for uh, my next speaker. Um, and then would you like them to work through me to then to see if there's anything they can do with Black Box
Yeah.
Media?
Yeah. You know me, you know how we work. Like I said, I always recommend that someone goes through a marketing audit with you where you can take a look at leaky buckets. And I know what you're really good at is opening your index. I think one of the things is sometimes I'll give these talks and people are like, hey, how can I get in contact with you? How can I work with you? But Ed, I've worked with you for a long time. You have a really great lens of like, oh, I could, here's a suggestion for you. I could introduce you to this person. Kurt would work really well right here. So yeah, happy to help any way I possibly can, sir.
Awesome. Awesome. You're the best, buddy. Have an amazing weekend.
Appreciate
And
you all. Have a great
I'll be
weekend, everybody.
circling
It's good to
back
meet
with
you
you.
all. All right. Take care, everyone. Take care. Thanks. Bye.
Okay, cool. So hopefully you felt Kurt was super valuable. Now the big eye-opening thing there is how many of you guys are like I run all the ads that we just discussed, we run them internally. We naturally don't run them for clients because it just depends. Like if you guys are doing them and you want to be very aggressive on Facebook and Instagram, I would probably bring in Kurt's team because that's what they do. You're just going to spend more money. If you need help setting up your retargeting and stuff like that, we could discuss doing that for you as a client. Okay. Let's see here. Why is this going out? What I'd like to do now is let's take a 13-minute break. It's 11:47. I'm gonna run in, grab my lunch, and then I'm coming back out. We have Corey Vandenberg coming in 13 minutes to talk about the updates with SEO and AI and how to rank and dominate with keywords. Now, here's the reality. He's working with multiple seven and multiple eight-figure firms. So you're dealing with a pro amongst pros, specifically in personal injury. This is very, very important. And so I will be back at noon. We will kick it off. And thanks, everybody. All right. See you in a few. All right. Bye. All right, all right. Hey, Corey.
Hello, hello. How are you?
Great, buddy. How are you?
Am I coming through okay? Or do I need my AirPods?
You sound great to me, buddy.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, so we're just coming back from a break. It's been a full morning, and we're super excited to have the go-to guy from behind the scenes of multi-seven and eight-figure law firms. You you get asked to is it Mike Morse? Am I saying his name right?
Yeah,
Invite
Mike Morse.
Yeah, who's super well respected in the personal injury space. Invites Corey in to speak at his masterminds and events. Corey's been around for, gosh, how long you been doing search engine optimization and all that
I,
fun
s-
stuff?
I had a really weird start in this industry. I used to be in mortgage banking and I was buying distressed assets from like Countrywide and a lot of those guys. And then as a result, I got to know a lot of the trustees and bankruptcy attorneys. Uh, but at the same time, I was learning SEO for myself, like to generate
Wow.
leads.
Yeah.
And I'm just a curious guy and I enjoy technology and computers. And so I was learning that. And it was just sort of this snowball of people I knew happened to be in the legal industry, and became a pivot point after the real estate downturn in '08. And then in 2012, I met Richard Harris in Las Vegas, who owns one of the largest PI firms in Nevada.
Yeah.
And he became my first personal injury client. He said, if you're successful here in Las Vegas, you can be successful anywhere, and I'll introduce you to all my buddies. And that's kind of how it happened. So 2012 is about when I started in the PI space, and that's right now our client mix is about 80/20 personal injury and 20% home services. I've got a couple of private equity firms that send us their portfolio. So
Yeah. Yeah, that's great. Well, good. I don't know. Did you have a presentation you wanted to bang through, or did you want to do Q&A? It's totally up to you.
I'm not like a PowerPoint guy. I like even my sales are very organic and conversational. I
Do it.
certainly have some talking points and things to talk about.
Yeah.
Some things I can show you. I think what most people are wanting to know right now, including my own clients, is what are we doing about AI and how AI is impacting search. So I've got a lot of insights there that I think people may find interesting and unconventional that
Okay.
you may not be hearing in the broader web.
Well, let's just start there. I mean, I guess one more just element of credibility stacking for yourself. Like you and I talked briefly the other day about like the different levels of clients that utilize your services. Do you mind just sharing the size of the different, like the range of size, just so people can um,
Yeah,
sitting there being like, is this for me? I'm small, or is this for me? I'm
sure,
really big. You know.
sure. Is my screen up?
Yeah, it looks great. The juggling the balls, man. I like the juggling of the balls. I think it looks good.
Thank you. I had Ed swap that out on his promotion. Yeah, I so the Mike Morse Law Firm, as you mentioned, is one of my most prestigious clients. I work with Ross Salino. Many of you may know the famed Salino and Barnes. So I work with the Salino side of that firm breakup. Quinn Emanuel's a big firm, big trial firm out of well, they're actually international, but I've worked with Alex Spiro, who's Elon Musk's counsel, and then Gloria Allred, famous trial lawyer who's on TV and cable news quite a bit. And so, we work with all size firms. Mike's approaching 300 million this year in revenue, but I have clients who are more in the 1 to 5 million range. And so we can find a plan that fits every stage of growth. And I think, just if you mentioned credibility stacking, I think for me, what I think sets us apart from a lot of agencies is I don't agree with the premise of operating from a playbook. I think if you say that you're coming in with a playbook of I'm going to get X number of blog posts, I'm going to get this many links, I'm going to get this many hours of labor or whatever. What that tells me immediately is that you're not paying attention to the data. You're not being guided by the data because the data changes constantly, right? Like every one of your competitors is trying to beat you every month. The landscape is shifting. And so operating from a playbook is not going to cut it in this market, and that is only going to get amplified under the new AI environment.
Do you mean more by like when you say playbook, like a cookie cutter
Yeah,
templatized? Yeah, that's what you mean, right?
that's exactly what I mean. Yeah, like to me, that's a red flag. So a lot of lawyers, in fact, just yesterday, the guy I was talking to on that sales call, he was like, I'm interviewing you, and I'm interviewing Hennessy and Rankings and all these guys, and like, how do I decide? How do I really like decide like who's best or who I should work with? And that was one of the first pieces of advice I gave him
Actually, a
is
good
like
question too. Yeah. Yeah.
you should be watching for a playbook, right? If now I'm not saying that it isn't valuable to have had accumulated knowledge and things work. That's fine. But if the implementation, if the execution never changes month over month over month or quarter by quarter, they're operating from a cookie cutter playbook.
Yeah. And I think one of the biggest challenges if I go into like our clients chair for a moment, you just mentioned a couple of the more well-known people, but the AI like proliferation, whatever you want to call it, has spawned off hundreds of people that now claim to use AI to get SEO rankings, where now it's just more confusing for the end personal injury attorney to choose, correct? Because
Yeah, well,
there's a bunch of people claiming that I could
of
do this
course.
because I'm renting a playbook from somewhere else. That
That's exactly what's happening.
was my
And
thought. Yeah.
yeah, that's exactly well, I think there's a couple of flavors of what you just described.
Yeah.
There's definitely the guys who I just got a text a week ago from this friend of mine, and he comes from the like make money online world,
Yeah.
right? And he texts me and he says, "Hey, I got this stuff. We should talk. I could sell this to your client. You could sell this to your clients and all this stuff. It's called AEO."
Yeah.
And then I listened to everything they're saying to do, and 80% of it is based on SEO best practices.
Yeah.
And the other 20%, candidly, is what I would characterize as bad SEO. It's
Mm.
like it's a lot of it is spam. And so yes, you're seeing one flavor of this. I'm going to go buy a course. I'm going to go pay for some training or whatever, and I'm repackaging something. Another one is a lot of like my competitors are positioning themselves as having pivoted into this AEO. And
Can you explain what
well,
AEO is just for everybody?
sure, sure. And I'll just forewarn you all that I'm a little cynical about it, because at the end of the day, what they're doing is they're talking about search best SEO best practices in a new context or a new medium, right? Like ChatGPT is a different interface, but it's information retrieval, just like Google is. They are all based on similar frameworks. I'm tongue in cheek when I talk about these guys. I kind of jokingly refer to them as the EIEIO people because they make up all these new acronyms, but AEO stands for um, uh, let's see, there's Geo, generative engine optimization. AIO is AI optimization. And then I don't even remember what the AEO stands for, but none of them really have a unique distinction. What they're doing is they're making a shiny object, which is, that's what marketers are known for, is we're really good at sort of finding an angle that's sexy and attractive and makes people go, ooh, what's that? That sounds new. That sounds like a new solution to my problem.
Yeah.
And I have to walk a fine line here, because there's no question that there are new aspects to AI that are requiring us to approach some of our tactics differently. Do you want me to elaborate on
Yeah, I
how
want to
specific?
hear. Yeah, yeah.
All right. All right. So moving from the old search context of keywords and building pages of content, right? So you've if you guys have been around the SEO world for the last 10 years, you've all heard the trope, content is king. And that's where you get these playbooks of, we're going to write you 10 blog posts, 20 blog posts in a month, and rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. Well, we're moving into a different context now where the content's no longer king, because the content's all being digested and synthesized by the AI. You're no longer having to do that part anymore. It's doing that stage of the buyer's journey or the customer's journey on your behalf. So now what we're focusing on is something called consensus or truth alignment. Consensus alignment, truth alignment. What that means is, inside of the conversation that's happening with your prospective client and the chat GPT or whichever model they're using, there is a whole bunch of embedded context that the machine already knows. It already knows, like, you got to first conceive of AI as the smartest person that's ever lived with a perfect memory. It never forgets anything. So all the questions that exist that could be asked about you and your firm, it already knows. And it also has all that depth of context about the individual searching. So when they go in there and they say, I was just injured in a car accident, I need a lawyer in my city. So first and foremost, now just notice that it's moving from a keyword search where they would have put car accident lawyer near me.
Yeah.
Well, now what they're doing is they're having a whole conversation, and it knows all the things about them. It knows that uh, their age, their job, how many kids they have, what their hobbies are, what's meaningful to them in their life. It knows all that stuff. And so it's now delivering a unique, tailored answer to them. So this approach we're talking about that I called truth alignment or um, um, consensus building is about taking those two sets of information, like all the depth of context about you and all the depth of context about as many buyer personas as we can build, and figuring out how we synthesize those into the stuff we're building for your web presence.
Yep.
And I say presence on purpose, because it is now much more than just what's on your website. We're having to take into account the whole web, right? Like, when I say that the AI knows everything, I mean it knows every review that was written about you on Google, Bing, Yelp,
Wow.
what's the Glassdoor. This is another big one that's coming up with law firms, is we're now having to worry about Glassdoor and sites, Indeed, and what's another one, Zoom, where you have profiles where employees and people you've interviewed who you didn't hire can go leave feedback and reviews about your company. And AI is going to know all of that all at once, all right.
Yeah.
So like one of the things I was actually just before this, I was actually on a call with a gentleman named Steve Toth. He runs a company called SEO Notebook. And we were talking about how going forward, one of the things we're going to be shifting with our legal clients is instead of focusing solely on producing content and optimizing for like your car accident page or your truck accident page, things like that, we're going to be placing quite a bit of emphasis on optimizing for the partners and the associates and the juniors and the staff and uh, building out their reputation online. I hate using the word reputation because it already sort of carries a bunch of like connotations, but just like their own presence and the connectiveness between all the different ideas.
Yeah. Uh, well, I mean, I would imagine that would directly impact law firms with multiple attorneys because
Yes.
they don't like we have some that are attending and some that are not here that will get the recordings. But when I looked at their firm, they're bigger firms and they're a partner.
Mhm.
They're a partner. But the only thing about them is the 3 paragraphs that's in the about us and it goes to her name and goes to her. And I'm
That's it.
and you know me, like here, you weren't here earlier, but like, what we do is we do uh, the interviews with the whole goal of creating content that educates, pre-frames, where am I at? Like sets the stage, pre-frames, kind of lost, there it is. Yeah. Like all this kind of stuff. Can you see that, Corey, or no?
I see it. Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, like like 10 reasons why people should hire Kavanaugh Law, truck accident survival guide, car accident, how to get top dollar,
Hmm.
whatever those questions are. But
Hmm.
you just brought up a point that I could can't agree enough with, which is if you have you have your founder, and then you have 3 to 4, maybe a dozens of attorneys, but they don't have their own personal brand either, or
Yes.
their own answers. So yeah, I went with XYZ law firm, but who's this guy that I'm dealing with right now? I
That's right.
I want a more personal thing. Oh, well, that's Mike. Well, who's Mike? And
In fact,
now I go to his
yeah,
Instagram, now I search, now I go to YouTube, and I'm like, well, I could hire my buddy's high school friend.
in fact, if you don't mind, I'll
Yeah.
let me relate an anecdote about this. So a friend of mine built a software platform, and he ended up doing a joint venture with lawyer.com. And as a result, he's got access to all the analytics for all those lawyers and all the lawyer profiles on lawyer.com. So he said, "Hey, you'd be really interested in this." And so we did an analysis. It was something like 40 million visits to all the different legal websites and legal profiles, right? And I was floored because I went in thinking to myself, you know what I'm going to see? I already know what I'm going to see. I'm going to go in there and I'm going to see that homepage, car accident page, maybe contact are the most visited pages. Not even
Wow.
close. Not even close. The partner, his bio, the founder or the main partners, and then even the associates and the other lawyers working for the firm. Like you aggregate all of those visits, and it was as much or more than the homepage.
That's a writer downer for everybody. It's a complete writer downer.
And here's the funny thing: when we build websites, like everybody is obsessing over the homepage. It's got to look a certain way, and I have a lot to say about web design in the legal industry, but we'll save that for another conversation. But like you're spending 90 cents of your design dollar on your homepage, and everybody's visiting your profile. And now I want each of you to go look at your profile on your own website, and you tell me if you think that's designed for conversion.
Yeah, I mean, not to pick on everybody, but like, let's just go to a site. I mean, I'll just type it in. The reason why I could do this is because it's so funny you say that the About Us page, and then the attorney pages. So I'm just gonna go truck accident lawyer. I'm gonna go even one layer further. Near me, open. Oh well, I just caught.
Go
Behind.
yeah, all right, yeah, Staver. Now he doesn't even have a where is the menu? There's not even navigation on this. Scroll down to the footer.
Scroll down to where?
The footer, the bottom. This is just a landing page. This, you know what? I think you might have landed on a PPC page. Go. Yeah, that's PPC. So do yeah, do that guy. Walner. All right, and then About Us is probably where he's got
Yeah, and you
his
could already tell he
profiles.
spent a lot of money. So
Yep.
before I even look, I'm like thinking, oh, this guy is gonna have this
Yep.
dialed in, which maybe he
Yep.
does, but no, like
No.
just like everybody else.
Yep.
So just so everybody knows, like Corey, unless you got your law degree in the last 2 days, nobody cares about any of this crap at all. Like
Go to John Morgan's.
I'm
Pull up
afraid
John Morgan.
because those guys are usually they're pretty dialed in.
Yeah, go just type in John Morgan, and then his bio ranks on the site.
I'll just do this. Yeah, because they know what they're doing. And I would guarantee he's got a video. John Morgan for the people.
No, well, it's
Do you want me to find his bio?
Yeah. I want you to look at John Morgan's actual bio right there, American attorney. And then, by the way, this knowledge panel that's showing up for him, this is something y'all should be paying attention to. Knowledge panels, knowledge graph, knowledge panels. That's a writer downer for y'all because that matters for AI search. But let's go down and look at and scroll down to the first organic result after Wikipedia, and that one right there. Okay. Now watch how they've laid out John's profile.
Yeah.
What is it talking about here? It's talking about him as a person, who he is, like, and call outs and quotes and what's his mission and why does he care? Scroll down and look at how they've got the timeline built of his John through the years.
This is his reason why. Like
Yes.
This is what makes it so powerful. Like why we fight so hard is because of my brother Tim. Like I didn't read the whole thing, guys, so apologize. And John and his wife, I see Tim in every single person. Okay, for John, the fight is personal. As a sophomore in the year before, his brother Tim Morgan was paralyzed. And so then that's their why. Okay, I want a guy who fights for me. I want someone who wants to fight.
But now but also like taking the whole entire page and look how rich it is with media. And you go down here throughout the years, go down below, there's another element down here that's got, now this stuff right here. This is the type of stuff AI is looking for. So all these little breadcrumbs, right? So beyond the courtroom, these are things that matter to him. There's a video of Tim's story. He's written books. So becoming an author, which all this stuff, all the authorship and these breadcrumbs, that's what's helping create that knowledge panel that I mentioned when you searched his name in Google.
Yeah, Corey, this is what we take the interview we do, just build out a guide, niche specific. Yeah.
There
You
you
know,
go.
yeah. I mean, well, you're bringing up like the knowledge panel and all these things are like this is what I mean, guys. Like this is ethical propaganda because these were
Mhm.
just sitting in his files. They could be just you all have your own story.
That's
Um,
right.
and these are his purposes. He's fighting for the people, like bail reform, medical marijuana. Like, oh, this guy's fighting for the small person's probably not he might be a billionaire, but he fights for us all, you know. Yeah, this is great. So the fee is free, so there's a call to action. Boom, supports claim. We already had a pop up. Be like John, everybody. This is
Yeah.
great. Okay, so what else did you want to cover on that note as far as so AI is aggregating all these things. These are underutilized assets sitting on their website that doesn't really cost much, but some thought and investment and time to
Mhm.
get them going. Maybe some investment in your personal brand, but so that's on the AI side. If I was looking to hire an SEO company right now, what are like a handful of the questions or a couple of the questions I should be asking? I mean, number one, do you just have a playbook that you're running off of? That's kind of a red flag. Uh,
Mhm. Well, I mean, obviously, I think your reputation has a lot to do with it. So you should they should be forthcoming on who are they working with, and um, I like to be respectful of my clients' time. So I try not to do the thing where I'm like, yeah, I'll let you go call them and talk to them. But occasionally I do have some clients who are like, hey, yeah, anytime you want to make an email introduction. So I don't think it hurts to ask if they're open to allowing you to talk to someone. I've actually done something unconventional recently. Um, every agency loses clients. I'm no exception. Sometimes there's a variety of reasons. But I've actually got several clients that have told me even though we don't work together any longer, they would give an endorsement to anybody. So I had one guy who was like, "I want you to tell me someone who fired you," and I was like, "All right, fine." And I gave him two firms that had left us, but both of them would still give glowing recommendations. So that's one thing you could ask. You probably won't get it out of anybody, but. Um, they that client hired us and they appreciated hearing the reasons why they left and why they still gave us an endorsement. But who you work with, I think, is just as important as how long you've worked with them. The fact that we've worked with Richard Harris since 2012, you don't work with a guy like that for that long if you're not genuinely contributing.
yeah,
We've worked with the Mike Morse firm since 2019. Nobody stays with agencies for multiple years if they're not actually generating revenue and value. So longevity and retention, I think, is something you should be interested in. I think you should be asking them about whether or not they look at your internal CRM data. Like, do they care about leads, wanted leads, signups, and if not, why? Like, shouldn't the end result of all their work factor in somehow? One of the things we're going to be doing this next year is we're going to be actually leveraging the intake uh, calls to inform the questions and the content and everything that we're building and optimizing for the firm.
yeah,
So, right there's incredible rich information and data in those calls and understanding. I laugh sometimes when I see the search data that we all look at to see if we're ranking,
yeah,
and I see things in there that gets a lot of searches, and I'm like, I'll bet half of that is just all of us seeing if our client ranks or you checking if you rank, you know. And then one time with Mike Morris, this was a couple of years ago, I started seeing this trending keyword, and it was lawsuit lawyer. And then right below it was one that said lawyers who sue people. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's a really fascinating way to phrase it. Like I would never think of that, and lawyers would never tell me like I want to rank for lawyers who sue people. But as soon as we started building content around that, guess what? Those people are searching for that's how they think of it in their own mind. You got to put it in their context and try to be in their shoes. They don't understand that you're a personal injury lawyer or a single event
Yeah, that's so true. Yep.
MVA and all those work comp, med mal. Those are all words we use. They
Yeah.
don't.
Yeah. Yeah. That's interesting. Are you seeing like I would imagine then the way we talk about those same questions that are so because one of the things that I've always done like with like when I first kind of invented, I didn't invent it, I just started doing it, interviewing people to position them as the authority expert, the most credible, but simultaneously asking all the buyer questions, excuse me, and bringing up objections that your best prospect would be asking you before they ever get to you. And then one of the secrets of authority, or like demonstrating your credibility, is you ask a question that even the prospect doesn't know they're supposed to ask on their behalf. And then the attorney says something like, well, that's a great question. Most people ask that, but they should be asking, like, this is the reality. So it makes them aware of something. Um, is AI and SEO going to be smart enough to actually go in, read that video, and help rank that eventually in like the chat GPTs or the other search engines, or is that already happening?
That's already a done deal.
Already
That's
done.
already the case.
Yeah.
That's already the case now. Yeah. So YouTube, everyone's talking about citations. That's sort of the technical term for the sites, the websites that get cited by AI, right? And I remember I got a text 2 months ago from Mike Morris, and he's like, "We need to be all in on Reddit because Reddit's what's being cited by AI, and everybody's doing AI. Everybody's on Reddit." And then, like 3 weeks later, I don't. Some of you may be aware of this, but there was a release that come out, and it showed that ChatGPT citations of Reddit had dropped by 90%
Huh.
in ChatGPT. So that's an example of what I was talking about earlier when I said that a lot of these agencies that are pivoting to AEO or whatever,
Yeah.
what they're talking about is effectively bad SEO. And what I mean by that is go back to 2015, 2014 when Panda and Penguin came out as algorithm updates in Google. Spamming links worked until Penguin hit. Uh, Spamming giant 10,000 word articles full of FAQs worked until Panda came out.
Yeah.
Doing certain things worked until helpful content came out.
Yeah.
So you got to look at some of these things people are preaching right now, like, oh, go spam Reddit until ChatGPT changes the dial and whoop, your citations for Reddit drop by 90%. Now, what was that worth? Now, here's one that I think is going to bite a lot of people in the rear. You're seeing a lot of companies, including my competitors, and they're doing this thing where they're writing what are called listicles, right? So just articles that are a best of on a particular topic, and they're writing the top X number of SEO agencies for law firms, and it's so obnoxious. They're ranking themselves first in the article
Yeah.
and then listing a random conglomerate of others in the article. And And they're literally just doing that so that when AI reads the page, it's supposed to be tricked into believing that, like, oh, they're number one, therefore they're the best, therefore I'm going to cite them as the best SEO firm. And this is a tactic that I'm seeing broadly leveraged. Well, let me ask you this. What happens when they catch on to that at ChatGPT or Gemini at Google, and they go, oh, that's a trust factor. You you have a list, a best of list on your own domain where you list yourself first. Come on. Like, first of all, in like consumers can also, I think, pick up on that stuff, right? It's obvious that you wrote that list strictly for the purpose of getting ranked in the AI. There's no genuine meaning to it. Like it's just entirely manufactured by yourself. So I be careful about the various tactics that people are preaching right now for AI optimization, because they're clever, and they manipulate, or they take advantage of loopholes that exist right now. But these large language models are going to be able to pivot and make updates to their uh, algorithm, if you will. The criteria it uses to select which law firms it shows. They're going to be able to make those changes way faster than Google has done with its algorithm updates. And so you'll see this what I'm calling algorithmic whiplash more and more over the course of the next year, because they're going to be able to rapidly make changes to their selection criteria.
Yeah. What is okay, two things. One is how could people reach out to you, Corey, if they wanted to get do you guys offer any kind of SEO audit, or is there any kind of like what would be a step if someone was looking to have Clixie hire them?
Well, I'll be candid. I just hired 11 new people.
Okay.
We just onboarded Wilshire Law out of Los Angeles, and we're onboarding a big three-state firm out of the South. And I've right now we're kind of on a waiting list. So we'd probably be looking at February-ish before we'd be able to work with new firms. But Clixy.com, Clixsy, is our website. And my email is Corey, and that's Corey at clixsy.com. I'm always happy to engage and answer questions and talk and address things that you're curious about and whatnot. Um, and yeah, those are the two best ways. Or if you happen to look at any of the fireproof events, I'm always at all of the Mike Morse fireproof events, and I
Yeah.
love to I love to sit down and have chats about SEO and web marketing.
Yeah, he's right here in Michigan, right?
Mike's in the Detroit area,
Yeah, yeah, he seems like a great guy. So that's awesome.
and we're based out of the Salt Lake City area.
You are. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Any last parting words, buddy, or you think you're good?
I mean, are there any questions from the
Yeah. Does
from the
anyone have
attendees?
any does anyone have any specific questions for Corey right now? Oh, I'll ask one. So you and I spoke briefly about this. This was a big chunk of my morning session talking about um asking them to pick their top three niches and then prioritizing. Like if you want to rank and dominate certain cases, like you were saying the other day about like that, because in my whole thing of falling in love with direct response marketing was the idea of like I'm speaking to one person and I built a message that makes me the most credible expert to solve that person's problem. And then I replicate that, but I just solve it for the next person. And then that becomes my ecosystem, like my funnel. But how is that? how do you think about that when someone comes to you and they say, okay, I mean, we have their earlier, a lot of the guys commented, hey, I want more truck wrecks. I want more MVAs. I want more dog, like how do you prioritize that for them or help that or I mean, let me just pretend I don't even know what to ask. I understand it better from a paid marketing side.
Yeah. Okay. So yes, that is probably the number one thing that we get asked is how do I get more truck cases? How do I get more big cases? How do I get more catastrophic wrongful death? Those types of things. And there's some nuances to it. So the first answer is look at look at the biggest firms. Look at John Morgan. Look at Jacoby and Meyer and Panish and Wilshire and what it, you don't get that size by casting a small net. You get that size by casting the widest net possible. And so my first answer is that is a business operations problem to solve first and foremost.
Mm.
Second, you should have unique messaging relative to the things you want, but it should be on those practice area pages. So you don't want to say, "Hey, I'm going to change my home page," unless you really are like one of the websites we collect a lot of data on and study quite a bit is truckwrecklaw.com and truckcrashlaw.com and all of those sites that are really niche, right? If you're going to do that and you say, well, I just want to go all in, then you really actually have to go all in. And I would suggest at that point, make your whole site. If you go to Truck Crash Law, the whole thing's truck content from every perspective, right? Commercial, big rig, and so on and so forth. And so it's you can't kind of be in the middle. If you're going to go the route of casting the widest net, then do that, and then use somebody like Ed who understands niching and direct response on your truck accident page,
Yeah,
and
can
make
I let
sure.
me actually, that's such a great point. So let me just show everybody. So what very specifically what Corey's saying is okay, so I'm on Morgan and Morgan. I go here and then I go practice areas. And then when I go to slip and fall,
There you go.
the whole page is about slip and fall. Now, 90% of it might actually be the same that's on, I don't believe that's the truth. But like, here's our car accident. We know car accidents, car crashes in your life, da 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 da. Start your claim. I'm curious if they even went as far as the video.
So Morgan Morgan, the fee is free unless we win. That is our slogan. The way it works is that if we go to trial,
They probably have the same video on that, but then meet our car accident lawyers. Same thing is on slip and fall. Meet our slip and fall
Yeah.
lawyer. Same people, different languaging. And look at that. It's customized. So,
And
but can I
and
say?
every one of these, yeah, please.
Well, I was just gonna say, just so you know, like, well, gosh, it's like it's they're using the same framework for every page. Doesn't that look? No, the person who just had a slip and fall accident is not looking at the truck wreck page. They don't care.
Right.
They're there. They're gonna come here. They're either gonna call. They're gonna go here. Who are we? Boom. Look at this. This goes more. Here's the story.
Mhm.
Who's John? Oh, 1,000 attorneys, one mission. This is you know why this is important for them to bring up? It's probably the number one objection.
It is.
Like the number one objection is like he's so big. Why would he ever care about me? Well,
That's right.
guess what? I don't even have to watch this video to know that's what he addresses.
Not only that, you're exactly right. If you look at the sections, whether it's this page or the car accident page, in fact, go back to the car page. Every one of these sections is very, very deliberately ordered based on the order of questions in the consumer's mind,
Very, very good
right?
point.
Right there, this is not random at all. So if you go back up to the top here, the first question is typically how I explain it to clients. The first thing that's in someone's mind is like, how do I even know that you understand my problem? And look what their copy speaks to. We
know
do.
that.
We know that. And then the next question is, well, okay, but how do I know you can help me? And they've got a, a broad team that can speak to individual circumstances, right? Then they want to know, okay, you know my problem and you can help me, but you know, how do I know you can do that? Like, how do I know you've helped others? So then they start going into social proof. They start showing, here's wins that we've achieved. And then be after that is actual stories of clients.
Yeah. Everybody like, yeah. An overwhelming, over preponderance of proof.
Yep.
Yeah. And there are a lot of call to action. So when I first got into personal injury, Corey, I went to Morgan and Morgan, and one of the selling points that a lot of the mastermind guys use, and you'll know who I'm talking about, so I'm not gonna call them out, but it's like, hey, how to beat the 800-pound gorilla. Well,
Mhm.
I was overly impressed with the 800-pound gorilla. I was like, they're doing everything right. Like Nick,
Yeah.
I mean, be better than them locally. Like do
Be
even more.
exactly.
Do even more. Like take everything that they're doing and just do it with your own style, your own vibe, your own personality, your own life experience, your own like the one thing that I would give feedback on right out of the gate is let me bring up a point. No, hold on. Okay, so Ultima Morgan, that's his wife, right?
Yes. Yes.
And then Carrie LeBrock. Well, when I was here on car accidents and I go to my attorneys, there's no females.
Yeah. So they could diversify that a little bit here.
Diversify. I mean, that'd be my, and there's no black individual. So I
Yep.
I would say, hey guys, you got to relate to another demographic there because I think they have them. They have 1,000 attorneys. Plus, they take a lot of referrals from a lot of people. So,
Can you pull up two more tabs for two more sites?
yeah, of course. And just why I want to ask everybody, you finding this valuable? This is my favorite kind of stuff. I like doing this kind of stuff more than creating PowerPoints.
Amen.
Go ahead, Corey.
Uh, attorneygus.com.
And this was the truck crash law one, just so everybody sees this one. Again,
Hmm.
again, like if I was going to interview you tomorrow about truck crashes, I'd use every tool I have in my disposal. I'd go to Google Smart Search, I'd go to YouTube,
Hmm.
I'd use ChatGPT. But then again, if like this is the big gorilla in truck crash, I'd probably just come here and look at what are all the questions they're answering and what are their videos about. They've already done so much of the research, you know. All right, what was it, buddy?
Attorneygus.com.
Say it again.
Attorney Gus, Guss.
Trust, is this it? Trust is everything?
This is it. Yeah.
This is awesome.
So it's a fantastic freaking website. So these guys, what he's done, watch how, like, the first thing, this is very deliberate. His whole brand is Trust Gus, and all of this is oriented around, you can I read trust and satisfaction in the faces of these clients, right?
Yeah.
And then scroll down. So there's some more stories about clients. You don't even see Stewart until the third scroll,
Mm.
right? that is so unorthodox to the way most law firms think.
Yeah.
Most law firms want the guy on the courthouse steps, or the sort of the hero shot of all the firm on, standing together, arm to arm, arms folded or whatever. And and Stuart's going client first. Look through the eyes of my client. Open up one more tab and go to Sweeney Merrigan.
Sweeney Merrigan.
SWEENEYMERRIGAN.
IN or AN?
AN.com. So this is one we just finished, and
Oh, you built these sites for them?
I did this one. I did not do Stuart J. Gus.
Great.
I just am impressed by Stuart's because they stole my idea of using clients as the. I'm just kidding, but they definitely saw the same vision I did, which is demonstrate what you do through the eyes of the clients and the way that you change their life, right? So if you scroll down just to the next card, you'll see this is their outdoor campaign all throughout Boston. You'll see the real lawyers, and that's kind of the theme. And so we incorporated the thematics of their outdoor campaign and their TV commercials into this client-centric perspective that you see in the top card.
That's great.
And this does not look like a typical law firm website, right? It's got more of the advertising agency sensibilities about it, and it approaches from an emotional standpoint through the client's eyes.
Yeah, this is really good, buddy. This is really good.
So these are some of the trends I think you're going to see quite a bit more of. More and more firms are paying greater attention to both the firm's brand as well as their individual reputations and their individual brands.
Yeah, this is great.
And if you're going to NTLA in January, we've entered this one in the Golden Gavels Award. So
Oh, really? Oh, very good.
Yeah,
Very good.
hopefully we'll
And you
have a
know
good
what?
showing.
This is hard to rip off.
Oh yeah,
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when I get introduced
Oh,
to
yeah.
a lot of guys, I'm like, okay, wait, is it this one or this one? I'm like, oh, you guys look identical.
Oh yeah.
And you're like, well, what kind of cases are you looking for more? And they're like, oh, I want truck wrecks. And the other guy's like, I want nursing homes. I'm like, well, you guys do realize you're saying the same exact stuff in your homepage. You're identical.
That's right. That's exactly right.
And you know what's interesting too to me is that like they'll leave a place like Malman Law because that's big in Chicago. And this isn't even like I'm not being judgy. I'm just saying this is facts on the ground. It's like you don't understand like Malman is a marketing machine.
Yep.
That's why as a junior partner or as a attorney working there, you were busy because they had cases flying in because you can't go anywhere without seeing Malman. So you can't just be a cookie cutter, um, no relationship, no case studies, no satisfaction, as you said, and then wow,
And all of these every case type is custom designed, just like what you were pointing out
yeah, Boston.
with Morgan's.
That's right. I love it. I love it. Well, Corey, man, it's been awesome having you. This last part was actually super fun because this is the kind
Yeah.
of stuff I love doing, and
Application. Yep. Application
yeah,
beats theory every time.
yeah, and you can find out really quickly. Like this is hopefully our attendees see the value and just look at how niche specific all this is. Um, and he's already got the questions coming in. He's a
Yep.
hustler. Is he one of your clients or you just know of him?
I know Stuart. He's part of the Fireproof
Oh, cool.
organization. He's in the mastermind.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Cool. Like, look at this. What should I do after a car accident? Stay calm. Um, yeah. Like, I mean, just to kind of give everybody a cheat sheet who's watching right now, right?
Mm,
He just gave you this could be 12 things to do after a car accident, but each one of these is a separate video in and of itself.
mm.
How to
Yep.
stay calm, how to stay calm and after a car accident,
And
what,
let
what
me give you one
yeah, and then the last one, so we got to go. I got Carrie up next, but yeah, go ahead, brother.
parting advice on those videos.
Yeah,
Everybody can do FAQs. You just mentioned about my Sweeney Merrigan site. This is hard to rip off. You know why? Because it's them. It
Mm,
is it is Pete and Tuck, right?
yeah,
You can't, it is really hard to rip off who you are. And so in these videos, when you're answering those questions, think about actual anecdotes and experiences you had and talk about those unique experiences, because not only will that end up benefiting you in terms of like AI search and YouTube, but they can't rip off who you are and what you've experienced.
yeah, it's so true, so good, so
Can I
good, so
even
good.
chime in on that, Ed? I'd love to jump in with you guys on this one because you're bringing up such great points about, who you are and what you do. If you're trying to be Malman, then you've completely missed the part of differentiating yourself from Malman.
Yeah,
Amen.
yeah, yeah. I love it.
Couldn't have said it better.
Well, Corey, thanks a ton, brother. Have an amazing weekend, and we segue right into the one and only. The one and only who has pictures of all ages, all years. It's so good.
You never know what you're going
You
to
never
find.
know. Carrie, well, I'm so happy you're here.
I'm delighted to be here. Thank you for having me, and hi everybody. Ed's making fun of me. I was telling him I had my high school reunion, 30 years last weekend, and I couldn't make it. It was back in New York. So I made the mistake of Googling myself with just my maiden name to see what
Yeah.
comes up. So Carrie Coby, Coby, and apparently there's a very popular pop culture character at the
That's,
moment that
that's
is
right.
part of RuPaul's Drag Race.
That's
So
right.
wasn't the most familiar to me, and hopefully not my classmates either.
Yeah.
Um, but
And
I'm delighted to be with all of you. Ed has brought me in today to talk about intake, and so if we could kind of just kick off here for a moment, and Ed, I'm delighted that your camera's on. If anybody else wants to turn on and chime in. It always helps not presenting to just a screen. So I love seeing you. But if you'd start by throwing into the chat what you really do want to know about intake, because gosh, I've been presenting on intake for years and I could come up with 82 topics off the top of my head, but I really want to make sure that we hit on what's most important to you. So if you would drop in the chat, and oh yeah, I can see the chat.
Can I
So
actually set you up a little bit as to why
please,
I was very
sure,
adamant about having you on here for a marketing? Because my
certainly.
my background before I came into personal injury, and I still have clients in different industries that will have me help them with our credibility trust funnels to like sell like regenerative medicine. But my background, my first like business that actually was in dentistry. And I was in that for 14 years before I sold that company. But the as a marketing guy, I didn't realize the impact of intake
Oh,
until I had a client be like, "Oh, we changed this one thing in intake. We brought in this one expert. It was somebody in dentistry back in the day, and we like tripled our firm.
it's yeah,
It's like a
it's a game.
it's like a magic trick."
Yeah, it
And,
is.
and when I was at Ken Hardison's event interviewing I did the 8-figure panel. I don't know if you're in the room or not.
I do.
And every one of them said intake. And I was sitting there on stage being like, this is exactly how dentistry, like fix intake, everything gets better.
What's your sales engine? It is the engine of your firm. So, uh, my interest, passion, dare I say, for intake is the result of having been a marketing person in legal marketing.
Oh, it's funny.
And I was elated. I'd landed a whale of a client. I thought I was killing it. My numbers were gorgeous. So I was walking into this meeting, chest pounding, feeling like, God, this is great. I landed this whale of a client and I'm just slaying. This is amazing. And this was in my my digital entree. I was really new to digital marketing at the time. And so I'm so excited to sit down and I walk into very somber faces, very, very somber faces. And I'm like, why are we at a different, like, why is this meeting not what I'm expecting? And it became one of my tenets of intake, which is clicks aren't clients. And that realization that I can be doing everything that is so critical on the marketing side, which ultimately results in making the phone ring or getting an opt-in or a chat, whatever that conversion is. But then somebody has to grab the ball and run it into the goal. And so I became passionate about intake because I did not want to lose this marketing client. And I knew I was doing great work. So I was like, let's look at what happens after the phone rings. And we do think that this making the phone ring is the be all end all. It's so important that that click, that call becomes a client. So one of my inalienable truths of intake is that clicks aren't clients. All those vanity metrics are super important to marketing teams. And I'm not saying that they're vanity metrics to them. Like, they want healthy, robust campaigns that result in clicks and calls. But for the law firm, it's clients. And, being somebody who perhaps overly agonizes over other people's money. When somebody hands me a marketing investment, and I do consider it every bit of an investment, I am the fiduciary. And if I don't see those clicks and calls turning into clients, I don't sleep at night. And so I don't even, I'm very selective if I will even work with a firm on the marketing side, because if I don't feel like we have intake dialed in, then I don't want you spending money in a way that's not going to be a great return on investment. And the reality is that the prices online, what you pay for a click and a call, are for firms that have locked down their intake. There's not a gap in the net. There's not a hole for a lead to leak through. So if you don't have airtight intake, I don't want you spending your marketing dollars. It's going to be very costly. So if you're thinking, you're here because you want to grow your firm and you're ready to invest, and it's interesting, the conversation you were just having about, differentiating yourself and being true to yourself. In chapter 8 of my book, which I will share with you a little later, there are 4 things that I consider fundamental to being ready to grow your firm. And one of them is a brand, who you are and what you do and how you're different than the other 8 law firms on your main street. Okay. So who you are and what you do. Number 2, a marketing investment. You have to be willing to invest in this growth. It's, that is a piece of it. I got a rather snarky email one Friday night, like, before I waste your time or mine, have you ever actually scaled a law firm? And I said, well, before I waste either your time or mine, are you willing to invest? That's what I'm great at, turning that ROI into a powerhouse. So marketing investment, brand, who you are and what you do, the right people. They power all of these systems. So you need to have the right people and you need to have the CEO mindset. And by CEO mindset, I don't mean this, sitting around, looking up at the Sherpa. I mean that you understand that we invest and we measure and we track and we coach and we drive results and we measure ROI. That's the CEO mindset that I look for. And if we can put all of that together, then we're ready to be a growth-oriented firm.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. A couple of things. One is I'll skip. I'll have Brian Law Center ask what tracking metrics matter, because we talked about measurement.
Oh yeah, I got it, Brian. You're gonna know exactly what I'm looking for as somebody who is super growth oriented, as a law firm growth consultant, and as the person who managed an intake, has managed many an intake team. So I can tell you exactly what we're going to measure, and it's critically important. Okay. Do you want me to jump in, Ed?
Yeah, because what I was going to say, what I always found, this is interesting. I was going to let you address this later, because what I've always found from CEOs, like mindset, the fear is, okay, so now we're gonna take intake seriously, but now I have to confront some hard truths, which are more personnel.
Oh,
We could
yeah.
talk about that later or now, but we can go into the metrics first and then talk
Yeah,
about.
which, the internal, external, who to hire comes right back to one of those four fundamentals for growth is, how do we find these right people? And guys, we can spend, an hour on that subject itself. And that's something else we focus a lot on. Intake is a really unique position in that it requires this very sales oriented, great rapport building, high EQ person. But we also need somebody who's going to be customer service oriented and generating advocates by truly investing in the human effort of intake. And so it's not. I use an assessment when I'm trying to assess somebody for intake. I use an actual personality type assessment, and it's technically geared toward salespeople, but it measures things that I think are critically important for intake. And when I used this first, probably like a decade ago, unrelated to intake, I went through it and I now look at it and know why intake is such a great fit for me. So what I tell folks to focus on is CAMPS, CAMPS. Character, attitudes, motivation, personality, and skills, which is intentionally last. Okay. Character, you're looking for people who are hardworking, on time, don't lie. You want to share office space with them. Those are things that are established very young in a person's life. So when you talk to and interview people, you try to ask questions that help get to their character. Tell me a bit about, how you grew up, what was important to you, what your family loved to do together. Like, take time to actually invest in getting to know people at that level to see if you can get to some of those character stories. Who's someone that really influenced you? Who's somebody that you worked with on a team? Why did you like working with that person? That helps us get to that stuff. Attitudes is one that is incredibly important. And I don't mean snarky, sassy. That's not the attitude we're looking at all. But it's really important for law firms to assess the attitude that your hires have towards attorneys and insurance companies. If they're going to have an attitude that y'all are just a bunch of ambulance chasers and insurance companies are saving someone who's been in a flood and they rescued our house from the fire, those are the attitudes that are going to be really hard to overcome. You need people who truly, madly, deeply believe that we are the best advocate for this person who suffered this injury and needs our help. So assess the attitudes towards insurance and attorneys, especially. Motivation. You want to know how you're going to get people motivated in whatever role it is that they play. But with intake, we want them conversion oriented. So find out if they're driven by time off. Some people are like, work-life balance is really important to me. So, when I hit my numbers, I want to be able to check out for the month. Find something like that out. If they're financially motivated, ask questions like, what are your goals? One of the things I worry about with intake is that if we just say it's an intake role, that becomes a job instead of a career. And as a career, I'd want to say, you're a junior intake associate. Now you're an intake associate, a senior intake associate, an intake supervisor. And I can start evolving that department into a tiered structure that has growth opportunity related to actual motivation and goals. And then P, personality, really fun, easy tests online that help us get at personality in ways that help you structure a really helpful team. Who loves to train others? Who's really good at diving into the numbers? Who's going to be best for the morning shift? Who's going to be better late at night? Those are all things that we can assess to optimize our intake team. And then the skills we can teach people. Everybody should have an exact procedure for everything, and we're going to focus on that today too.
Love it. I love it.
All right.
Okay. So wherever you want to start, you just go.
Well,
Carrie.
I'm gonna dive into an actual presentation here because I spend a lot of time thinking about intake, and I put together this presentation. Well, first, allow me to introduce myself, if I may. I wrote the book, The Law Firm Growth Machine, and it takes you through my journey of, being that marketing person with great expectations for this very happy client and how we had to really evolve that. And what I have written about in the book is the strategy that I think not just law firms even, because Ed, this will be perfectly relatable for you in the dental space. Any service-based industry needs to have a very clear growth. You need to have the strategy in which every lead becomes a client. Okay, that's the work of the intake team. Every client becomes an advocate. That's the work of your service. How do we do actually delivering for these new clients? And then we need our advocates to help drive new business into the firm. And that's, having these folks as ambassadors in our community, testimonials on our website, 5-star reviews all over Google. So if we get that flywheel effect in motion, it means that my investments in marketing are no longer transactional, but that they actually feed right into this flywheel so that every single client that I generate, even lead that I generate, is actually going to help me grow my brand, grow my business, and attract new business. Okay. Now, the concept of the title itself, the law firm growth machine, I find to be like the stupidest, silliest title. I don't love it, but I never strayed away from it because it's such a powerful concept. Back in my 1.0 version of myself, I was a teacher and I taught science and English. Actually, I taught gifted students primarily. And people always ask me, how I made that transition from working with gifted middle schoolers to working with attorneys. And I remind them it's not that far off. Gifted middle schoolers and attorneys all think they know everything. So I was very, very used to it. So we studied simple machines, and a machine is anything that makes it require less energy and effort to achieve an outcome. And that's what I've spent the last decade focused on, is how do we get this flywheel effect in motion while making it easier to actually operate? And we're going to get into some of that. Now, like I said, intake became my baby. And that's lesson number one that I want everyone here on the call today to really take away is somebody needs to own intake. It's one of the 3 legs of the 3-legged stool that we're going to be talking about. I present on a zillion topics related to intake. I talk about intake language and sales and psychology and call framing and data and reporting and tracking. But if I'm going to come to a presentation where the subject is just intake, then I have to get myself to this question of what is good intake. And I want you to assess yourself by the end of this call and ask, is my intake good? And in order to answer that question, we need to know what is good intake. So I would expect that everyone thinks good intake certainly is a high conversion standard. And I hope you know your number, but if people start dropping their conversion number in the chat, I would probably have more questions than answers as to whether or not you have good intake, because most firms are calculating conversion based on the number of leads. And so we get 100 leads and our conversion rate is 29%, so 29 cases. That tells me absolutely nothing. For all I know, you had 100 referrals from a fantastic attorney up the street. They were highly qualified. 85 of them should have been signed, and you signed 29. So I have no idea if 29% is a good conversion rate because I don't know what your qualified rate is. So for me, and this goes back to the Bryan Law Firm, the most important metric to me is the conversion of qualified leads. So how many leads did we get? How many of those leads were actually engaged? How many of those engaged leads were qualified? And how many of those qualified leads were signed? We need to recognize, though, and this goes back to the last presentation you were having, we are service providers, and every interaction we have is not just about getting a conversion, but it's about building a brand, recognizing who we are in the community, building a fan base. So more than just conversion, I listen to truckloads of calls. And one of the calls that I listened to recently was someone that I could tell within 4 seconds that this was not someone that we were going to be working with. But I continued to listen to her help this woman. And she may not have been the right fit client right now, but there's no doubt in my mind that she made a raving fan who was even more than happy to leave a 5-star review. So we don't want this interaction with a lead to be transactional. The costs of marketing in legal is just too expensive, especially if you're in a major metro area. It's insane. So you need to invest in making sure that you're getting this flywheel effect by making sure that every interaction is a positive experience in which people say, wow, that they really helped me. So again, it is leads become clients. That's the work of intake. Clients become advocates. That's the work of service. And advocates become leads. That's the work of the marketing team. Okay. Just so you know, Ed, I'm not able to see the chat. So if anything's popping up, please chime right on in. And that goes for everybody. I'd love to hear from you if there's something you want to comment on.
Sounds great. Perfect.
What all of this boils down to is reputation. So if you're getting leads that we can't help, maybe they left I heard a call this morning, saw a note this morning, not someone we could help because she was looking for an attorney to deal with the fact that her apartment flooded, her condo flooded. It's not a kind of case we handle. If you're really, really busy and don't have the time to make that a priority, I get it. But at the same time, we're trying to make friends and fans in the community. We want to improve our reputation. If you do have someone who can call and say, I just wanted to let you know, that's not the type of case we handle. So you may want to take a look at this website. Let me go ahead and send that right over to you so that you can find what you're looking for. Unfortunately, that's not the type of case we handle. So every interaction is ultimately an impact on your reputation. And if you can get your reputation up, you'll find your costs come down. You want to make sure that every single month you're generating more leads through the efforts of your ambassadors than just through your marketing efforts. So every time we communicate with someone, we have the opportunity to make them fans of the brand. We want to make sure that our brand awareness, that's a big marketing term for you, your brand awareness continues to grow. So again, you want the funnel feeding directly into the flywheel, okay? Advocates become leads. We want the marketing team to actually market that because, somebody was saying, Malman, marketing machine. Well, if you're in Malman's market, you want to differentiate yourself from that. So you may have talked to Malman. How am I going to talk about that? Morgan and Morgan everywhere. How do we talk to clients about, I know you probably have seen all the Morgan and Morgan billboards, but let me give you a little secret here and start talking about what differentiates you. Okay. So when I come down to what is good intake that isn't transactional, that is building a solid client base, that is ultimately lifting my reputation and building my brand, it's got to be one of these things. So take a minute here. I want you to pick one. What is good intake? And feel free to drop that in the chat.
It was you, Carrie, that I saw. Weren't you talking about how
speed to lead is the number one most impactful shift you can make? You get in front of your leads quickly, you will increase your odds of converting that lead tenfold. In fact, every 5 minutes that goes by, your conversion ability diminishes. So here's where I've settled.
Paul says, I got a couple coming up. So Paul says A and D, so fast responses, and D, effective process, exceptional call handling, and dedicated management. Sweet.
Okay, so I agree with Paul. I've spent.
Paul, you won.
You win. Free book. I've spent a lot of time thinking about what exactly is good intake. And I've come down to this three-legged stool every time. We've got to have these three components. So first and foremost, effective process. If we don't know exactly what we're doing and we have to fumble every time the phone rings, or fumble every Monday morning about what happened over the weekend, or fumble when the phone lines go down, we need to know the process for every one of those circumstances. The people on the phone need to be really well equipped for this moment in time. And when I train intake teams, the first thing I start with is nobody calls a law firm because they're having a good day. That's the first thing that not only do we need to know, but we have the gift of knowing, because that means we've got to handle this differently. We're dealing with people who are emotionally compromised in all likelihood at some level, and certainly very stressed at another. So we need to have exceptional call handling skills. And then this is perhaps the biggest differentiator when I get involved in a firm. You need somebody who owns intake. Like I said, I made intake my baby. I've got pictures of my 3 kids and baby intake in many a presentation, because intake has to be somebody's baby. And if you don't know whose baby intake is in your firm right now, well, somebody better get busy finding out who's daddy, because we need that someone to own baby intake. Okay. So here's our trifecta. If you want really good intake, you need these 3 things: a stellar process that you know for every circumstance, great call handling skills by a trained team with the right people, and dedicated management. And that kind of comes back to, what I was talking about with those 4 foundations before you're really ready to grow. Who are we? What do we do? Who are the people that do it for us? And that CEO mindset. It still kind of all comes back together. Ultimately, you need to be optimized for opportunity. And this is not just because I want you to get every bit of meat off the bone, because of course I do, but more importantly, because it's incredibly costly not to. If you're spending any money on LSA or PPC, or even just, the money that we all invest just to have a website presence, we have to recognize that we are in the highest cost vertical out there. And I always tell the attorneys, you only have yourselves to thank. We race to the top of those bidding wars because the value is there. But Google, and that's one of the harsh realities, chapter 3 of my book, it's Google's world. We're just living in it. Google knows that there's value in those leads. And if you're not getting a great, or not great, even good, if you're not getting a positive ROI through things like LSA and PPC, my gut reaction is you've got an intake problem.
100%. 100%. And then Carrie, one of the things that I talked about earlier was when we do our interviews with clients, we interview them, we ask them all the questions that a prospective client would ask them. They syndicate it. We run low budgets on in Facebook and Instagram, very low budgets, but then we make over their YouTube channel, right? It's because when people call, they click on the most expensive clicks and they go a place that has horrible intake. Guess what this person does? They start going to YouTube. They start looking around. And then if they call you, that's the other reason why we got to suck them in a really positive way.
In a positive way. And
create a competitive vacuum so that they're not tempted to go to YouTube or start clicking around more,
Yeah. Oh, I wish I could say, it's too long a story, but man, a story from this week of somebody who wanted to turn off their engagement messages. And he actually told me, now this client, your message said, we'll get back with you shortly. Like, this client now has been sitting around for 2 days thinking we're going to get back with him. Well, you've got a major problem if a lead is sitting for 2 days. That's insane.
Yeah.
And that's even someone that you can't help. That person is still going to Google to leave that scathing review. So, you've got to. It's really incredible to me when people are spending money marketing. I mean, and I'm still lamenting a lead I had this summer. Paul Robbins, a lead I had this summer booked a Friday night on my calendar at 5:00. And I do typically leave Friday nights at 5 available so that somebody who just needs to get to the end of their work week and engage me on a conversation about their firm. I get it. I'm a business owner too. But I happened to be traveling and my travel plans changed and I suddenly wasn't going to be at my desk at 5:00. And I was in another city. And it killed me, but I asked this gentleman to if he could do 5 o'clock on Monday instead. And he said he can't do 5 o'clock Monday, but he can do Wednesday. Great. Wednesday he canceled, rescheduled for Friday. Friday he canceled, and I haven't even gotten him to respond to a message since. So when the lead comes to you, that is the highest intent that they're ever going to have. You cannot shun that moment. You must be there to receive it. And which kind of brings me to one of the questions I get constantly, which is how many people should I have on intake? And if you walk around and your entire intake team is insanely busy, that's actually not great. You really ultimately want somebody who's, just looking things over at every moment so that there's someone ready. I don't know about you, but my phone only rings when I'm on it. So you got to have somebody who's ready at all times. I know that's not a very popular answer because people don't want to pay for someone just to be around, but look into your overflow systems, your AI call handling. There are solutions if you're not ready to hire the next person. My dad always tells this story about a gentleman in a restaurant calls the waiter over and he says, taste the soup. And he says, sir, what's wrong with it? Just tell me. No, just taste the soup. The waiter says, is it cold? Just taste the soup. Is it too salty? Is it hot? Sir, what's wrong with the soup? Taste the soup, the guy says again. Finally, the waiter says, where's the spoon? Aha.
Oh, there you go.
Aha. If you haven't tasted your soup, you have no idea how your process is. You need to taste your soup. So that means you're starting a chat as a prospect. You're ghost calling. You're sending an after hours inquiry. You're interacting with the after hours team on the weekend. You have to know what's happening so that you know how a lead is handled. Taste the soup. I do this. We call it the intake audit. We get all up in your business and we do ghost calls and we call it the undercover caller. And Ken Hardison tells the story of just being horrified that he actually had an attorney vomit from listening to his own calls. He was that upset by how things were going. And look, this is a hard one for a lot of CEOs. You got to kind of let departments run by whoever runs that department. But this comes back to who owns intake. As the owner of the law firm, I know it's impossible to know everything, but somebody ought to be reporting to you and they should be telling you how damn good your soup is. And if it's too salty, you need to fix that. And if it's too sweet or too hot or too cold, you need to taste the soup. Okay. So we're going to talk about this process. All right. And I know, like I said, I can talk about a zillion small things in intake, but we're trying to get the big picture here. From the process perspective, we need to know exactly what happens when someone contacts your firm, when they schedule a consultation, which this kind of makes me think actually of the call handling part. When someone contacts a firm, they're typically coming in because they want to schedule a consultation. Most people don't think this is the consultation. So the language you use is really important so that the person understands, well, this is it. This is the consultation. All right. So they're typically coming in for information, consultation. They're thinking they're booking an appointment. I mean, think about it. You don't call the doctor's office and get a doctor to sit down and tell you what you should be doing for that sore throat. You're scheduling an appointment. So 95% of people contacting a law firm are first timers ever calling a law firm. This is all new to them. They don't know the process. We go in and we're starting to, collect information. It's a complete misalignment between the client's needs and our desires to get this client. So we need to think about, well, are they calling to schedule a consultation? What do we do when they say they want to schedule a consultation? What is our process like for signing a retainer? One of my first big complete system overhauls was a client in California who had a 24-page retainer. A 24-page retainer for a contingency fee firm is insane. That just puts off every red flag to a client who thinks, well, what on earth am I signing away? Because I don't have time to read 24 pages of legal mumbo jumbo. Okay. How does it go when I'm providing all this critical information? What is the follow-up process? What is it like to actually complete an intake? How do details get from my intake system to my case management system? How do leads get from my website to my case management system? Heck, what is a lead? Is a lead everybody who contacts the law firm? Is it only someone who's been injured? We have to work out all of these little details. So we need a process. If you don't know what that process is, and you may not, your intake team may have grown up without you, but get this stuff documented so that intake is not the 3 ins that it should not be. It should not be ineffective, inefficient, and inconsistent. That is not what the in intake stands for. Ineffective intake means that we're chasing leads constantly because we're not getting them engaged quickly. We're not getting them effective follow through. We are lacking consistency, and we're not getting them signed on that first call. If you are not getting that signature on the first call, you've created a tremendous amount of inefficiency that's going to bog down your team and lose and leak leads. Okay. So we need to move them through a very consistent process religiously. And then we need to know what that process is when it's one circumstance versus the other. What happens if I'm not sure it's qualified? What happens if it is qualified, but they're not ready to convert? What happens if they're ready to convert, but they're struggling with the retainer? What happens if they want to come in? Every one of these things should be brainstormed first. Like, let's talk about everything that happens so that I can get every single lead dispositioned. And by dispositioned, I mean that every single lead is one of 3 things. It is qualified, unqualified, or unresponsive. An unresponsive lead means we got a lead, we have a name and a phone number, or maybe even just a phone number, but we haven't talked to them yet. And I want that number to be way low. Bryan Law Firm, another metric that I'm looking for, unresponsive leads. Says a lot about my marketing and my speed. Okay. So if I have a high unresponsive rate, I've got a speed problem, and I may have a quality problem when it comes to lead gen. All right. Once I have an unqualified lead that's rejected, I'm not counting that toward my conversion. It's unqualified. I talked to them. You can't convert an unqualified lead, so that does not count toward my conversion. Once I have a qualified lead, every single one of them is won or lost. Period. End of sentence. There is no such thing as a rejected qualified lead. It may be rejected and referred. That's different. If it's not qualified for your firm, it's rejected. If it is qualified, you either signed it or you didn't. That's it. Okay. So what is the process for dispositioning leads? What is the follow-up based on that disposition? How do we contact them as soon as they come in? What if they come in after hours? What happens over the weekends? What happens if we call and we don't get them? Can we follow this lead's journey? How do we know when that follow-up process has been exhausted? Where is the handoff? At what point does the intake team say, my work here is done. Welcome to the firm. Here's what's going to happen next. And so much of what prevents people from engaging in your firm fully is that they're not ready because they don't understand the process. They're not clear about the next steps. And you know why they're not clear about the next steps? Because your intake team doesn't know how to tell them what the next step is. So I've got everything I need here. Thank you so much for working with me through all these details. You're going to hear from your case manager in the next 48 hours. So even if you don't recognize the phone number over the next 48 hours, just make sure you take all your calls. You don't want to miss that. That person will be able to pick things up from here. It has been my pleasure working with you. I hope you are recovering quickly and that you are and trust me, you'll be well taken care of in this next step, right? If they don't know the process, they can't make the lead feel comfortable with it, okay? More process. And I'm just telling you, these are all the bits of soup that you need to take. All right. How are your phones helping in this situation? You need a PhD to use phones these days. So is your CRM working with your phone system? Is your phone system helping identify your lead sources? Is it making it easy for us to see if we missed a call, God forbid? Okay. Is everything integrated in a way that I'm not duplicating my efforts? Is it easy to see where things are? I had a client contact me in a panic not even 10 minutes before I hopped on this call. And she said, our leads are not going from the master pipeline to the new leads pipeline. And I went in and I click, and boom, I got exactly the information that I needed. So is everything that easy, or am I looking at spitting out spreadsheets and trying to find duplicates? Okay. These are things that inhibit your intake process and leak leads, right? I focus on the 5T, and this is extensively addressed in the book, and it's something that you should look at every one of your departments: the team, the tools, the tactics, the targets, and the tracking. Okay. The team, who is responsible for this? Who owns intake? Who manages leads? Who does the work of intake? That's the team. What tools do they need to be successful? What systems are in place? What kind of headset do they need? What phone service do they need? What apps do they need? What software do they need? What tools are going to enable them to be successful? What tactics are they going to employ to generate the best results? Okay. What are we shooting for here? We got to have a target. What are what are the baselines, and how are we going to reach beyond the baselines, and then track that progress? How do we measure and report what we've achieved toward those targets? The 5T in every department: team, tools, tactics, targets, and tracking. All right, I'm throwing a lot at you. It's a lot of intake. All right, quality call handling skills. People think that we're just answering the phone. It's not that. We're answering the phone of emotionally compromised, super stressed, physically incapacitated in many ways people who are calling at a time of need. Okay, that takes a special person in and of itself. Then we got to layer on the fact that they need to understand what we're looking for and what the client needs. Then we need to layer on the fact that this is insanely expensive and we can't let them go until we get the signature. Right? So you're looking at a couple of layers of intake professional. And I'm going to buzz through real quick to a slide I want to share with you. No, shoot, I don't have it in here. Sorry. It's in a different presentation. I'm looking for, oh, I know I have it open elsewhere. Hang on, guys, 1 second. I want to share this. This is the one. All right. This is what I'm looking for when it comes to where intake folks are. Okay, if they are building basics, I've got someone who's professional and courteous. I'm not embarrassed to have them answer the phone. They understand that it's really important that we never miss a call, and they know what to do when they answer the phone. When we get to development, to skills development, now I've got somebody who is understands how to assess a client, who's responsive in an empathetic and authoritative way, and who can lead the call as opposed to just being responsive to it. My advanced tactics are where we get into sales and psychology that help move the needle toward conversion. I find this one of the most fascinating things I learned when I was working with a client who was really seeking TBI cases. The part of the brain that makes decisions is incapable of taking action when there is an injury to the emotional centers of the brain. And so I look at that kind of like trying to order a meal when you're not hungry. How do you make a decision when you're not emotional is the same way you don't want to eat when you're not hungry. Emotion is what drives decision making. So how do we employ emotional motivators to compel action? That's part of the advanced tactics that are going to make your team sales and conversion oriented and not just kind and helpful. And then when we master intake, that's when we have all of this consistently delivered over time, repeatedly. I know we got the process, we've got the sales and psychology, we've got the empathy and authority, and we get that conversion. That's what we're looking for. Okay. I'm going to switch back to my other presentation here. Bear with me 1 sec. Don't worry, I'm going to share that too. Okay. All right. So first thing I tell everybody, it's not a warm body position. It is so important. And the reason it's so important is often a reason that even the people doing the work don't know. On average, it's about $250 to make the phone ring in a law office in this country, okay, from your marketing efforts, about $250. I listened to someone once literally say to someone who had an injured relative and was calling to see if we handled car accidents. And this person said, "We sure do." And the person, the caller said, "Well, she's going to need a good lawyer because she's hurt and it was not her fault. And the receptionist said, well, have her give us a call. She had no idea the importance of that call, that the value of that client and the cost of that call. And I'll tell you what, even call centers don't recognize that, because I'm pretty intense when I hire a call center. I'm making sure that they're not missing calls and that they're handling them well. That's supposedly the expertise that they have, right? Well, if they miss a call and I point it out and they want to give me $8 back, my head pops off. Because it's not about the $8 it would have cost you to answer the call. It's about the $250 it cost me to make the phone ring and the potential 7-figure case that it would have been.
Amen.
So don't give me $8. Fix it. Okay. So when we're talking about expert call handling, we're talking about people who are trained on those skills. And it is a unicorn position. You need somebody who has a lot of that sales-driven, motivated, jumping on top of the lead, looking at the numbers, reporting, persistent follow-through, but also soft and warm and empathetic. And I'm so sorry you're going through this, and it would be my pleasure to help you. I want to get you through this. So you are looking for special people. I would hire personality over experience any day, any day. And my favorite people to hire are teachers. And teachers are really unhappy in the classroom lately. So if you're looking to hire teachers, start looking in the spring, because they will jump ship in the summer. Okay. All right. Do they know how to actually qualify a lead? And I think that this is actually on the end of less important than more important, in that I want them to sign. We can catch and release if we have to, but get them signing. So many intake specialists, which I never call them that, case evaluators, so many case evaluators lack the confidence to sign. I'd always rather them err on the side of sign. And I always caveat the language with, look, let's get this started, so that gives us the access we need to delve a little deeper, to actually access the records and see if we can help with this. So let's get this started. The way I look at an intake call is, it's not an intake call. If I'm lucky, if I'm effective, the end result of that call is an intake. It's not the start, it's the finish. Okay. Do we know how to handle objections? The objections are pretty consistent. We're selling something for free at this point, right? So it shouldn't be but so many objections, and we should have an answer for all of them. Okay. Are they asking for the conversion? Are they getting the work done? Or are they endlessly following up? And if they are endlessly following up, are they following up in a way that creates urgency, adds value, and moves the client down funnel? Okay. Dedicated management. This is my favorite part. This is why I've made a business out of doing intake, because if you're deeply involved in it, you will win, win, win. Okay. The person who manages intake is training the team, leading the team, holding them accountable, reviewing why we decline leads, reviewing what the after hours team is doing, assessing overall performance, assessing lead quality, assessing the process, assessing the team. We're doing all the things that help us optimize. We're looking for all the cracks that need to be filled with gold. All right. So if you have somebody who's dedicated to this position, they are all up in this business every single day, every day. Right. And when I'm working with a firm, even as an outsider, I get them started on a system. They're checking in with me at least once a week. I want to see that all these leads are dispositioned, 100% compliance on reasons for why a lead was rejected, internal review of every lead that was lost. Okay. And then assessing it from a higher level. Do we have the right people in place? Often we take the person who's great at intake and say, oh, she's the intake manager. Well, not if she's great at intake. If she's great at intake, I want her to be on the phones of intake, right? So how do we balance that, right? Do we have a process for bringing new hires into the firm so that they are effective in this position, right? And if you aren't tasting the soup, you have to. You have to listen to calls. You have to give feedback. All right. And use them as teachable moments. We can't, if we're faced with something that we've never faced before, brilliant opportunity to teach the rest of the team about that. Okay. And then I'm a data dork. I love looking at the numbers. I want to see the numbers trending in the right direction. So I want everybody to pull up to the dashboards regularly and let's talk about it. What are we seeing as a team? All right. One of the woman who reached out to me right before this call, freaking out, is an intake manager, and she's thinking leads aren't coming into the pipeline. I'm delighted that she was looking into the pipeline because she said call volume's down. Something's wrong this week. What's wrong? And that's more of the soup that you need to taste. If something feels wrong, well, we better be checking phone numbers. All these call tracking numbers, they break. Okay. Suddenly you'll have a phone number that just goes nowhere. So if you have someone who's sitting around waiting for the phone to ring, they're calling all of your marketing numbers. They're testing all of your form fills. They're looking for the leak. Okay. All the time, there's something to do. Are we adjusting staff based on the data? Okay. Simple one. If I look at the numbers and, boy, Joe is our strongest converter.
Best training gym shoes for men.
Oh, there you go. Hey,
Oh.
Thomas.
Sorry. If I'm assessing that, if I'm looking at the data, it's going to help me position the team. So I'm somebody who, I need my sleep. You put me on the phones in the afternoon, I'm not going to be as effective. So give me something that's less intense in the afternoon. Give me the mornings to run. All right. We need to make sure that we're motivating people. Okay. Coaching and motivating, feedback loops constantly. We do train, assess, repeat, train, assess, repeat. We need to tie the intake and the marketing very closely together. And this is, again, back to why I really don't do much marketing anymore, is I need to be so deeply involved to feel comfortable spending your money that I need to be all in the intake business. And if the marketing team isn't asking, like my marketing clients every week, I want to see the reports. I want to look at the numbers, because that is critically important to improving the campaigns. All right, Brian Law Firm, this is my golden window into, hey, how's it going? And actually, it's a little different than this, but I always want to know, this is actually, I think I'm going to go to the next one. No, it's not that slide, but close enough.
Well, can I just chime in there real quick? This is one thing too, just so everyone's aware. This is why I don't run paid ads for my clients. And the reason is I found that there was like, you're at a, what's it called? Like if I'm an agency who's spending your money, then I'm not looking at your data as objectively if I wasn't spending your money. Does that make sense?
I also, the thing I always say, Ed, is the Facebook guy's never going to tell you that Facebook's not working. And so
1,000%.
Like the SEO companies are never going to tell you, SEO is just not what it used to be.
Yeah.
So I like the role I prefer in the marketing world is in a consulting model, because I want to be picking and choosing where I'm allocating the funds, who's doing the work I can be critical of, and then we can look at those results with a completely different perspective. So if you don't have somebody in the same way owning marketing, you need to own marketing. And nobody asks harder questions than my husband when it comes to looking at data. So you need someone who's asking hard questions. And the only way we can answer those questions is to look at the data. Okay. We really need to be looking at the data. So this is, I'm gonna switch to that other presentation because I want to go to that other chart real quick. Give me one sec here. Maybe not. It's going to be here. Bear with me. No, it's a different one. Yet another different one. Actually, here, I may find it here. No. All right, not critically important. But what I'm typically, my dashboard has changed a little bit since this screenshot was taken. But opportunities, how many leads did we have? And by leads, we need to start with that language. When we say we had a lead, for me, a lead is anybody who reaches out to the law firm seeking legal services. It may be out of practice area. It may be in practice area, but unqualified. It may be an injured person. That's the highest quality lead. But I want to know how many people seeking legal services reached out to us, because if they're in our market, they are potentially going to need us in the future. So start with the question, what is a lead? I then want to know the next slide that tile that I usually have right here is unresponsive. So if we generated 160 leads, I want to be super certain that we've lost no more than 16 to complete unresponsiveness, meaning they downloaded something from the website, they started but didn't finish a chat, they called and we missed it, God forbid, and we didn't get them back. So how many leads did we actually not talk to and therefore haven't screened? Once I screen the leads, I know whether or not they're qualified. So opportunities are leads, qualified leads are what matter. Again, I'm totally in the wrong dashboard right now.
Okay.
Ignore booked, but of the qualified leads, how many did we retain? This to me is an improving but horrifying number. I want to see out of 80 qualified leads, I want to be signing 78. Okay, I'm looking for north of 90%, 95% really. I'm not going to get everyone. Someone's going to call whose brother-in-law is an attorney and they just wanted to get some free advice. We'll look at those figures again. And then the most important number is that delta, the delta between qualified and retained. These are the ones that are lost, and we need to investigate what went wrong here. Did we get in touch with them quickly enough? Did we evaluate them thoroughly? Did we have a rapport building, respectful, empathetic conversation? Let's listen to that call. Why didn't it convert? What could we have done differently? What was the follow-up like? How consistent, how persistent were we? Did we follow up soon enough? Did they already hire an attorney by the time we followed up? And then, of course, I want to look at things like where our leads are coming from, how my individual team is converting, and how much of that funnel is moving down each level. And this is why. This is one of my favorite slides. This is from back in like 2010. It's old. This is share of the market for data-driven companies. Okay, so you've got Apple, Amazon, Alphabet, which is Google, Microsoft, and Facebook. What do all of these companies have in common? They are the most data-rich companies on the planet. And look at that. I mean, their growth is just absolutely unprecedented because they're not going with gut, they're going with data. Okay. So I want you to get really clear, and I'm going to switch to a different screen because this is annoying me.
Hey, Terry, real quick,
Yeah.
did you already cover this? Who is determining, when you were talking about this earlier, I think I missed it. I just want to be clear on this. Who's determining what is a qualified? Is that the intake manager or is
Yeah,
that?
so I believe it absolutely needs to be handled lickety split on the call. Like you should be on the call. I mean, you may need to say, well, maybe they haven't been to the doctor yet, or they're waiting to see a police report. But ideally, we want to have them qualified or disqualified on that initial call. In terms of what is qualified, that's where I want you to train your team to assess what you're looking for. So what you're looking for, we all want the same thing. We want the big cases. But if you're a marketing firm, you're keeping the fires burning by taking all these little cases too. So if it's a good fit, it means that there's a positive ROI for this case.
Yeah.
Now, I have some firms that they don't want to even talk about the injuries until they know there's at least $1,500 of damage. Obviously, you have states like Louisiana where that they have to the first $100,000 does not go to the client unless they are insured. And so you've got some unique situations based on the states and the firm's preferences. But your team should be trained to sign what meets your criteria, whatever you determine that criteria to be. And if you must catch and release, build the language into your scripts, and I use the term lightly, so that people know to expect that you know what, let's get this started so that we can take a closer look. It allows us to access your records in a way that's going to give us some more insight so that we can determine if this is a case we could help with. Because here's the thing, and this is a line that I use with all my teams. What I want my teams to say is, my job is to evaluate the case through the lens of the law. And I need to get a little bit deeper to see if the law is on our side on this one. And so you're giving yourself a little leeway to say, look, this may not be the greatest fit for either of us. So I want to take the fear of signing something away and say, look, give us 2 weeks to delve deeper into this and let's get started. That way it's off your plate. We'll take care of it from here. You'll hear from us in the next 48 hours. That way we got the signature. We just need to continue to win them on. Okay. This is what I consider the most top level, high value information that every law firm needs to have. Okay. This is 1,526 leads, 406. This is dummy data, so don't get too married to it. 406 qualified leads, 372 retained. That's a 91.6% conversion rate. Okay. This is down based on annual, so it's not really down, but actually let me switch to a monthly one so it's easier to see. Sorry. Well, I may not be live on this. Okay, let's go back to year to date. Anyway, ignore open. How many did we lose? So that's fantastic. Only lost 23 cases out of the 406 that were qualified. And so the intake team is tasked with qualifying and signing. If we need to catch and release and we have a habit of doing that, we may want to add a tile for attrition. All right, what did we spend? What is the cost per lead? What is the cost per case? Forecasted revenue based on averages and the ROI multiple. Now, I know you were mentioning Ken. Ken was recently saying about 6 is a good ROI. I've gotten my clients up to 10, 11, 12 in that window because of good intake. That's how much power is in that.
Yep. Yep.
And I want to show you where you have the ability to make a difference. So let me switch.
Can I say one more thing on that?
Yeah.
Just because I think this is the other hinge point of this. Excuse me. It's not just good because it gives you better ROI. It turns barely profitable or unprofitable campaigns profitable.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah.
And so now your ability to scale your firm goes from I suck at this. I must be it's
right. No, just keeping the fires burning.
Yeah. And to oh wow, now I see the daylight just opened up. Now.
Right. Which is why you do need to take on some of those lower value cases, and your team, I want them to understand the math of this. All right. Look, these are the 2 things that we really influence in intake: this percent of leads that are engaged and the percent of leads that are converted. Okay. So in this chart, I'm spending $100,000. I got 433 leads, which costs $231 per lead. If I'm only getting 80% of them, meaning I'm calling, but they're not answering, or I didn't respond quickly enough and they moved on, or they haven't responded at all. Now I'm down to 346, which brought my cost per lead way up. Now, quality is what it is, right? The marketing team is in charge of the quality. So on average, across the country, I find that we have about 25% qualified. If you have great referral relationships and great reputation in your market, this number will be closer to 30 to 40, but really hard in cold marketing to get higher than 25. Okay. So that's national and major markets all over this country. About 25 is as high as you will see it in marketing. All right. Which means I get down to 87 leads, qualified leads. If I'm only converting 77%, that gives me 67 signed cases. And you're going, all right, I mean, that's not that bad. I mean, $1,500 a case, sign me up, right? Sign me up. If I have that same $100,000, but I engage 95% because of speed to lead, effective follow-up, if I have to follow up at all because I'm so effective in the conversion, consistency, if I get 95% of the leads talking to me, now converting 90%, which isn't even being my nitpickiest, now I'm all of a sudden at 93 signed cases. Over the year, that 93, that extra case volume there is an extra nearly $4 million. So not only are you keeping the fires burning to get keep those campaigns running, get the next great case in, wait for the big one, you're adding significant revenue by taking all of that smaller stuff. Okay. Same thing. We put this on a 50K spend. You're looking at increasing another 500,000 over the year. So you want to get the two things that we control, the percent of qualified leads converted and the percent of all leads that are engaged. Okay. Those are the two things that you really own. Now, back to my little dashboard here. This is based on averages. I want to see how this is trending over time. I want to see my conversion rate. You can see like we had an intervention here. March went poorly. We were able to turn that around. That's the kind of stuff that I'm looking for. And again, the relationship between marketing and intake is so important. We need those folks communicating with each other so that we can intervene when necessary. All right. So in terms of metrics, and I'm going to go back to this one because I'm going to give you, I switched into a different presentation altogether. Okay. Hang on. Don't worry, I'm not going to go. Yeah, okay, I'm going to leave it there. In terms of the KPIs that are most important to me, I want to know leads, unresponsive leads, qualified leads, converted leads. Obviously, that would leave me with the balance of lost. I want to know share of the workload. In fact, I'm going to pull up a different slide, but I need to redact it real quick. I want to know share of the workload. I want to see where my leads are coming from. There's plenty that we can get out of just looking in the pipeline. And that's what I really want to do. I want to be able to look in the pipeline and say, boom, I can see it. I can see exactly where we've thrived, where we need some additional work, who's carrying the lion's share, who has some work to do. It's all right in front of me. Dang, I'm not finding the dang one I want. But I want you to taste the soup. And that means that you're going to do this. Let me pull this slide up for you. Here it is. Here it is, guys. I just found the one I was looking for. Sorry, now I got to find the share button. Okay, here's this. Very simple. Lead, engaged lead, qualified lead, unresponsive, rejected, lost, one, referred. Simple, simple, simple. Obviously, when I'm looking at things, I'm looking at call volume. This is the most basic. I love the data, so I can come up with a zillion different dashboards that I'd like to look at. But if you want to know at its most basic, that's what I want. I do offer a very simple dashboard that you can log into and actually collect your data. This is available. So this is actual data from a client of mine. It grows over time. So you can see in this month, I can say, okay, so we have way more leads than we did last year. Quality has improved, which is exactly what I would expect to see as reputation grows. We didn't lose any, which is awesome. This is what we spent. Cost per case is high, but in this case, this is a firm that's very selective and their case value is quite high. And this was actually 100% conversion rate on this firm. And I can see how this is trending over time. Okay. I put this together so that you can actually keep your data. This firm has been with me a long time, so we can go back in time and see, well, how did this compare? So this is available if it's something that you're interested in, and at least keeping that top level data safe, secure, and every month reporting that. I know I'm over time here, but give me 2 more seconds to share with you guys my little Christmas gift to you. If you would like a copy of the book, scan that QR code and we'll get that sent out to you just in time to relax over the holidays. My email address is there. Typically how we work with folks is we taste the soup first and foremost. If you come to us and you say, I don't even know if I have good intake, we'll let you know. We do a really deep dive. We interview the team. We listen to the calls. We interact with the software, the follow-up. We do it all. So if you're not willing to taste your soup, let us taste your soup. And then we'll make recommendations from there as to how we can help. So there's my email there. And, that's it. Ta-da. Slightly over. Ta-da. Questions, comments?
First of all, that's just fire. That was great. It's great. It's great. I actually loved your math equation near the end there, especially with the if you can't visualize the ROI on this, you're just kind of missing out. Oh, Brian just wrote fire. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And that's really the thing. When we do the intake audit, I'm looking for the meat on the bone. So, and I want to see if you spend this much money, this is what I would expect. This is what I'm finding. And let me pull this in because I think, for everybody to see the numbers that I look at. Give me one. I had so many things open today, so I'm a little all over the place. But it's going to be in here. This is what I'm typically looking at. Okay. 100% of my leads, 90% of them better be engaged with us. If we don't, we have to see what we're doing wrong here. 30% of the leads being qualified means I have a good reputation and good marketing, and I want my intake team signing 95% of them. That if I trickle that down to 100 leads, 90 engaged, 27 qualified, if I'm only signing 75% of it, I'm getting 20 clients. If I'm signing 95% of it, I'm getting 26 clients. Yep. 6 clients a month extra is huge. Okay. So that's the meat you're trying to get off the bone. Okay. And that's where I'm showing you the difference here. If we can get from 70 to 95% engagement, 75 to 95% conversion, you can see a tremendous improvement on your ROI. Okay. All right. So what do we do? Focus on all these things that we just talked about.
Outstanding. So, and then when you say you taste the soup, will you guys do a full spectrum audit?
We do. So I can, here, this is what our audit pretty much, it's like 10 chapters. We assess the entry points, we listen to your calls, we assess your software, interview your staff, review your scripts, review your campaign delivery, analyze your data, and interact as a prospect. You get a document that we're going to tell you where things can be improved upon and what we think you actually can be doing. So to me, it's a no-brainer investment. What you'll get out of it will give you a roadmap for next year. And we'll certainly let you know where we can help on that. But if you're not going to task somebody with tasting the soup, please let us taste the soup.
Yeah, I love it. Well, huge fan already. Carrie, I knew I would be. When I met you in Colorado, and
yes.
So we have, I think, about 10 guys on now, but this will go out to the whole list, and we'll be using this again and again. And then I look forward to. I'll circle up with you. Please reach out to Carrie.
Absolutely.
I think this is just the biggest no-brainer. That is one of the things I was going to say, I want to make sure my wife's like, it's 2:00 here Central Standard Time. I told her I'd be done by 3, and because all the kids get done with school, and then I'm going to help her with something. She's off. So I have I have one more chunk I want to teach today. But one thing I was going to say was, I met a really nice lady who was out of, I think, South Carolina, North Carolina, one of the Carolinas. After watching 4 days of marketing, she's just like, I don't even think I want to do any of this. I just want to stick to my whatever referrals. But here's what I wanted to share though. She didn't have it simplified on just like, hey, all we're doing is generating leads. This is the data that's going to come out. Like, you don't need to know 90% of the jargon. Most of those vendors that go up there and start speaking language nobody could understand. Shouldn't be allowed on stage, first of all.
No, and it's so hard. You go into that 4-day environment and you come home, and I've written articles about it for PILMA. You need to go to PILMA saying, I'm going to take 3 things that I'm going back to implement. And being knowledgeable is good. But let me tell you, and I don't think I knew the value of consultants until I actually was one. What a consultant brings to your practice is the ability to compare to all these other practices across the country and tell you, you're the guy up the hall in a different suite in your building is not going to tell you his case value. He's not going to tell you his lead quality rate. You get this insight into, okay, based on everything I see here, this is what you're doing really well, and this is where you need to make some shifts. And guys, this comes back to chapter 3 in my book. We can't do it all right? marketing has become incredibly technical. And so you can't be expected to be the master marketer. That's why you have to bring in people who know how to look at the marketing model mix and can say, okay, this is what we're going to do. You want to have, if you're going to really be that CEO, you need to get above the business. Okay. And we all know, being in the business, being overly involved in those day-to-day operations can really bog you down. You want to get, out to the balcony, as they say.
Yeah, I love it. There's a client I work with now that they just had a 9-figure case settlement.
Ooh.
And he's still chasing his own leads.
Yeah. I mean, I met with 2 attorneys this week who were floored when I was like, and then we want the one call closed. And you're like, without an attorney? Yeah, I don't want attorneys on the phone. You shouldn't be on the phone. You get into case strategy before you even qualify a lead. So
Yeah.
you shouldn't be on the phone. And these are all matters of scale. If you want to be, and I think this chapter didn't make it to my book, but there is a strategy that you can employ if you only want to be the most highly respected expert in the field. And you can look at this as hair people who cut hair. Okay. If you're the best hair cutter in New York City, you can charge $700 for a haircut, but the rest of the hair cutters in New York City can't do that. Okay. So if you want to be that guy, you're going to have to work really, really hard to get only the most unbelievable cases by delivering a completely different service level. If you're going to compete on the same floor with these other guys, you're going to have to take a scalable approach. Otherwise, you're going to be too slow. And the competition is too steep. The
That's
market
actually
saturation.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, this is a bigger point, which is, but we do really personalized service. And you're like, yeah, they want speed to the personalized service. They don't want to be delayed. Delayed is not personalized.
Oh no, this is now. Let me. I got a puppy during the pandemic. They say you got an air fryer, a dog, or a baby. 2 out of 3. Every one of you on this call, I can almost guarantee it. So I did the dog and the air fryer. My pup did great until about a year ago when 2 other neighbors got puppies, and all of a sudden my dog was wandering. He started visiting the neighbors, and it was upsetting one of the neighbors. And literally, the neighbor said it to me, and I was immediately like, "Crap! I need an electric fence now." And so I immediately Google, like literally standing on my driveway, electric fence company, Richmond, Virginia, and I call. Get voicemail. I hang up. I call the second one, get voicemail, hang up. Call the third one, get voicemail. And I was like, this is what I talk about. I am a $3,000 client ready to go now. The second guy called me back within moments, and I said, you just won my business. I have no brand loyalty, which most of the internet doesn't. I have a problem that I need solved, and I'm worth $3,000. He called, and I had the fence installed 2 days later. That's how the modern online shopper is shopping.
Awesome. Okay, you're the best. I will.
Thanks for having me.
Anytime. We're gonna do it again. All right.
Happy holidays, everyone.
Guys, likewise.
Bye-bye.
Okay. So let me ask a couple questions before we get rock and rolling here. Are you overwhelmed at all? Number one, because my goal is that you're not. That's number one. Number two is, do you have it in you for another 30 minutes to sprint it out? And I could do either a PowerPoint to wrap up some of my points, or I could actually pull up some of your YouTube channels and websites, and we can go into it. And I do have a special offer for you today, so I could kick off that as well. So, is there anything you specifically want, need, hopes, dreams, desires? You can comment in the comment, and then I'm happy to open up like if you want to unmute yourself as well, we can do that as well. The other thing is, if you have a YouTube channel or website you'd like me to just give you my 2 cents on, without judgment other than just coaching and feedback, I'm happy to do that. Okay. So, yeah, Carrie was great. I love, I've already said it, the intake side of things, vital. The retargeting being set up before you start spending money on ads, or if you are spending money, it's low hanging fruit. So let me cover a couple thoughts I want to make sure that we'll cover a couple thoughts. I'm going to open up and just do some real, oh, what's up? What's up? There we go. We're undergoing a website design. We'll love your input. Okay, cool. We'll do that. Oh, it's really nice. It's really nice. Let me do this real quick. So let me, I'm going to cover that. Let me just bang through, actually, no, let me do it right now. I said I offered. Let me just do it right now. So I want to show you guys something real quick, and then I'm going to go into this over here. Yeah, this looks really good. So I'm going to come back to this. I just want to show you guys something really cool. So when I go, I believe you can, let me just see, make sure you can see my screen. Yeah, you can. Okay, so when I come here, all right, now when I come, these are the keywords. I just want to show you this. So these are keywords, and supposedly these is what the cost per click is on some of these, right? And then I would do the same thing for construction, MBA, dog bites. Okay. But this is the thing I wanted you to do. I want to show you something real cool. So this is Google. And so automobile accidents. How Google works is you can go to Google here. Okay. Now, this is what we call smart search, which means this is what other people are searching, right? And so if I just go near me, okay, you're gonna have these pop up. I'm not gonna start clicking on things, okay? Um, you have all the rest of the stuff right here. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Now, when I type this in though into YouTube, oh, oh, sorry guys. All right, so then I got these, right? Now, whenever I see like these, this is how we pick like the video topics to use, by the way. But this is an outlier. So this is a thumbnail, okay? So like this guy right here, he's got 3 views. This one has 1,600, and this one has 163,000. Okay, look at the difference in thumbnails. Over $100 million in verdict settlement. How do I choose the right car accident attorney? The biggest mistake, this did fine, but the big mistake here is he uses the same headline as this headline. Okay. This guy doesn't have a thumbnail. People don't click on videos without thumbnails. They just don't. Okay. So if you have videos on your YouTube channel, one of the first things we're gonna do is we're gonna get you proven thumbnails that you can choose from, and then we stick it on there. Okay, that's number one. And you can use older videos. You start putting up thumbnails, and you use new descriptions. You get a bump on that, especially locally. Okay, you don't need 160,000 views to get cases. You could this one's has probably done very well for this
to choose the
for this yeah, there. Guess not though. That link's not working. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good. This pretty good thing there. Okay, cool. So what I want to show you there was my question is when you start searching for all the questions that might be in there, we use inside our propaganda course, which I'll give it to you guys as well, I've already done the work for you. Okay. So here's 21 reels and scripts for train wreck attorney. Now, I have a chat GPT that I trained, and then I train it. And I have a bunch of different persuasion trainings that I've trained my chat GPT on, right? But the number mistake train wreck victims make in the first 7 days, why train companies rush to the scene, it's not to help you. Do this before speaking to anyone after a train accident. Secret evidence to train crashes most lawyers don't know exists. Why the first settlement offer is always a trap, or why you should not take it. So anyhow, these are 21, and these could be simple videos. Like these ones you don't need to do full camera teleprompter. You don't need to, because this is stuff you already know. However, we can help you with that. But what I'd say is like, hey, there's three signs you have. Three signs that you have a high value train wreck or should have top dollar or go for top dollar. And then you just teach what it is. There's always a hook, right? Why train wreck injuries get underpaid unless you do this. Okay. What most people who've been in a train wreck accident don't realize is that most train train wreck injuries go underpaid. Here's why. And then you go into a story, and then you share what to do, and you say, hey, you can contact us or visit the site below to have us evaluate your case. Okay. So this is how you do the reels. I don't make this stuff up from scratch. We do this based on what people are searching for, whether it's in ChatGPT. So if ChatGPT is giving me this data to me to create videos out of, guess what? ChatGPT thinks that's high value content. Okay. Now I can't promise you that's exactly what's going to rank, but as Corey had said, as Corey had already shared, it's already happening. Okay. Then I went into and we built out the top 10 fears people have. And then you would do this by your different niches. Okay. Some of it's going to overlap. I don't know who to trust. And then the top 10 wants. And so I'm not going to read through this whole thing. You can kind of see it. Chuck and I already took indeterminate evidence. This will be long, exhausting, stressful lawsuit. What if they don't communicate or update me? What if my lawyer settles too early? What if I'm blamed, judged, or not believed? I'll lose control over my case. I don't want to relive the trauma again. Those are things that are internal fears or fears that people have. So by creating shorts out of those, like 90 seconds, 3 minutes or under little micro videos, you really start building a database of assets that you can start deploying one a week. And guess what? You build up your whole assets of content. And this is a little ninja professional trick. What we can do is we re-release the same short mini video every 90 days. So what happens is, guess what? Your content gets resubmitted into the search engines every 90 days, every 45 days. There's different ways to make it even faster and better. But the thing is that if you post something today, remember, Facebook and Instagram are what? Interest engines. If you post something today, guess what? There's a certain parade of people that are interested today. Those are not going to be the same people that are interested in 45 days. So by you reposting things every 45 days, you have 30 pieces of content, 45 pieces of content, you now are posting every single day valuable content driven stuff that is showing up. And so when people are interested, guess what? They see your content and or are more likely to see your content. I think that's more of a fair assessment and comment. Okay. Is that pretty good, guys? Is that pretty valuable? All right, let me share the screen and give the review of what we were going to do. There we go. Boop. Okay, cool. So these are the assets that we're going to need as we go through this stuff. my chat. Okay. Paul, definitely. Good. Brian, I'm doing it right now for you, buddy. Okay. So you're going to want this stuff. Okay. Now, I'd love to help you with that because there's a couple reasons for that. Number one is I'm a pro at that, like video, this stuff, like is number one. Number two, you're going to get it all done in one day. Number three is you do want somebody who knows what they're talking about from a sales perspective and a content education perspective to get that done. So I'm going to recommend to you that you need to have minimally 21 micro reels. I prefer 30, maybe even more, especially if you have partners or other attorneys we can add into the mix on this. And then at least 10 3 to 7 minute videos. The reason why we want 10 3 to 7 minute videos is because that's what your YouTube channel is going to be. The front cover of it is going to be packed with, and that's going to cover your core niches, and it's going to make sure that we're answering the core fears, wants, desires, concerns, internal objections, and that we have something that covers all of it. Now, and for some of you guys, if you're using AI to get back to people, to follow up with people, this is where the automations can kick out content that actually sells. The other really big point on video that I'm just going to hammer home here is most of your websites are content. Content is for SEO. It's not for conversion. Where when we looked at Morgan & Morgan, this is a conversion website. This is based on conversion. Okay. There's a lot of other, this site is based on conversion. This site is based on for conversion, which means we get leads into cases. Okay. Most of your sites, if you work with an SEO company to build it out, they build it for ranking and SEO. That's not really necessarily what that's great, but we want cases. We don't just want to rank. So all right, here we are, buddy. All right, let's see what we got. So Bryant Lawson, this is great.
Hi, I'm Mark Bryant, founder of the Bryant Law Center. Here at Bryant Law, we've assembled a team of hardworking professionals dedicated to serving you or your families for more than 30 years. We work diligently to make sure our clients receive the best possible outcomes. Whether you are a victim of a personal injury case or have been affected by a dangerous drug or product, we are here to help. Please click one of the options below and share with us some information so that my team can get started working on your case immediately. Thank you for putting your trust in the Bryant Law Center.
Oh, cool. So you have the chat coming up. That's great. So I'm not going to go through the whole thing, Mark. That's amazing. Call or text for free consultation. There we go. Let's see our firm. Yeah, so let's see what we got here.
I am from.
Let me back up. Okay, so one little piece, Mark, right away. I might put your like an insert of this next thumbnail. So this is what I mean. Like, so that's a
I am from.
Watch this. This is what I mean. That is a thumbnail. I could see us having this inside, like right here, or even upper right. This is really nice, by the way. But even where this roof is, I might just have a picture of your lawyers, because this doesn't really mean much to me personally. Bryant Law Center. So again, Bryant Law Center. Let's see what this doesn't help me at all, and this doesn't really help me at all, right? So let me go here and go to how does I would just steal, like not steal, about our attorneys, right? The right attorney where we are with over 1,000 attorneys across the country. We're ready to fight for you. At Bryant Law Center, with X amount of attorneys, we're ready to fight for you. You know, that would be great. Okay, we fight for you. Oh, there you go. See, buddy? Maybe you actually move this up here, right? Looks great. You know what I might do there is, since so many people are coming to the About Us, I might put right here, right through here, uh, um, case studies and testimonials right here, right? Let me see if that's what these guys are doing. Yep. And then one attorney, one mission. So even right there, yep. Let's see what your video looks like. Boom.
I am from Paducah. I am a fourth generation Paducah. My granddaddy was a Greek restaurant owner here. My other granddaddy was a deputy sheriff here. I am from clients. When we talk about the culture of the Bryant Law Center, we're talking about putting clients first. And I just think it's really important to be a nice person and to help people out. That's the way my parents raised me. And that's the way we operate this law firm.
I think the best trait of the Bryant Law Center is its compassion. We have people in this office who care about the clients that we represent and who are willing to go the extra mile to make sure that we do everything possible to achieve the best outcome for every client.
My husband was killed in a tragic accident, work-related. When it happened, I had no idea what to do. So I called the Bryant Law Center and they brought me in. The first few meetings with them, I mean, they walked me through everything I would have to do on my part. As far as the law part, that's their area of expertise, but they explained it to me in terms that I could understand.
The people that don't have any money, they have a hard time getting a good lawyer. And so that's when I decided that's what I was going to do. And so that is what we have done. We don't represent businesses. We don't represent insurance companies. We represent the people.
Oh,
they make you feel
right there, man. Right. That like little slit right there could be a separate, like 30-second video that you have as a short as well. Her video could also be like a separate entry. So it's how you take a 3-minute video and you could put different clips on the beginning of it that open it up, you know. Very, very good. So let's see here, douche.
Our clients like their family too, because we know the problems they're going through in their cases, and we try to do everything we can to make their life.
So really well, that's done well. Now I'll tell you what I think might be missing a little bit in a second, but I want to before I give any feedback, I want to look around a little bit. So if I go here, let's just take. Yeah, so this is an example of where, again, these are kind of, a lot of you guys have the same one. Okay, so this is, again, this is the whole industry has this problem, and the problem is that this is this just became very SEO friendly. Does that make sense? This is all SEO shit. So I lose a little bit of like, man, we're missing some window of opportunity here. So Kentucky Personal Injury Attorneys, that is a plug that is 100% to get the keyword, right? And that is what if you look up here, that's your URL. So that's what they're trying to do. But that doesn't mean you have to have that as your headline. Does that make sense? And so, what did I click on? I clicked on personal injury, and then like, again, like one suggestion to me would be like a video similar to like personal injury is too broad in my opinion. Like what types of cases do we handle? So I go here and I'm down here, right? And so this might be like a video that's like, hey, if you're looking for a personal injury attorney, that means that right now you're experiencing, you or someone you love is experiencing, is going through a stressful time for many of these different reasons. What we like to do here is to first find out what type of injury are you going through, or what has happened. And so you'll see below this video, you're going to see all the different types of injury cases that we specialize in, that we get results for our people. Now, here's a couple things before you click on that we'd like you to know is how to hire an attorney or choose a good attorney, what types of cases we do handle, and then anything else you want to say. But I want to get in there I want to segment them into there'll be recordings, Paul. So thank you. They'll I would want to get them into your sub niches, right? And then let me look at your sub niches. So car accidents, right? Again, Kentucky, this is just for everyone who's watching, this is premium real estate. So we want to get a little more of a value driven. Yeah. You're really good on camera. And you're really good with video. So I would be finding ways, and I think people, I know this for a fact, people consume content um better than they do like better video better than content. Okay. So that I'm just gonna give that feedback overall. So I'm not gonna go through every single page. But I do want to see one other thing. And then this part will relate to everybody. Because now we're gonna go into YouTube a little bit.
I am from.
Okay, so that's great. 810 views from 5 years ago. And then yeah, so right now your pages aren't getting any traffic at all or any traction. So I would start looking at either revisiting a lot of the stuff we've talked about today, about rebooting up. Like what you did there is great about who is Bryant Law. It's not great at list of taking them through a whole funnel of all the different questions that they're currently dealing with right now. So we could help you with that as well. So I would recommend that. And then the other thing I would do is possibly just rework a lot of these thumbnails. Like your thumbnails, these are just aren't great thumbnails, you know. And get them reposted up and reboot them. And I mean, your videos are good. It looks like you went and got a lot of work done on this stuff here, or you're just you paid to become a guest, or I don't know if those are or commercials, but that would help a lot. And you're just seeing you're not getting a ton of views right now. So that's okay. And then we could do probably a little stronger of a description and call to action on that. So you're not alone though. Okay. So let me look through a couple more of these things. I'm going to show you guys this. So this is a few of our, hopefully that was helpful. And then, let's see here. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. I'm going to stop that share real quick. And then, you guys got the reels, you got the content. That's how we pull the content out. Very good. All right, so let's go through here. Boom. So let me get to this, then I'll open up for last couple of questions. So again, I highly recommend you do a blitz, a social media blitz, where you get the 21 micro reels that sell. Okay, they sell by answering questions, objections, concerns, fears, hopes, dreams, desires. You get the 3 to 7 minute videos, kind of like we were just talking about, Mark. You're like, Ed, well, how do I create 7 videos? The truth is like 50% or 80% of those videos could be the same. They're only 3 minutes long, but what you're doing is you're addressing just different parts of your cases, right? It's kind of like Carrie was saying, you go broad. Corey said the same thing. You go broad, and then your bigger cases will come in. But your communication when people go into each category of your website should have a video that we take from YouTube, put it on your page, so that you're double dipping and you're getting the value and the leverage out of both of it, right? Now, a lot of these, all 3 of these things are things that we created. The law firm didn't create those, okay? And um I'm a big believer. Like sometimes I see these videos like, hey, if you got 6 hours a month, we can create as much video, we can create as much. I think that's just asking a lot from you guys. One of the things I might recommend, and Kurt touched on it, was I do think like once you start getting some content up and running, I do think like getting I mean, first of all, this is good enough to stick in a lot of places inside your office or whatever, to just to help get more content going if you need it. But I do think it's worth investing in good quality content to to um to use in your ads, to use in your retargeting, to use on all your socials. Okay. And if you're not doing that, then you have this is what's happening. Carrie touched on this too, is you have a leaky bucket. Okay. And you can do that. So we want to go and solve that problem. So I'm going to skip here because I want to get right to a couple points here, which is how do we turn you into how do we work with people to turn them into like the person that no one else is able to touch because you were able to do something that no one else was able to do. Okay. And that is differentiating yourself and being a blue ocean, having the blue ocean strategy in a sea of clutter. Now, 7-Eleven in concept, I talked about this earlier, right? That is 7 hours, 11 touch points across 4 platforms. Well, how do you get to all of those things? Well, I'm kind of going through it. We've gone through it all day, but it starts with the video, turns into other assets. Older demographic like reading PDFs, they like reading books, and then we stack it. Why is it so important, as we said earlier? Because the perceived expertise allows you to charge more or get more for your fee. It allows you to not have to fight with competition like others and to be seen as not only just the expert in it, but when you're seen as the celebrity in the Chicagoland area at that or one of them, it's just a different level of authority and specialism that happens, right? And so when people think of that, they think of you, right? And that's what we want to do for you. So this is one of the things we look at is if who's the level 10 client. This is goes through our vision day when we do that together, is we look at who are the 3 to 4 level 10 clients. They're different conditions and case specific. One could be a dog bite, one could be nursing home, one could be construction, one could be truck wrecks, one could be vehicle accidents. And then you need to get really clear on the pathway that they are coming. And we build out a whole content engine around that because this becomes your conversion machine. Okay. Now, out of everybody who who registered for this, I found 2 of you that are doing YouTube correctly. 2 out of 40 people. The amount of lost cases and opportunity because you're not properly made, like you haven't done your YouTube makeover is just it's just asinine, okay? And so when you see like this here, how see that's 64x red? That means this thumbnail, why do I need a trial lawyer? I've had a lot of clients come to us say like, well, people need to know I'm a trial lawyer because it's different. Well, the prospect wants to know, well, why do I need a trial lawyer? I just want to get paid. And so explaining that differentiator now differentiates. The second one is look at the volume of that this person got. Now look at these. How much do you walk away with from your settlement? A lot of times people hope the client doesn't ask these questions. Like, so then how much do you get? Well, we like thinking about, let's address that up front. Like, hey, here's why we get X percent, especially if you're more than other people. But what that means is that most places are looking to settle as soon as possible. We don't. We look to get the most amount of settlement for you. And then while a lot of prospects like to ask about percentages, we like to look at it in terms of dollars, which is what's going to matter. Do you guys like that framing? I mean, maybe you have a different frame where others may have a different perspective on this. But if you don't frame it, they're going to frame it themselves. The prospect is. Okay. And since people always go to cost before they think payout, because they haven't been accurately trained to think about payout, that's what's going to happen. Okay. And so you want to get to the head of that. So what we like doing is layering trust and proof with retargeting case studies. I've already talked about this, but it's worth mentioning again. I like having a high quality camera with multiple angles, not because for especially interviews, questions, objections, because what happens is people's attention span, they consume it better. It's just fact of the matter. It's true. And you get a lot more angles out of it. So instead of just placing these types of things on your site, why not spend 3 minutes to talk about these cases? You know, like if you've had good cases, good people, here's how it happened.
Weight tracker is not working properly.
It could have been 20 years ago, 10 years ago, but telling the story, the origin story, whatever, that value, not it just gives you so much more credibility and it helps educate them, and you're re-leveraging past experiences. Like this is one of the firms I'm talking about. They're great, they're phenomenal. But there's 6 videos right here. There might be 30 videos out of this. Like, hey, tell me about Verde versus the Illinois Central Railroad. Tell me about the $55 million case you guys won. Well, great story, Ed. Here's how it happened. And then boom, you have a full thing on that. And I'm telling you, man, you invest in doing this. It just changes the game because you're going to get video like this, video like this, video like this. You've already seen these. You have assets we can repurpose. Um, Without question, you need a video like this, like these guys have right here. And so it's just very, very well done. It touches on all the emotional buttons, and it's something that happy to walk you through as well. And then you start stacking these up like that. Okay. So last couple notes, and then I'm going to open up for questions in the next 15 minutes. So this is Jeff Hampton. He's an attorney, came to my house. We did the interview, hour and 30 minutes long. He was great. Now, Jeff is not a personal injury attorney. He's actually he has a firm in criminal law, and then he does asset protection as well. Here's Ken Hardison. Many of you guys know Ken. And then want to share this with you because this guy here is just super introverted, but that's the setting that we did. Great on camera when he's prompted well. So when we work together, if we work together, you would come out either here to Chicago for a day, or I would come to you. The prices are different. If you come here, it's less expensive. If I come to you, it's more expensive. It's kind of the difference. We get an interview that converts. We do the full interview. You get 10 YouTube videos that would come out of that. We would do the full interview. Then we would then set up other ones like that as well. We create 24 reels. My team would post it on all of the social media channels. And then if you'd like, as a bonus, we will set up the retargeting for you. And that would be kind of like getting your foundation set up properly. And then we would just set up for $1 a day. So for like 25 bucks a day, we'd have all that set up and you would just have that running. Okay. If you wanted to scale Facebook, scale Instagram, at that point, I would probably refer you out to like someone like Kurt or somebody else that we recommend. You'd have a book for the niche that you want us to create a little book on it for you. And then we could probably cut that up into 3 little micro books. Now, listen to me. These aren't books that you are like going to go on a best-selling author tour. It's not like it's not like a book like this, like where Jim Collins spent 2 years writing it. It's a book that helps the person who reads it on how to choose the best attorney to help them get the best result, which is you. Okay. So if you're looking for Hollywood style books, it's not what we do. We're creating little micro books that you can use in your marketing that positions you as an author based on the content you created and then stuff that we license you. We have the videos. We'll create articles out of the videos. I'm a big believer in micro workshops, micro events. Okay, what does that mean, Ed? That means that if you're trying to get more professionals to refer to you, and if you're trying to get people to choose your firm, even if nobody attends, I'm telling you this, we will teach your team and yourself how to do this. Launch a Zoom meetup on Facebook on the 5 things you need to know to choose a personal injury attorney after a truck accident. Okay. Syndicate it to all your professionals, your local area, spend $300, $500, $1,000 if you want to become even more famous. That's literally what you can do on Instagram. Post it on LinkedIn, post it everywhere, and then just run a workshop. And then guess what? You take the workshop and you keep it on your website under one of those conditions so they can learn. So when I go to I think as Mark said, when I go here and I click in here like mass tort or mesothelioma, again, this is a keyword, but imagine if he had like a little 15-minute workshop on 5 things you need to know if you are looking for a mesothelioma lawyer. No one does that. You can use it on your Facebook, your Instagram, your LinkedIn, everywhere. Boom. That's how we repurpose your content. Okay. So that's the other thing that's super duper important and it's pretty amazing. And then we have something we teach on that. Okay. Scheduling quarterly, uh, I call them client appreciation events. It can be professional events, but these are circle of influence events. Okay. And then you'll walk out of there, man. No one's doing all these things that that we can do with you. Okay. So what I want to tell you is this. Let me just give you a call to action, and then I will let you guys go for now, and I'll open up for Q&A. So if you want to work together on this, to do this in Chicago, it's normally $18,000. Okay. If you would like to, since you're here at Personal Injury Mastery Live, I'll knock 12,500 off of that for the next 5 that come in, and we have 40 that have signed up for this, which means you would be getting all of those assets built out for just $7,500. Crazy low, crazy low. I'm purposefully undercutting many of the people in personal injury on purpose. Okay. And we will prioritize that. And then the first thing my team and I will do is we'll go and look at your existing assets. So like Bryant Law Center, for example, I'll just use him for example. I would go through this and then I would take the things that I think are repurposable, things that he should be doing right now. See that? I just went right to the popular. See what I just did? I just knew something you guys don't know. I know how to go places you don't know how to go. So watch, I went to the popular. What are they always already saying they like about him? Well, guess what? Let's refurbish these bad boys. Let's get them going. Get to know the Bryant Law Center. Well, what if we took this same video, right? There's Emily. And oh, we have a new description in here for Emily. We'll crank this out. But I can repurpose the majority of this and make him start getting traction before we ever meet face to face. Okay. So that is how you do that. The amount of low hanging fruit in this market is just unbelievable for all of you. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Okay, so that's for that. Now, if you want me to come to you, well, it's normally anywhere between 25K and 35K for me to come to you. It'd be 18K. And I only can do 2 of those a month because of travel. I have 7 kids. I don't want to be traveling a lot. Now, what comes with both of those, just so you're fully aware of that, not only do you get all these assets, right, laid out for you, ready to go, very inexpensively compared to what people in your space are currently charging for this same level of service. Plus, as you can tell, you've spent the full day with me. I know what I'm talking about. And no one's teaching things the way I'm teaching it and with the case specific condition targeting that we are doing. Okay. Very important to understand that. We'll do a vision day together. So filming usually only takes like 90 minutes, maybe a little longer. Like if you want to bring in those other people, your other attorneys, like again, I like these, Mark. I like these where I just clicked on your other attorneys, like meet them, but I also like them answering questions of what people need to know because that's what you're solving an immediate, urgent problem in those people's lives right now. Okay. Now I can go down the list here of all of you. Where are you at? Oh, like Greg, Jared, like Jared, I already looked at your site. Same exact stuff with the dogs, with the dog bites, same exact stuff, which is like, hey, those are great SEO ones. But I think your about page is great about you and the family. But then let's put more conditioning. What is their objections, internal beliefs, concerns, fears, hopes, dreams, desires that we got to solve today. And that's what goes on that page. Okay. Now, when you go to PI Mastery Live invite today, see if I have the right thing. Yeah. You're not going to see any pricing. You're not going to see anything like that. We're just going to say, hey, if you want the jumpstart kick with the $1 million interview, the book, the reels, the assets, and the YouTube makeover, that's option number one. Just send a text message to me today and put in here PI Mastery Live today. Okay. And that will put you in the front of the line. And then I already see a couple are coming in, so that's great. So do that and get that taken care of. The other thing is my mentoring program and mastermind is going to be called the PI Alliance and Boardroom. The first month is absolutely free. If you want to continue in that, it's $2,500 a month. You can love it or leave it at any time. If you love it, you're in. If you leave it, no hard feelings. It's totally cool. Every month we'll go over as a group the marketing that's working, the things that make the biggest difference in everything that you're doing. What is new on AI? What can we be doing to be actually moving the needle? I'll bring people like Carrie to you, and I'll make sure I protect you very like you're one of my own. If we were spending my own money inside your firm, and I'll be that third party person looking over your shoulder, making sure that you're making the right decisions. I won't be acting as a fractional CMO that's meeting with everybody, telling them what to do. My trainings will be doing that. So I'll be bringing in experts to train your team, which you could be a part of as well, on what marketing we should be doing month in, month out. Okay. So you and I could talk about that if that's something that interests you. I'll be acting more as a fractional CEO, meaning you need to have a person in your coat pocket that you can text if you have questions, that you can jump into the rest of the members, and iron sharpens iron, and we make each other better on that. Okay, so that's number two. Number three is, again, we're already doing this stuff for you in the first month, but if you want us to continue doing your YouTube, your social media flywheel, you and I can discuss what your goals are. And I have a team. I do not promote this publicly that can do that for you. But I think it's one of the best investments you could be making into your firm right now. I just do. I think with AI and the speed at which people are going to be flooding the market with just different types of content and different types of stuff, you can try and budget or like spend your way to the top of the mountain, or you could just you could really just position yourself in such a way that as the true expert, and then you just get such an overflow of free cases from your organic. So that's it. That's the offer. I have 15 minutes to answer questions if we have questions. And I just saw a direct message come in, so let me answer that. I'm gonna switch the share. Again, there's my cell, 312-607-6799. Go ahead and text me if you would like me to put you on the list. Very good. So as those come in, we're gonna rock it out. So the question is like, where do I start? Well, here's one of the first things we're gonna start asking, like part of our working together, but like how do we turn what you learned today into money? Is one of the first things you got to do is you got to look at like where are you already getting your cases from? And can we optimize that at all? Can we increase the conversion rate at all? That's number one. Because if we do that, then one of the things that happens is you immediately are able to squeeze some cash out of the lemon right out of the gate, right? To keep the lights on, to get the engine going, to pay for more stuff. Number two is, where's the low-hanging fruit? Now, I'm a big believer that your Facebook retargeting is low-hanging fruit. It's sitting there. Like if you have traffic come to your website, it's low-hanging fruit. Are you proactively answering the questions your prospects have right now, and your niche specific, case specific content? Is it out there live and available for people to consume? If the answer is no, then you gotta do that. And the personal videos of that are kind of like documentary style, they're nice, but people are looking for answers to problems and solutions, or to get solutions to their problems today. So that's where I would start. I would also look at who else. Oh, okay. I got no. Okay. Um, let me know if you have a question, Bud. I know. Oh, he just left. The uh, the other thing to look at is the other thing to look at is um, where's the lowest hanging fruit that I can spend. So like when we go back to Google My Business, my local search ads, and I'm new to advertising. We're not spending a lot of money. Well, then you got to start somewhere, right? And if you don't have those done, then you probably don't have a ton of reviews yet either. So you got to get that kind of cycle going, right? And again, then with your personal brand. So I look at that as a cycle like this, right? SEO would be lower on my totem pole because SEO takes longer. So paid ads, I can get live, running, and rocking and rolling really, really quickly. So if you decide to do something like where you're going to create your own interview, you're going to create content, then I would list out your dream 100 of referral sources. Are they aware of it? Can we send them a actual physical newsletter? Would that help them? Right. And those are the kind of the questions that I'd be asking, because those are the lowest hanging fruit that if you can keep them on a monthly, quarterly block and tackle system, could lead to referrals that are happening consistently. And those are low hanging fruit. They don't cost any extra marketing budget to do that, give or take a little bit, right? All right. So I got Dennis, Jared, Thomas, you're still hanging out. So who has a question? Otherwise, I'm going to wrap this bad boy up. I'm going to go see. I'm a few minutes. I'm right on time at the 3 p.m. mark. See what my wife needs help with before we wrap up the weekend. I just want to thank everybody for being here. Hopefully it was great. We have a lot of stuff coming up. We're doing AI boot camp coming up. And then as the mastermind grows, we'll be doing more micro events in person. So that'll be great. So I'm going to be wrapping this up, going once, going twice. All right. Thank you guys for being here today. God bless and appreciate you. And yeah, hope to see you soon. You have my cell number. Text me if you're interested in getting on a quick call, seeing how I can help you most. Otherwise, hopefully today was phenomenal, and we will talk soon. All right. Thanks, guys. Bye.